láti nǹkan bíi
mo kí bàbá Ọláwálé Alábí peace ọlá mo kí yín.
gbágẹ́tì kó tó di kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní release ẹjọ́ bá mi máa ṣe ẹ bá mi máa ṣe jẹ́ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá mọ̀ kó tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí a sọ fún mi
Lady K ló jẹ́ ká mọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nílé bàbá wa olóyè Sunday Adéyẹmọ
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀ ń sanwó Nàìjíríà you see na life
na see na life
ṣé bó ṣe fẹ́ wù wá rán ni kí wọ́n pa gbogbo wa tó àgbọ́dọ̀ sọ àgbọ́dọ̀ sọ anything ẹ tó wà là ń jà fún àbáwọn fa wàhálà àpá innocent sọ àwọn tó wà pa innocent.
àní Lady K ló jẹ́ ká rántí pé nǹkan kan ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ilé Adéyẹmọ Sunday ẹ má bínú ìtẹ̀wá ń bí ẹ jẹ́ ká fún yín ní the new because Facebook yẹn tán lẹ́ẹ̀kan after 7 hours so I had to start another transmission. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí Instagram mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń bẹ lórí Facebook lórí MixLR níbi tí ẹ ti ń gbọ́ wa yékéyéké láti ìgbà láti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Comrade Plan B ní may the soul of those that died so far in the struggle continue to rest in power. Thank you so much, Comrade Plan B. Èní lè ní jẹ́ mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí let's do something. I think we could connect to another Mole connect more. I think I saw Moluka Lenkan. Moluka, ó dà pé n tó ń sọ ó relate mọ́ n tá ń ṣe níbí báyìí. Tó bá ti jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ a lè connect mọ́. Ọmọ Adéyẹmọ yóò padà wálé ìjàgbọ́n tó ń sọ.
Buratai ó wà láyé ṣe bá a ti sọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ níta ẹ̀.
Ẹja gbọ́ Moluka network. Okay, then cut down àwọn.
Àtàrà àwọn tó ń gbé tiwa tó ní tèmi wà á ní káàbọ̀ yìí. A challenge ẹ̀ pé kó jáde kó wá di ìgbà yẹn. Tí ò bá lọ bá olóyè Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ nínú kóló níbi tó wà, ó sọ fún pé kó kọ́ ọ̀pọ̀ owó iye tó bá fẹ́ làwọn máa. Àwa ti sọ àti challenge yẹ. Let him come out and deny it. Ipe irọ́ ni. Now listen. Wọ́n gbé owó, wọ́n fi bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọmọ Adéyẹmọ ní rárá. Don't forget wípé ọmọkùnrin yẹn is human rights activist. A very good nationalist. Mò ń sọ mò ń tún sọ. Àwọn tó pera wọn ní human rights activist wa, tó pera wọn ní lọ́ọ̀yà tàbí tí wọn ò lọ́ọ̀yà tí wọ́n lọ́ nǹkan mìíràn. Ìjà tó yẹ kí wọ́n síwájú kó jà. Tí wọ́n kọ̀ tí wọn ò jà. Òun ni Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ dìbò tó ń jà. You call yourself a human rights activist. You cannot fight for human. Ẹ wá rẹ́ni tí wọ́n bá fipá bá sùn torí pé kò léèyàn àwọn èèyàn lẹ lọ ń dúró tẹ́ ń jà fún tàbí ẹni tí wọ́n pa sínú hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì àwọn lẹ ń bá lẹ́lẹ́ ń jà fún. Kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ tẹ́yìn ń gbé láti lè dẹ́kun kírú ẹ̀ máa wáyé mọ́? Ǹjẹ́ ẹ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ kankan lórí ẹ̀? Ẹ kàwé o. Ẹ ka ìwé. Gbogbo yín lẹ́dẹ̀ ń gbọ́ àtọ̀tún àtòsì níwájú lẹ́yìn wípé Nigerian constitution is evil. Ìgbésẹ̀ wo lẹ gbé lórí ẹ̀ láti lè rí dájú wípé constitution yẹn wọ́n yí padà kó lè favour mi, kó lè favour Igbo, kó lè favour Hausa àti Fúlàní, kó lè favour gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní Nàìjíríà. Kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ gbé human rights activist? Àwọn kan wá dìde wọ́n ní kò sí tó burú tẹ́ ẹ bá dá Nàìjíríà padà sí 1963 constitution to introduce regional government. Kí every region kó mójútó tó bá rí kó fi develop ayé ara ẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin human rights activists, so-called human rights activists, kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ gbé láti ja ìjà yẹn pé Nigeria must return to regional government? Ìgbésẹ̀ wo lẹ gbé? Bí wọ́n ṣe ń kidnap àwọn èèyàn lójoojúmọ́, kidnapping nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, wọ́n á fipá bá àwọn èèyàn sùn. Ẹlòmíì á jìyà lẹ́yìn tó ti ṣe wàhálà lọ yunifásitì tó lódìdí kàkà kó lọ́dún mẹ́rin ó fi torí strike èdè strike ọ̀la ó fi lọ́dún mẹ́jọ ó lọ́dún méje tàbọ̀dún mẹ́fà ó wá dé láti university after wasted 6-7 years kò ríṣẹ́ kò rí kankan ó wá sá kàtàkàtàkàtà ó gbọ̀nà inú igbó lọ pé bàbá mi ló sàdílẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni tó lè mú mi ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣoko ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe oko ó ṣe oko tó àsìkò tó yẹ kó kórè wọ́n fi màlúù wọnú oko wọ́n jẹ gbogbo ìrè oko ẹ̀ wọ́n jẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ ìbànújẹ́ wá di méjì ó wá kígbe ó fi gbé ta ọkọ ẹyẹ pípọ̀ wọn ẹ̀fẹ́ pa ẹ̀fẹ́ bá yé mi jẹ́ mi ò ní gbà ó ìrọ̀lẹ́ pa àwọn Fúlàní kì í mọ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ṣá ní ṣàkúṣà wọ́n ṣá lọ́rùn wọ́n ṣá lórí wọ́n ṣá lójú wọ́n ṣá lẹ́nu wọ́n ṣá gbogbo ara ẹ̀ nígbà tó máa rọ́ọ̀ṣì ẹ̀dọ́ hospital ó fi kú dá torí kò lè mú kò lè ara ẹ̀ ò gbé ìrora yẹn mọ́ ó gbé kùjẹ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ bọ́ra. ojú kẹfà ojú kẹrin ìmí àṣìṣe jìyà l'Amẹ́ríkà wálé pé jẹ́ kí n tiẹ̀ gbìyànjú kankan sílé káwọn èèyàn mi sàmọ rí kankan wọ́n á kidnap ẹ̀ wọ́n gbé lọ wọ́n á pa á. ẹ̀yin sẹ́ẹ̀kà activists what have you done? kí lẹ ṣe lórí gbogbo ilé ìtàsùn ìgbésẹ̀ wo lẹ gbé? do you make yourself available for the masses? ǹjẹ́ fi ara yín ṣe agbóhùnsọ àbágbọ̀rọ̀sọ fún àwọn aráàlú human rights activists? Sunday Igboho human rights activist pọ́nbélé ni òun nìkan lè mí mọ̀ bí human rights activist ó já ìjà yìí torí pé ìyàtọ̀ tó wà ní òun àtẹ̀yìn ni pé ẹ̀yin ka ìwé pẹ̀lú ti yín ṣùgbọ́n òun ò kà á. The only human rights activist ní gbogbo bí Nàìjíríà ṣe tó ní Sunday Igboho kì í ṣe Yorùbá nìkan gan ló jà fún. kì í ṣe Yorùbá nìkan ló jà fún. Sunday Igboho ń jáde in tó ń dùn gbogbo èèyàn lọ́kàn in tó ń dùn mẹ̀kúnnù lọ́kàn in tó ń dùn ọkùnrin tó ń dùn obìnrin tó ń dùn ọmọdé tó ń dùn àgbà tí wọn ò dẹ̀ rí bíìsì àti sọ fásitì ọ̀bàṣẹ́ bí wọn lásán débi tó ti fẹ́ sọ fún sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ débi tó ti fẹ́ sọ fún gómìnà débi tí pírẹsidẹ́ǹtì ti fẹ́ gbọ́. Sunday Igboho jáde tó ló ti jẹ́ ìlú mọ̀ọ́ká ó fi ara ẹ̀ jìn ó fi ẹnu yìí ó fi sọ ohun tó wà nínú gbogbo aráàlú ó fi sọ jáde. àfi tẹ́ ẹ bá parọ́ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tí wọ́n lè sọ yín pé inú wọn ò dùn fún ìgbésẹ̀ tí Sunday gbé kò ju 10% lọ nínú gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá. àwọn tó lè jẹ́ 10% yìí 1% of them politicians 1% of them traditionalists and religious leaders. Let me put it that way. Traditionalists. I'm a religious leader. 1% of them. Another 1% of them. Nínú 10% yẹn ni o. Àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé inú wọn ò dùn sí tí Sunday ṣe. Another 1% of them. Òun làwọn so-called àgbàgbà. The remaining 7%. Àwọn aláìmọ̀kan. Àwọn tí iye wọn ti ra tí wọn ò mọ kankan. Làwọn 7% tó kù. Gbogbo 90% ọmọ Yorùbá nínú wọn dùn sí nǹkan tí Sunday ṣe wọ́n lè má jáde wọ́n lè má take any action wọ́n lè má ṣe kíní kankan ṣùgbọ́n kò sígbàkigbà tó bá gbọ́ orúkọ yẹn wọ́n ní tí Sunday ṣe ń táwa gan fẹ́ nìyẹn àwa jáde àwọnú ọjà tí bá rí fídíò wa wò àwọnú ọjà kì í ṣọjà ayọ̀ kan kì í ṣe ìlú kan là ń káàkiri tá à ń béèrè kí ni máìdè yín kí lópinion yín màmá tí ó yẹ kí Nàìjíríà pín ní àbí ká wà papọ̀. Kódà mo bèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọmọ Haúsá ìdí wọ́n sọ ní pé ká pé kó ní kálukú ṣe tiẹ̀ èmi ọmọ dúkà ẹ lọ wo fídíò wà nínú YouTube mi ẹ rí wò ó tẹ́ ẹ bá dẹ̀ rí ẹ bèrè ẹ lọ́wọ́ mi máa ń mú jáde máa fẹ́ gẹ̀ sí. Wọ́n á máa sọ fún pé di only tó wà nínú wọn tipẹ́tipẹ́ ni pé kí Nàìjíríà pé kó ní kálukú ṣe tiẹ̀. Àìgbédè ara wa yìí ìyà ló fi ń jẹ wá. Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí ń gbénú wọn ni wọn ò réyàn sọ fún. The House of Assembly member doesn't make himself or herself available. Tó bá ń bọ̀ pọ́npọ́npọ́npọ́n a máa tẹ̀sà ìrìn wọ́n. fún a máa kọjá àwọn tó dìbò fún kódà tó tẹ omi sí wọn lára táwọn ọmọ yẹn bá dúró sọ́nà àwọn security ayọ̀ kòbókò. When the House of Assembly member does not make himself or herself available, ṣé House of Reps ló fẹ́ make ara available? Àbí senator tó ń ríra wọn bí Ọlọ́run? Tàbí governor? The masses have no ní àyè láti lè sọ máìdí wọn. Àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ni ò ṣẹlẹ̀ láwọn country bí America. If you have a complaint, there is a place you can lodge your complaint. As a matter of fact, tó bá pàdé House of Assembly anybody, tàbí pàdé mayor, tàbí pàdé senate here, you have the right to address, to go to him direct and address him, tell him what you want to tell. Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀tọ̀ ni ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tá a wà yìí. Ọ̀tọ̀ ni. But listen, ẹ̀yin èèyàn mi. Ṣé ẹ wá rí gbogbo àlàyé tí mò ń ṣe sílẹ̀ yìí? Sunday Igboho wá ronú ẹ̀ láròjinlẹ̀ pé ìyà ń jẹ aráàlú. Bùkátà wàhálà bùkátà tó wà lọ́rùn aráàlú wọn ò lè gbé e. Sunday Igboho wá gbẹnu gbogbo àwọn abiyamọ ayé yìí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ó gbẹnu wọn sọ̀rọ̀ jáde. Ṣé kí n wá ṣe adarí rere? Ìyẹn náà ń pè ní adarí tòótọ́. Ìyẹn náà ń pè láti kanjú ọmọ. Sunday ọmọdé ọmọ mo mọ̀ pé òun ò ní jáwọ́ lọ́rọ̀ Yorùbá nation. Ó ti prove ẹ̀ fún mi lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà. Mo sọ fún yín nígbà kan rí, mo wà lọ́dọ̀ olóyè Sunday ọmọdé yẹn mo jókòó sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wọn. Ẹnìkan wá mú fóònù ó pè wọ́n. Ó mú fóònù ó pè. Ó wá receive call yẹn. Mo wá mọ ẹni tó ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. Ìlú mọ̀ọ́ká ni èèyàn ńlá ni nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ẹni ẹ wá sọ wá, ó ní choice báyìí, ó ní láti ṣiṣẹ́ fún lágbájá. Ọmọdé yẹn mọ́dẹ̀ sọ fún ní kò sí tó lè mú mi ṣiṣẹ́ fún ẹnikẹ́ni. Ìkórìíra rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àní sọ̀pọ́ọ̀tì election tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe. Àní Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ dúró. Ní tọ́mọdé yẹn mọ́ sọ lọ́jọ́ náà nìyẹn. Lẹ́yìn ọdún mẹ́jọ wá ń kọ́ kí ni ó tún kù. After 8 years of presidency, kí ló kù fún ọmọ Yorùbá? Ẹ̀yin kan wá ń send message ẹni tèmi Tinubu ti wọlé kí la tún wá. Ní kí Tinubu máa wọlé. Tinubu ti wọ̀. As a matter of fact, àwọn impress ọmọdé ó impress àgbà nítorí àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ kankan tó ń gbé. Àwọn tó impress ló impress kò tí ì impress mi. And I will continue to tell you, ipe mi ò kórìíra Tinubu. Tinubu is a president of Nigeria. Ìyàtọ̀ tí ò yí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yín tá a sọ fún yín nìyẹn. President Nigeria ni tí kò kú ọbẹ̀ yẹn bá délẹ̀ kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ pé bọ̀ yín kó a má rí irú ẹ̀ yìí. Bí ẹran mẹ́wàá bá wà nínú òkòkò ọbẹ̀ yìí, kí Tinubu bá fẹ́ràn yín, ká má rí irú ẹ̀ yìí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ó lè kó 6 fún yín nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ó kàn fẹ́ràn yín àrírú ẹ̀ yìí. Torí kò sí májíìkì tó lè ṣe dandandandandan á fún àwọn Fúlàní jẹ, á fún àwọn Haúsá jẹ, á fún àwọn Ìgbò jẹ, á fún Niger Delta jẹ, á fún Middle Belt jẹ. Lábẹ́ bó ti wù kó rí. Ẹ wá compare ètò ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé Yorùbá nìkan ló máa jẹ́ mẹ́wẹ̀ẹ̀wá yìí. Ẹ fi wéra. Ẹnìkan bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá ó ní àti pé wa ó ní kò rò ó ní àkànrò pé kan tó rọrùn ní Áfíríkà rò pé easy ni. It is true. Àwa mọ̀ pé kò easy. Ṣùgbọ́n níbi tí ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà dé, inú kò easy ni easy ti ń jáde. Kò easy. Ẹ rí i pé kò ó wà ńbẹ̀, easy wà ńbẹ̀. Méjèèjì ló parapọ̀ ó di odindi ọ̀rọ̀ kan kò easy. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ ká mú kò yẹn kúrò. Ká wá yọ easy inú ẹ̀ ká mú lọ. We must think. Ọmọdé yẹn bò. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ wọ́n ní iṣẹ́ lẹ ṣe o. Wọ́n gbọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àràbàǹdẹ̀dẹ̀ ń bẹ̀dẹ̀ mbọ̀mbọ̀mbọ̀làbàbàbàbàbà wọ́n gbé fún yín o bá mi ọmọdé yẹn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ṣe abẹ́ẹ̀rí now kí ló wá tẹ̀síwájú nínú prógrámù yìí ẹ jẹ́ sáré hint yín ní kékeré ọ̀la ló pé ọdún méjì tí wọ́n lọ àtàkì ilé Chief Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ ọ̀la ló pé ọdún méjì wọ́n àtàkì ilé náà wọ́n bà gbogbo nǹkan jẹ́ wọ́n bà property jẹ́ wọ́n bà ilé jẹ́ wọ́n tún bà ẹ̀mí akọni méjì. ọjọ́ ńlá lọ́jọ́ tí mò ń sọ yìí bóyá wọn ìbá ti pa Ọmọlúkà tó lórúkọ mi wà lára àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣọ́gun lásìkò yẹn oore ọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run ni mò ń jẹ ọjọ́ tá à ń sọ yìí Ọmọlúkà wà mo lọ ṣe ìpàdé l'Óṣogbo olóyè fúnra ẹ̀ pè mí pé tí n bá lè dọ́dọ̀ òun kí n máa bọ̀ mo dẹ̀ sọ mo ní wà l'Óṣogbo ṣùgbọ́n tí n bá parí mítì máa gba Òṣogbo bọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ yìí nígbà máa parí spirit mi ṣáà ní máa lọ sákùrẹ́ padà sákùrẹ́ ẹ̀ jẹ́jẹ́ mo dẹ̀ ọ̀rá padà sákùrẹ́ kódà mo ti dọ́nà kí n tó mẹ́sẹ̀jì wọn pé mi nílé wa mọ́ ọjọ́ yẹn gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́ ni wọ́n àtàkì inú ilé wọn mbà wà bẹ́ẹ̀ bóyá bá ti fi ìbọn fọ́ orí Ọmọlúkà dànù pò èmi tí mi ní gangan jẹnu akẹ́dù pọ̀ ní adé fọ́ ló ẹ̀ dànù ṣùgbọ́n mo ní Olódùmarè tó ń gáìdì mi tó tọ́ mi ọjọ́ ńlá lọ́jọ́ náà mo gbọ́ ara mi gbọ́n rírírírí mo ní ó dàbí eré ó dàbí àlá lójú mi ó dàbí eré ó dàbí àlá. ẹ wá bọ̀ ọ̀nà méjì láti fẹ́ ṣe prógrámù lọ́la Ọmọlúkà ní tiẹ̀ mo máa fi àkáǹtì mi síta ẹ gbọ́ mi o ntí Yorùbá World Media àti home based media tán fẹ́ ṣe mi ò mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ o àjọ máa ṣe prógrámù papọ̀ lọ́la àwọn nọ́mbàrà tán fẹ́ dá ṣùgbọ́n lórí pílátífọ́ọ̀mù Ọmọlúkà Great TV mo fẹ́ dùn èèyàn 10 àbí jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ a fẹ́ dùn wọn nínú lórí ètò mi lọ́la a fẹ́ dùn wọn nínú no matter how small and our plan is 20,000 for 10 people ká fi celebrate program yẹn lọ́la gbogbo yín lẹ máa rí ẹ̀mọ̀ mi sì ní fòjòrò ṣe a máa pè mí àwọn tó bá pè wọlé á béèrè question lọ́wọ́ wọn tán bá ti dáhùn ẹ̀ wọ́n á gbà á immediately tá a bá ti transfer lẹ́ máa rí receipt yẹ ẹ wá that is tí bá sọ pé 20k fẹ́yàn 10 that is 200,000 kò ju kẹtẹ́yàn kan ṣoṣo lè fún wa o tomorrow I must do it ní fún Ọmọlúkà Great TV kò gbọ́ dandan ní ẹ̀yin fáǹsì mi tí bá rẹ̀yàn èèyàn 50 nínú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ fẹ́ràn mi tẹ́ jẹ́ fáǹsì mi wọ̀nyí tẹ́ lè dá 5,000 owó ti pé that's it, not even 50 is 40 5,000 lọ́nà 40 ó ti pé. So máa fi àkáǹtì máa post yẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé mi ń post àkáǹtì mi but níta fẹ́ ṣe yìí is a must máa fi àkáǹtì yẹn lẹ̀ wọ́n ló wá lè fún wa ní 10,000 fi síbẹ̀ oní 5,000 fi síbẹ̀ 20 gan fi síbẹ̀ 100 fi síbẹ̀ 200 fi síbẹ̀ oye tẹ́ bá fún mi màá jẹ́ kán mọ̀ ó lè ju 10 lọ tó bá ju 10 máa fún wọn afẹ́ múnú wọn dùn ní kí ìṣẹ̀dá wọn kó máa súre fún ọmọ Adéyẹmọ àti àwọn tí wọ́n bá ìlú wọn láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ kí Ọlọ́run kó dẹlẹ̀ fún wọn lọ́nà ọ̀run níbi tí wọ́n wà kó ṣàforíjì fún wọn. Ọlọ́run ló mọ ìrìn àjò tẹ́dà kọ láyé so mo bẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń watch fídíò yìí no make sure pé o lọ́wọ́ nínú ẹ̀ kí gba àdúrà kó sẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ọmọ mi kó má kú láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ lójú mi o fi gbàdúrà sẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀ ká fi ṣe lọ́la ká fi mọ́ọ̀kì ẹ̀ ó wù mí mo rò ó mọ́jú ni Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ fi sí mi lọ́kàn pé do it and everything is between now to 12 o'clock lọ́la by 12 títí tá máa fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ program wa lágo 6 lọ́la ọ̀la yẹn 6 la máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ because by the time bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní 6, 7 to 8 a ti wà lórí ẹ̀ online yẹn for the first time a ṣe program wákàtí méjì a pé 2 good hours ní máa fi ṣe tá a bá ti ń parí ní 8 lọ́la mo tún direct yẹn mo tún wọ Yorùbá World Media lọ a tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ another one àtúnṣe yẹn títí di bíi 10 tá a bá tún parí home base àtúnbẹ̀rẹ̀ ti wá immediately yẹn so ọ̀la yẹn iṣẹ́ pọ̀ níbí wọ́n máa look at Great TV ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ dìde as I'm speaking with you. As I'm speaking with you, mo máa post that very account so that whatever you want to put there, put it there.
On the mic.
Odùduwà Republic adúró òmìnira adé. Òmìnira adé o, ìyà yìí ti pọ̀jù fún wa. Orílẹ̀-èdè mi adúró òmìnira adé. Orílẹ̀-èdè mi adúró torí ìyà yìí ti pọ̀jù. Odùduwà Republic adúró òmìnira adé. Fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ gbogbo Odùduwà Republic àdúrà òmìnira adé. Ọjọ́ kan ló ń tán bá ìyá tó jọmọ fọjọ́ pípẹ́ bí ó pọ̀ mọ́ aṣíwà lẹ́yìn ọmọ. Orí ẹ̀rẹ̀ mi àdúrà torí ìyá yìí ti pọ̀jù. Odùduwà Republic àdúrà òmìnira adé. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà àti gbogbo aláàtò tí ó wà ní ìdí gbígbé àṣà àti ìṣe ọmọ kóòtù òjíire bí lárugẹ. Ní pàápàá jùlọ gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí à ń rí àti ní abẹ́lẹ̀ kí orílẹ̀-èdè Odùduwà ìyẹn Odùduwà Republic lè dúró. Ẹ ṣeun gan ni ọlọ́dún tó mọ àrè á dì yín mú àwọn alálẹ̀ á kí yín lẹ́yìn Olódùmarè á gbé gbogbo àṣẹ tèdùmarè. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa fi ọwọ́ sowọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú gbígbé orílẹ̀-èdè Odùduwà kalẹ̀. Orílẹ̀-èdè Odùduwà ní ìrètí tí a ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìran Yorùbá láti dé ibi tí ọkàn wa ń fẹ́. Bí a bá wo ìyà tí ó ti ń jẹ àwa ìran Yorùbá bọ̀ látẹ̀yìn, a ó rí wípé ìyà yìí pọ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ sí à ń gbé ìgbé ayé ẹrú ní orílẹ̀-èdè tí a pè ní tiwa. Kò sí àǹfààní tí ó péye láti dé ibi àṣẹ ní orílẹ̀-èdè tí a pè ní tiwa yìí. Ikú ìyà, ikú ẹ̀sín, ìpakúpa ni wọ́n ń pa àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tí ó bá ń fi òtítọ́ inú ṣe iṣẹ́ rẹ̀. Ǹjẹ́ ó wá dára kí ọmọ ẹlẹ́ran kí ó máa jẹgun? Ṣé ó dára bí kí ọmọ aláṣọ kí ó máa wọ àkísà? Ǹjẹ́ ó sunwọ̀n kí ọmọ onílé kí ó máa gbé ẹ̀yìn odi? Ẹ jẹ́ kí a rò ó kí a má bàa fi ohun tí a fẹ́ jẹ bà ohun tí a fẹ́ jẹ jẹ́. Kí a má ta ara wa dànù kí iṣẹ́ àwọn baba ńlá wa tí ó ti lọ ó má bàa parun. Kí ìran wa tí ó ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn kí ó lè máa sọ nípa tiwa wípé a ṣe ìwọ̀n tí a lè ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ kí a fi ara wa ṣe òṣùṣù ọwọ̀ kí a dira wa mú nítorí pé àìkọ́wọ́rìn ejò ní ń jẹ ọmọ ejò níyà. Bí ọ̀ká bá ṣáájú tí sèbé tẹ̀lé tí paramọ́lẹ̀ àti òjòlá ń wọ́ ruru tẹ̀lé wọn lẹ́yìn, kò ní sí ẹ̀dá kan tí ó lè fi igi na ọmọ ejò kankan pa láàrin wọn. Ìṣẹ̀dá Yorùbá ni ó dára jù nínú ìwà àti ìṣe. Yorùbá ní àpọ́nlé, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń bọ̀wọ̀ fún àgbà. Ìṣẹ̀dá tí ó ní ààtò ni ìṣẹ̀dá tí Elédùà fi Yorùbá ṣe. Bí ọkùnrin bá jí ní òwúrọ̀ ní ilẹ̀ kóòtù òjíire, a dọ̀bálẹ̀ gbalaja a kí àwọn òbí rẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bí ọmọbìnrin bá jí, a fi orókún méjèèjì kúnlẹ̀ a kí àwọn òbí rẹ̀. Àṣà tí ó wuyì ni àṣà wa, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé àṣà wa lárugẹ. Ẹ jọ̀wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní ìdí ètò yìí kí Odùduwà Republic ó lè dúró. Mò ń bẹ̀ yín ní orúkọ Olódùn tó máa rè. Mò ń bẹ̀ yín ní orúkọ àwọn baba ńlá wa tí wọ́n ti ṣiṣẹ́ takuntakun ṣáájú wa. Ẹ jẹ́ kí a fi inú kan ṣe é. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí a gba ìbọ̀dẹ̀ ti ara wa. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí a fi àyè sílẹ̀ fún alamí láàrin wa. Mo wá fẹ́ sọ ọ́ báyìí wípé tí a bá wá rí ẹnikẹ́ni nínú ìgbìmọ̀ yìí tí ó fẹ́ gba àbọ̀dẹ̀ tí ọmọ Yorùbá tàbí tí ó ń ṣe ojú àwọn ọ̀tá nínú ìgbìmọ̀ dídá Odùduwà Republic sílẹ̀, kírú ẹni báyìí ó rí ìjà Ṣàngó ẹ máa pé àṣẹ. Àṣẹ. Kí ó rí ìjà Ṣànpọ̀nná ẹ pé àṣẹ. Àṣẹ. Kí ó rí ti Ọbàtálá ẹ pé àṣẹ. Àṣẹ. Kí ó wá rí ti Èṣù Ọ̀dàrà onílé oríta ẹ pé àṣẹ. Àṣẹ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi inú kan ṣe, ẹ jẹ́ ká jìjà yìí tọkàntọkàn kí àwọn alálẹ̀ kó lè fi gbogbo ọwọ́ sí i, kí wọ́n lè fi gbogbo ọkàn wọn sí i, kí wọ́n lè bá wa rin ìrìn àjò náà láṣẹ Elédùmarè. Orílẹ̀-èdè mi á dúró torí ìyà yìí ti pọ̀jù. Odùduwà Republic á dúró òmìnira adé. Orílẹ̀-èdè mi á.
Orúkọ mi ni Sunday Adéyẹmọ tí tí gbogbo yẹn mọ̀ sí Sunday Ìgbòho sọmọgbọ́tẹ̀ bá jọ ọmọ Ìbàdàn tó bá ń gbé kó wọ́n mọ̀ pé ní bàbá Ìbàdàn wọ́n lè mọ̀ pé ẹlẹ́mìí àpè ní Ìbàdàn so ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yẹn tó bá ń gbé lu òdì kejì tó bá jọ ọmọ bòmí ó kọ ìlú tó ti wá yẹn náà máa fi pè é níbi tó ń gbé èmi náà jẹ́ kan náà tó kópa nínú ogun Mọdákẹ́kẹ́ àti Ifẹ̀ so ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó bá gbọ́ sórí ogun yẹn tó ń gbọ́ gbogbo pa tí mo kó mẹ́rin pé ọkùnrin mẹ́rin ogun bàbá yẹn nígbà ogun ó ṣe báyìí ó máa ń jẹ́ kí ẹlòmíràn pé ọkùnrin ni akíkanjú ọkùnrin ni gbogbo wàhálà Ládọjà àtàwọn bàbá dídí búmbàdàn náà gbogbo àwọn tí wàhálà yẹn sojú wọn wọ́n fẹ́ impeach Ládọjà wọ́n fẹ́ yọ Ládọjà ń pò wọ́n fẹ́ gbàjọba lọ wọ́n fẹ́ yẹn Ládọjà jẹ nǹkankan tèmi dẹ̀ dúró tì ń gbà yẹn gbogbo àwọn tó rí pa tí mo kó láti pé kán mọ̀ rí Ládọjà yẹn jẹ́ ń gbà yẹn sùtẹ́lómi bá rí mi rí wọn pé ọkùnrin mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n nìyẹn bí wọ́n ṣe bọ́ta ṣe pọ̀ tó Ọlọ́run ṣẹ́gun wọn fún èròǹgbà mi lórí ìgbésẹ̀ àwọn Fúlàní yẹn ni pé ẹnu Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ kò tí wọ́n bá mọ̀ pé wọ́n fẹ́ ká bá Fúlàní jà káwọn bàbá wa gbogbo àwọn ọba wa gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa wọ́n ṣáájú kàn pè wá sí mítì kan wọ́n dẹ̀ fún wa pé tó àwọn ọmọ yìí o kí ròyìn dé sì gbé kí gbogbo ayé rí pé tó àwọn ni wọ́n sọ pé tó ká kojú wọn gbogbo ibi tí yàrá ti fẹ́ jẹ Yorùbá ká fèsì ibẹ̀ Ọlọ́run mọ̀mọ̀ mú wa agbára mélòó wà làwọn Fúlàní wa ní wọn ò tó ń pera wọn wọn fọlọ́gbùra fún yín wọn ò tó ń pera wọn Ọlọ́run bá lódùmarè ń bọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ní nǹkan tí àwa náà ní lọ́dọ̀ àwọn bàbá jogún náà bàbá ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lò ń sìn ká bọ́ta wọ́n sọ wá lóko míì táwọn bàbá bá mọ̀ pé yà ń jẹ àwọn Yorùbá kàn pe gbogbo wa sí mítìn kàn pe Ọọ̀ni kàn pa Láàfin kàn pa àwọn bàbá Àwùjalẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọba yẹn tó bá jókòó kàn wá pè wá kàn invite gbogbo wa wá Ọlọ́run bá lágbára èmi ò tó nǹkan kan àwọn tó lágbára jù wá tó pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ kàn pe gbogbo wọn jọ so tí ń sìn tó bá pè wọn jọ tó bá mọ̀ pé lè kan ru wa náà ipá náà sì lè ní pátá lè kọ́ pè wá káwájọ jókòó káwo bá ṣe fẹ́ ṣe tí ò ní sí nǹkan kan ẹ̀mí gbọ̀n kankan mọ́ ẹlòmíì bá ń gbọ́ gbòó ni kò wúrí mi rí ẹlòmíì á ní ó lè kọ̀máǹdì mọ́ ó lójú àwọn tí mo ṣe lójú wọn rí ẹlòmíì á ló lè ṣe báyìí ẹlòmíì tí bá ṣèkan lójú ẹ yóò sọ 10 ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yìí ẹlòmíì á sì ní ẹnu ni so àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé ẹnu nìyẹn èmi mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́n kí nǹkan dẹ̀mí àti wọn pọ̀ wọ́n lè rí pé kì í sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀nà ṣùgbọ́n pé kẹ́nìkan wá lóhun dìde ṣe èmi ìwọ ni mi Sunday Igboho mo wá bọ́ ọ̀tá o àbá nígbà tí wọ́n bá fi dọ̀tún la Buhari ó pàṣẹ láti Àbújá sọ́jà tí ó ka mọ́ta nkìdé yóò ju tó gun Boko Haram tó ń jẹ́ ilẹ̀ Haúsá lọ wọn ò ríra wọn bẹ̀ yẹn tá a bá dẹ́rẹ̀ wò nísìn ẹ̀ rí i pé wọ́n yìí máa lọ́wọ́ gbogbo táwọn ń ṣe ilẹ̀ Haúsá tó ń mú jẹ yẹn tá a bá dẹ́rẹ̀ wò nísìn wọ́n yìí máa lọ́wọ́ torí pé àwọn Yorùbá kan náà ní ọ̀lọ́ bá wọn lọ́hùn tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ṣe nu pa ẹ̀ làwọn ọmọ ayákìlá làwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n yẹn ta la parí ta ìyá yóò la parí ìbíjà yẹn làlá fẹ́ gbé ó tó fi gba sùúrù nìyẹn ó gbọgbọ́n kì í ṣe nǹkan tí yẹn kàn kágbára ọrùn tó kó funpa tó kó lóńdè tó gbé bọ̀kọ́rùn tó lọ́fẹ́ lọ pàdé Fúlàní o bí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ wọ́n sọ di nǹkan mímọ́ yẹn lọ àfi kéèyàn jókòó kó lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá yẹn táwọn bàbá yẹn ó ṣèwé kán sáyìn fún wa pé àwa la ṣèwé fún yín pé ìyà gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ Yorùbá gbogbo bíkíbi tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá dé ẹ lọ ṣàbò lórí ẹ̀pọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tẹ bá mọ̀ ń bẹ kẹ́ ṣàbò àwọn ọmọ ń bẹ lẹ̀lẹ̀ bàbá mi àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ń bẹ ńlẹ̀ tí wọn ò ní sá rárá àwọn ọmọ tẹ́wọ̀n tán jókòó wọ̀nyí wọ́n yìí sọ wọn ìṣẹ́ran rírọ̀ but ọgbọgbọ́n àlèkàn sọ pé ẹ mọ lọ sí Ìkirè bí wọ́n ti ń kidnap Yorùbá ẹ mọ lọ Òṣogbo ẹ mọ lọ Ìlọrin ẹ mọ lọ sí yóò di nǹkan mímọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ tó bá ti dá wọn lójú pé àwọn làwọn bí wa àwọn sì làwọn bàbá àwọn ni bàbá wa lẹ̀ Yorùbá ń bí wọ́n sì ṣe bàbá burúkú wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ̀dàlẹ̀ bàbá tí fìyà jọmọ káwọn náà bá gbádá rẹ̀ kàn ó tì wá síwájú bàbá lọ bàbá nílọ káwọn bá gbádá rẹ̀ kàn ní ká nìṣó níbẹ̀ bàbá lọ bàbá nílọ bá wọn gẹ́gẹ́ ò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ torí táwọn bàbá àkànnà ń bẹ tó ń gbà ń bẹ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ jù bá lọ bọ̀ táwọn bá jẹ́ bàbá dáadáa tí wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ fi àtúbọ̀tán rí lẹ̀ fáwọn ọmọ wọn kọ̀ ẹ̀ kí wọ́n gbàbọ̀dẹ̀ fún Yorùbá kọ̀ ẹ̀ kí wọ́n pè wá ká bọ́ta ní káwọn dẹ̀ dúró tì wá pé yẹ nìṣó níbẹ̀.
And we are back again at the almost the second part of the program. That is the 2 years anniversary, the 2 years Thanksgiving that Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho survived the assassination attempt on his life by the federal government of Nigeria that literally took place on the 1st of July 2021. This is going to be the second year that the federal government of Nigeria, under the former president, the saddest and the most criminal man that should be within the ICC as we speak right now. But unfortunately, because Nigeria as it is, Buhari is currently resting in London. But yet, he wanted the assassination and killing of Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho. That failed, and that literally means that till date, Buhari is still not a happy man. Buhari is still very sad that he was unable to kill Igboho just as he wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu as well. This part of the program is going to be focusing more on English so that we can also let the international community and those around the world to know exactly what is happening in Nigeria, because Nigeria continue to create havoc to so many innocent Nigerians. So many Nigerians have been killed from the southwest to the southeast, even to the northern part of Nigeria. Under the current government of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, literally about 500 Nigerians have died in the hands of the Fulani terrorists that continue to rampage and create food shortage and so many other problems as well in Nigeria. So my name is Olawumi Koiki. I welcome you into the second half of the program. By 12 midnight, we will be doing a lot of praises to celebrate the 2 years, because if otherwise, we could have been saying something else today, but because all our own spirit in the Yoruba land did not leave Igboho at any point. Some of people have asked, what is Igboho looking for? What actually is he even looking for now that a Yoruba man is the president? Some are even saying that, are we still sure that Igboho is still an activist? Maybe because they don't hear from him, but they forgot to understand that Igboho also have what they call a spokesperson. That is literally myself. So Igboho, as we all know, wanted to tell the international community and as many people that the Yoruba people have been attacked by the Fulani that everyone knows, but it seems that we are all living in denial, and maybe we should start with some of the videos that we have on record that was pointing categorically that the Fulani will kill everyone. Should anybody not do anything? Eventually, Igboho stood his ground and said directly to the Fulani oligarch, especially the former President Muhammadu Buhari, that everyone knew that the military was part of those protecting the Fulani that were making a lot of killings. Let's hear from the former Chief of Defense Staff. I'm not talking about Buratai, I'm talking about this man.
Every one of us must rise up. The armed forces are not neutral. They collude. They collude. They collude with the armed bandits. They kill people, kill Nigerians. They facilitate their movements. They cover them. If you are depending on the armed forces to stop the killings, you will all die one by one.
When Tiwa Danjuma was telling Nigerians that, you will all die one at a time, a lot of Nigerians thought it was a joke. And, some Nigerians did not take it very serious. And that literally means that, Nigerians were thinking that, somebody like Igboho was just looking for fame. Somebody like Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho was just looking for an excuse to create havoc, to create problem. But somebody also warned us that, it seems that every one of us have been sleeping, and while we were sleeping, the Fulani terrorists were preparing, as many of the killings. Some of our kings got killed. Oba Ifon was killed, and I'll be telling you a little bit more about that, in the course of the next segment of the program. Oba Ifon got killed while he was returning back to his base after a meeting. But as we speak today, nobody knew exactly, or has been apprehended. Let's talk about, one of the elders of the Afenifere, Fashoranti's daughter, in her 50s, was killed by the Fulani terrorists. Even before then, the now current president said that there was no evidence to indicate that those that killed, the former, the leader of the Afenifere Fashionati, we can literally point that they were Fulani terrorists. But every evidence continued to point that those creating havoc in the Yoruba land, in the southwest, in the north, in the southeast, in the middle belt, every finger continued to be pointed again and again, to the Fulani terrorists. But it seems that many Nigerians did not believe such. And eventually, it led to people coming out like this man. I'm sure when you hear his voice, you probably know this is Professor Wole Soyinka that told us we must all do something. If otherwise, we might be wiped off from the surface of the earth by the Fulani terrorists that have been creating havoc and their mission, which I'll be telling you that later on. Let's listen to Professor Wole Soyinka, the Nobel laureate.
So what do they expect of us now that this war is on our doorstep? Of course, there has got to be civil mobilization. And if we keep waiting for this to be centrally handled, we're all going to become, if we're not already, slaves in our own land. That for me is personally intolerable. It's not an acceptable condition. And whatever it takes, I stand ready to contribute in any way. So what do they expect of us now that this war is on our doorstep? Of course, there has got to be civil mobilization. And if we keep waiting for this to be centrally handled, we're all going to become, if we're not already, slaves in our own land. That for me is personally intolerable. It's not.
You can hear that, the Nobel laureate stated categorically that if everybody's waiting, it seems that we are waiting from the central. I mean, we don't know what Tinubu is going to be doing. We know that he has changed some of the service chief, whether that will solve the problem. But in a month that the current president have been in power, over 500 Nigerians have been killed by the Fulani terrorists from Kaduna to Bauchi to Plateau to Southeast to Middle Belt to the Southwest and to the North Central. And it seems again that Bola Tinubu have not been able to curtail the problem. And when Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho came out and started asking why is nobody saying anything? Why are all our leaders keeping very quiet? And the continuity of the crime against humanity is taking place. It seems that there's an agenda, and that agenda was very, very clear by someone that brought in President Buhari, the former president, into power. And it seems that as we speak right now, that agenda is to Islamize every single one of us. Let's listen to former Commodore Olakunle Olawumi that spoke on the channel television live in Nigeria, and this is what he had to say.
It's not about sentiments. Is that there are a group of people in this country that feels that this country should be Islamized. This is a fact. I say you want me to start mentioning names of people in this government that we have interrogated. I was a member of an interrogation team, and I've interrogated a very high-ranking member of this government in 2007, 2008 on issue of Boko Haram. I interrogated him. He's in this government right now. And what was the issue? Boko Haram. And this senior officer was actually let go because he was found culpable. But right now he's in the government. You see, we must say the truth, because if you don't, this country is going down the precipice. We have been set back more than 60 years right now. We've gone back to the time before 1966 now. And whoever is coming back to repair this country has a lot of work to do. This country has never been polarized, so we cannot run away from it. We have never been this much polarized. I'm a federal person. My mind is federal. My brain is federal. My loyalty is federal. I do things for the federal government. So I cannot come here and try to be sentimental. No, I'm a federal person.
So will your life be at risk now?
Before his life is at risk or not, the question has been that since as many Nigerians have these, nobody stood out to confront the government. But somebody stood out, and that was Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho. And that literally means that Igboho was not the friend of the Fulani, especially the sadist, the most sadist person on earth. I'm talking about the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, that has now decided to run away from the same crime he has committed in Nigeria. Now in London, where he's got his own freedom without nobody interfering in his affairs. He can live in London without nobody even knowing. But I can assure you that he's in London, and from what we are told, he's also taking medical treatment at Wellington Hospital, and we hope that we will catch up with him one day, hopefully when he's still going to be in London. But let's come back and ask the question. Now that every Nigerian is aware of this, why then was Igboho the target on the 1st of July 2021 by the same sadist known as the former president Muhammadu Buhari? Why was he so adamant that he wanted to kill Igboho, but he failed to kill Igboho, but 2 innocent lives got killed in his house? And I'm talking about Alhaji Fatai, that was an uncle to Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho, and a very close friend that I also had opportunity to see while I was in Nigeria, at the period of time of the campaign. And that is Adisa Adogon. Let's now ask the question, are we sure that some Yorubas were also not part of this agenda? The agenda to make sure that keep Igboho out of the picture. Kill him if you can. Because if you kill him, you have made the job very easy by not allowing him to speak anymore. Because Igboho was the threat to the politician from the Southwest. They never wanted Igboho to come out and continue to stop the carnage that somebody told us. It seems that Nigerian thought that when this individual was speaking, even though his life was also taken, whenever anyone is speaking against the evil of Nigeria, like Delegiwa, like so many other individuals, they end up to be killed, like Fumilayo and Sokuti. But the reason why we are lucky today to have a pure evidence was when this, our beautiful sister, we call her the Moremi of our time, she went live just in time before she was eventually captured with so many other individuals in the house, and the bodies were returned as well to Abuja, even though evidence pointed that the body were dropped somewhere around close to before they got to Abuja. But as we speak today, 2 years, we are now asking the current government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu to tell us, where is the dead body that was removed by the security, by the DSS, and likewise, just for record purpose, the machineries that Buhari brought in from Niger, because they thought that Igboho was going to be very, very difficult for them. So they needed some machinery. They were not speaking in English. They were speaking in French all the way through the operation in his house, even though Igboho escaped without any hurt in his body. Let's go back again and hear the sound of the bullet that was ringing through his house in the middle of the morning at about almost 12 or close to 2 a.m. precisely, when Igboho was not yet sleeping. He was fully awake, but he never knew that about 500 security for some machineries were just very close to his house, and the whole attention and the whole reason was to kill him. Kill him because maybe a Yoruba man was going to be a president, and we can stop that by allowing Igboho to stop his dream. Or maybe some of our kings gave the go-ahead. Take him out, because Igboho is proving difficult. We cannot stop him. He's not listening to us. But eventually, somebody gave us a 12-minute, 59 seconds video that went viral. And that woke up everyone around the world. Let's hear a little bit from that. For those of you that might not understand Yoruba, I will translate it. But whatever you're about to listen to was the video that was put out on the 1st of July 2021 by Ifeoluwa Lady K that saved Igboho, that saved the house. Maybe the house will have been razed down by the Fulani terrorists that wanted to kill him. Even though he was never killed, Igboho survived it just like Nnamdi Kanu survived. But the question is, are there going to be any other person that will be killed or will survive? If Igboho can survive it, if Nnamdi Kanu can survive it, are you sure your loved ones can survive it on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, on the rail track in Abuja, Kaduna, where so many innocent lives have been killed? Can you survive in the bush when you go for your own farming? Can you survive around your surrounding? 500 innocent Nigerians have been killed. That means they couldn't survive, just like Igboho survived, just like Nnamdi Kanu survived. Let's hear what happened at Igboho's house on the 1st of July 2021. We are now literally count down to that hour where we're going to be praised and worship as we say, may continuity of Almighty Lord protect Igboho and the others as well.
ẹjọ́ máa bá wa ṣí ẹ àwọn sójà ti àtàkì wa àwọn sójà ẹjọ́ ẹ máa ṣí ẹ ilé Chief Sunday Igboho àwọn sójà ti surround gbogbo ilé wọn yìnbọn gidi ni báyìí ẹjọ́ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa pass information yẹn fún gbogbo ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ẹjọ́ mi ò lè bọ́ta gan inú ilé ni mo ṣàwà báyìí please help me to share we are under attack now please let all the warrior be informed. Please help us to notify everybody. Please call everybody to be at alert. We are under attack now in Chief Sunday Igboho house. We are under attack already with Nigerian military. Confirm lele. Àwọn sójà ni Nigeria sójà. Ìbọn wọn lẹ ń gbọ́ yẹn wọ́n yìnbọn gidi ni confirm. Ẹ bá wa share, ẹ máa bá wa pass information yẹn. Everybody wà at alert. Àwọn warrior kí gbogbo wọn wà at alert. Àwọn tó bá lè máa move bọ̀ bá anywhere tó bá wà. Confirm gidi ni o ìbọn lẹ ń gbọ́ tó yìn gidi yẹn àwọn Nigeria sójà lélẹ̀ please help me to share Chief Sunday Igboho house ilé olóyè Igboho ṣe ń gbọ́ ẹ ń gbúrò bọn ẹjọ́ ẹ máa bá mi share ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi share ẹ bá mi pariwo fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire àwọn Nigeria military wọ́n ti wá attack wa ẹjọ́ this to 2 ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run wọ́n ti yìnbọn more than 10 minutes ó yẹ kí n ti gbé sí live látẹ̀kùn but I want to confirm láti mọ̀ bóyá òótọ́ ni kí n tó wá sí live kí n má bàa fún yín ní wrong information àwọn Nigeria sójà ni wọ́n kún táǹsì wọ́n surround wa ni ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run wọ́n dẹ̀ yìnbọn gidi kì í ṣe ṣeré ẹ bá mi máa share ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi máa share ẹ bá mi share ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá mọ̀ nílé lóko gbogbo èèyàn àwọn tẹ́ bá lè jí ẹ jí wọn ẹ bá mi share confirm mo sọ fún yín ẹjọ́ àtọ́jú oorun lèmi náà ti gbúrò ọ̀bọ̀ náà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pé everybody lórí phone pé kí everybody wà alert ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ máa confirm sí àwọn làwọn sójà ni mi lè bọ́ síta o but confirm lélẹ̀ everybody ìbọn náà yìn gidi yẹn kì í ṣe kékeré ó surround wa ni so ẹ bá wa share Nigeria sójà ni o àwọn ìjọba.
So let me just explain what is happening at about 2 o'clock in the morning while the whole world was sleeping in some part but mostly in Nigeria. It was very dark. The weather, we don't know what the temperature of the weather was, but the temperature in the house was extremely hot. Some of the images that we saw in the early hours of the morning was the blood of innocent Yoruba men murdered right inside Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho's house by the Fulani sadists, the former President Muhammadu Buhari, that is now saying that he's resting in London. He gave the go-ahead. Moremi of our time, Lady K, was explaining, even though she did not try to make it look panicking, but she can also hear the riddles of gone. We were not in the war zone like Somalia. this was not a war zone like the Ukraine, Russia, but there was a war zone happening in Soka, right inside a residence of a civilian that do not have the same firepower with the federal government. The government will have asked Igboho to have attended any meeting or any kind of invitation, which we never got one for record purpose. We saw Gumi was asked to come to the DSS and he was left to continue his life. How come in the middle of the night, where is all the footage that was removed from Igboho's house? The CCTV that was rolling every day and night that we installed. The DSS took them, plus the machinery that the sadist, former President Muhammadu Buhari, in conjunction with some of the Yoruba leaders and some of the kings, that decided that by shutting him down and killing him, but they never knew that the camera was already rolling. And for every second that this operation was going on, also, every second that Lady K was live, it was like 12 hours video, even though it was only 12 minutes, 59 seconds. But it was in details because right where she was in her own chalet, the riddle of the gun continued outside continuously for more than 12 minutes. Let's hear some of those sound again. Once again, this is just about 2 years that federal government of Nigeria were ready to assassinate Igboho and kill him right inside his house and burn down everything in the house. But what saved the day was the 12 minute 59 seconds video that the government never knew was already rolling. And by the time they realized that there was something bursting around the world, that the whole world was waking up from the incident that was happening right inside Igboho's residence, it was then that they had no other option to stop some of what they had in the intention. They were about to burn down Igboho's house. And I have that in authoritative to tell you that the federal government was going to burn down Igboho's house, and we would have been told is the unknown soldier. It is not the first time we've been told unknown soldier. Unknown soldier went to Fumilayo Ramsakuti's house, but we know that this was not unknown soldier. A government authorized that, and today, 12 minutes, 59 seconds video is still in our possession. The government can no longer deny because the evidence was clear that the lady that was projecting the video eventually got missing in the house. Oh my Lord, you can see that the federal government were already putting problem in their hands because there was no way they could retrieve the video back, because as the video was rolling, people were recording the video around the world, because that would have been a disaster if this video was deleted by the government. We would not be able to play this video back again. 2 years down the line, the question then is, was it just Buhari that authorized it, or do we also say that some of our king put the authorization to the death of a Yoruba man in a Yoruba land? History will remember each and every one of you when time comes. Like I said, the 12-minute video could not be pulled down because as the video was rolling, recording was going on it as well. And that gave everybody evidence, because we were then asking if there was not the federal government, even though it took them time. I studied Ifunaya, the DSS spokesman. He could not come out immediately until almost 10 p.m. local time because they thought Igboho was dead until Igboho himself spoke at about 6 p.m. to the BBC Pidgin, where he said, I am still alive. The question then is this how the Yorubas will keep quiet and say nothing? Because some of you are eating and say nothing from the corruption of the government. Once again, my name is Olayomi Koiki, also the spokesman for Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho, popularly known as Sunday Igboho. As we say, the evidence is not just about the video. All the bullets that was fired into the house, we have kept them for as much as whenever it's going to happen, for forensic details when the right time comes. Every innocent person that was killed, taken away, we will make sure justice come for them. We will go after them at the appropriate time. But even though a case has been opened against Buratai, that was then the Chief of Army Staff, against the former Inspector General of Police, and also the president that authorized the killing of an innocent man that could not have the same firepower like the federal government. And we will say to the federal government, even though there is now a new government in place, we are asking, where is the dead bodies of Adogon? Where is the dead body of Alhaji Fatai? We need those dead bodies under the human right so that they can give them a proper right so that they can sleep. Because as we speak today, their bodies is being held somewhere and their spirit continue to flow around because they've not been laid properly. Even as we say today, 2 years down the line, the question is, what have you done to the bodies of these innocent souls? What have they committed to have been murdered? They were not shot at. They were murdered with weapons that came into the house. Once again, let's listen more to Lady K, the 12-minute video that will be a record for the future. We will never forgive the Fulanis. Today, tomorrow, we will never forgive each and every one of you for the attack on Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho's house. And when the right time comes, when we are in charge of our own territory, we will protect and defend that territory with our blood.
Tó bá dẹ̀ máa níyànjú kó níyànjú, ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn. Mi ò lè bọ́ síta, obìnrin ni mí. Wọ́n ní kí n má bọ́ síta, but kí n gbé lọ sí live, kí n jẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀. PA bàbá ti confirm fún mi sí pé àwọn sójà ni. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Mi ò mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó, but wọ́n lọ ti surround wa pé àwọn sójà ni. Confirm mo fún yín. Ẹ bá wa.
You can hear clearly. There's no mixture of words in her words. What she was saying was very, very clear. These are military men that have come into the premises. There was a lot of blood. Property was destroyed. But the real intention and agenda, assassinating and burn down the whole property. And then they will have said, they are unknown soldiers. But it was too late, because they didn't realize that a camera was rolling in one of the chalets while they were perpetrating the crime against humanity. Yet, the international community says nothing. Do we know that only one person has been killed in Paris, and the whole of Paris or France, if I put it that way, have been completely in chaos in the last more than 4 days? From Tuesday, a young boy was shot by a police officer in France, and that has created carnage upon carnage. As we speak tonight, 40,000 police are now on the street trying to calm the situation. The French President Macron have returned back swiftly from Brussels to France to deal with the situation. Places have been burned down, even though the Yoruba people did not go in that route after the killing and the removal of innocent Yoruba people from Chief Sunday Igboho's house. Cooks, drivers, people that were just walking there, and those that were sleeping over, they were all dealt with, beaten. Some of them, if this was happening in the United Kingdom, those that have been returned back will still be going through what they call some psychological issue. Some of them are still not very strong, like our sister, because she made that video that gave her more problem. She was the most dealt with. All the women that was removed from the house were dropped in Ekiti. But Lady K, as we call her, was driven with the other men straight to Abuja, where the next 4 months will now be a legal battle between the Yorubas that are agitated and the federal government. Eventually, we were able to take those that were removed from Igboho back from the federal government. It was a battle that history will remember those that fought and those that sacrificed their time and effort for the campaign to make sure that nobody was left behind, even though we know that the federal government intention was to keep Lady K out of every single one of them. She was the last out of the rust that was taken there and Ladele to be returned back from Abuja. She suffered for this video. Her spirit was almost damaged. Physically, she was killed inside, but her body will rise up again after a few more months from returning back from the custody. And today, she's still standing very strong, even in the case of so many antagonism, allegation, a lot of different bastard Yorubas continue to curse her for not understanding that she was the savior of 2021. If not, we would not have been here today to be talking about praise and worship. We will probably be mourning, but we are grateful and we will continue to appreciate Lady K for these 12 minutes, 59 seconds. And likewise, one of our staff that work for Koikimedia that also roll out his bicycle or his motor or his Okada as it's called at that early hours. After Lady K video was trending on the social media, another Koikimedia staff that was living in Ibadan rolled out his Okada at the early hours of about 3 o'clock, wanted to get to Igboho's house. He was shot by the military that already blocked the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway by Guru Maharaji that was very close to Igboho's house. He escaped just at an inch of being killed. And I am grateful that he is also alive to tell the story, because he would not have been alive to witness the wedding that is about to do next week with his girlfriend that they will officially become husband and wife. He would have been a widow. I'm talking about the girlfriend, and that marriage will not have happened next week as they are planning it. I pray for him. I pray for Lady K, and we continue to pray for those that lost their life. Let's go back again and now ask this question. Is it the agenda that everyone have been told, but Nigerians are too gullible? They forgot that we are not one. They realize now, maybe because the election did not favor some and it has actually favored some, but it has always been the agenda of the Fulani to destroy each and every indigenous people. And that was one evidence that destroyed Igboho. And by the time you destroy him, then he will not be able to speak out, just like he has been doing. But somebody also reminded us of something. But Nigerians are too gullible. They are waiting for a miracle that is not going to happen. Who was telling us this? And this was nobody else. Is now late. He died again, as we know. His death will have the hands of the federal government, of the sadist known as Buhari, the former president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And this is late Dr. Malafia Obadia telling every one of us to be very careful of these Fulanis, because the agenda in Nigeria is not a very good one.
Which is it for you, Dr. Obadiah? Do you think the government is unwilling or unable to protect the people of Southern Kaduna?
In fact, it is not only unable, it is unwilling, and we have good reason to feel that they are part and parcel of the killers. Let me make some revelations to you.
That's a very big allegation, Dr. Obadiah. The government is part and parcel of the killers.
Yes.
That's big.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. How would the government just say, oh, it is revenge killing and so on? Then you leave it there. Oh, because it is revenge killing and so on and so forth. The body language of this administration, the body language of the state government shows clearly that they have a hand in the killings. No doubt about it. Because, you see, General Abacha, and people don't give him his due. Do you think you would have tolerated such nonsense? And let me make some revelations, because some of us also have our own intelligence networks.
Okay.
Have met with some of the bandits. We have met with some of their high
They take the advantage is something that was not planned before, but we can hear directly from. I know it's very, very emotional. Emotional. But Emma Bawa saw Bobashi. I will translate to those that are not speaking Yoruba, but I will allow my sister to speak in our beautiful language. And if she decides she wants to mix it, that will be her. This is the one and only, the Moremi of our time, that gave us what we are now presenting to the world. Moki, our Lady K. I won't take much of your time, but I'll just allow you to roll quickly. Whatever you want to say, I won't ask any question. And when you're ready, you just say, I am done, and I'll let you go. No question asked, because you have done more than what I would not have been able to do. Because I wouldn't know, maybe I could do what you have done. Maybe I would have been killed because I would have done something that was a little bit more very, very nasty. But we leave that to Olidumare, that I was not there, but you were on the ground, you witnessed what happened, and I'll let you to go ahead. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ìyá wa Lady K.
Ẹ ṣeun gan ni mo dúpẹ́. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn tó wà lórí ìkànnì ní àṣálẹ́ yìí. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin fáǹsì Koikimedia, mo dẹ̀ kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ kóòtù òjíire. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá, ẹ̀yin màmá káàkiri àgbáláyé. Ẹ ṣeun gan ni, ẹ kú àdúrótì, ẹ kú ìgbìyànjú, ẹ kú kó lè dáa. Mo wá gbàládùúrà nígbà tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bá dé, wọn ò ní fẹ́nikẹ́ni nínú wa ṣe àwátì. Mo dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run, ọba tó ka èmi àti gbogbo yín yẹ. Pàápàá bàbá mi Májàsọ́lá Sunday Ìgbòho, ọba tí ò jẹ́ kí a máa rántí wọn lónìí ní ìrántí ìbànújẹ́, ọba tí ò jẹ́ ká máa sọ wípé akọni ti lọ. Mo dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run lórí ayé Májàsọ́lá, nítorí ọjọ́ ńlá ni ọjọ́ náà. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ṣe ló dàbí àná báyìí, ọjọ́ mélòó gbàgbé, òun ni July 1st jẹ́. Mo wá dúpẹ́ fún ọba Aláwùrà, ọba tó ka gbogbo wa yẹ, ọba tó tún wá ṣe. Ìgbòho ò sí nínú àhámọ́, wọn ò sí nínú àìsàn, wọn ò sí ní ipò ìbànújẹ́. Ibi tí bàbá wa, ibi ayọ̀ ni fún wa. So mo dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run. Mo wá fi àsìkò yìí, mo fi kí gbogbo àwọn sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ìrìn àjò yìí. I've been receiving so many calls since morning. A lot of people have been calling me. Lady K, please, I want to host you tomorrow. Lady K, I want you to come to my platform. Mo kàn ṣáà sọ fún gbogbo wọn ní pé ká ṣì máa wò ó ni, because ọ̀la yẹn ó jẹ́ ọjọ́ tó ní agbára gan. So mo wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹ dìde tán, tí ẹ jẹ́ kí ọjọ́ náà kó wá bẹ̀ kó dẹ̀ lọ bẹ̀. Mo dúpẹ́, ẹ ṣeun gan ni fún ìrántí tí ẹ ń ṣe, fún iṣẹ́ ribiribi tí gbogbo yín ṣe, àti gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ tẹ̀ wá tún kí n ṣe sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ń wò wá nílé, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ parapọ̀, tí ẹ fi ìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan wípé kí ìran Yorùbá kó bọ́ lóko ẹrú. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín náà. Ẹ ṣeun gan ni káàkiri àgbáńláyé. Ní agbára Ọlọ́run, a máa gba ilẹ̀ wa. No retreat, no surrender ni. Bí ìbá ti wù kí ìjọba location 9 kí wọ́n gbógun tó, kí wọ́n ṣe tó, àwa ò ní sinmi, a ní dákẹ́, nítorí pé kí ni, kò sí ìkọlùlé kankan tó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ location 9 mọ́, nítorí wọ́n ti bà ìlú yẹn jẹ́. Ọmọ aládé ni wá, àwa ò jìyà mọ́, a ò lè continue àti máa jẹ ìyà tó jẹ wá ní location 9 ti tó. Òun ló fà á tí a fi gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe kí ni, tá a fi gbọ́dọ̀ mú ọkàn, ká dúró, ká má bẹ̀rù, ká má fòyà, ká jọ pohùn pọ̀, ká jọ fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan, ká mẹ́sọ̀ wípé a gba ilẹ̀ náà. Tí a bá gba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, òun ló lérè púpọ̀ fún wa, òun ló ní ayọ̀ púpọ̀ fún wa, òun ló lè fún wa ní ìfọ̀kànbalẹ̀ tó péye. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ dúró tì wá, Ọlọ́run á gbà fún wa ní kíákíá, nítorí ẹnìkan ò lè dá ṣe. Èèyàn kan kò lè dá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá gbà. Mo dẹ̀ nígbàgbọ́ wípé Ọlọ́run tó pe bàbá Kítóyè tó gbé iṣẹ́ náà lé wọn lọ́wọ́, tó sì pe Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ, kò ní fi wọ́n sílẹ̀. Abániṣe òun lọ́bọ Ọlọ́run, á bá wa ṣe láṣeyè, àṣeyege àgbà ilẹ̀ náà ní kíákíá láìpẹ́. Ẹ ṣeun gan. Mo dánu dúró.
Thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni Yawa. Ó dàbọ̀. So she was not even aware that I was going to call her, but I thought since I can see her on the line, let's just take advantage. And she's always ready. As a media, we are always ready, even at a very, very short notice. Let's go back to the late Dr. Malapia as he was speaking to us.
One or two people have returned. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They're already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They're everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2. The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing prominent people. I can tell you, this is the game plan. By 2022, they want to start a civil war in Nigeria.
Some Nigerians thought 2022 is gone. So that literally means that everything the late Dr. Malafia Obadia may so rest in peace. Every Nigerian thought that since all he said was 2022, that literally means that all the atrocity, all the crimes by the Fulani terrorists being supported by the military that is already compromised. I don't know what the new military architects or security will be doing, but what we were told that the one prior to that is being infiltrated. But as I speak to you today, a month into the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 500 innocent Nigerians have died. But that is not where we're going yet. Let's go back again to what the Moremi of our time was explaining in this 12 minutes, 59 seconds video. Every single bullet, every single sound is not a toy. These were proper RPG, G9, whatever sophisticated weapon that is meant to be used to fight and defend Nigeria was brought into the residence of a civilian just to kill him. Let's hear some of those sound again. I know this could be a little bit touching to some of you, but this is the only way we can present it, especially knowing fully well that we lost 2 innocent people. Those that I met, those that are close allies, friends of Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho. We continue to pray for him. We pray for his mother. We pray for his wives and his children. But he was only fighting, not using a weapon. He was only fighting with his mouth. He was only fighting with his campaign, a campaign that took us all across Yoruba land. But remember that they had to stop him because it was just 72 hours to Lagos State rally. Was there a Yoruba man, politician, groups of politicians, APC, PDP, or others that were thinking that should Igboho get to Lagos State, that would disrupt the 2023 general election, and the go-ahead became something that could not be stopped. But Lady K captured what was happening right inside a chalet where she was sleeping. The riddles of some of this sound that you're going to hear again now.
Ṣé ti rí Nàìjíríà? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bá wa share, ẹ bá wa share, ẹ bá wa share. Mi ní kọ́ọ̀tì broadcast yìí ó dìgbà tí n bá tó get to the root. Wọ́n ní kí n má bọ́ta but kí n gbé lọ sí live. Kí n jẹ́ káwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kí wọ́n mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí kì í ṣe ṣeré-ṣeré o. gbogbo létí bọ́ta wọ́n ti fèsì wọn ò but mi mọ iye àwọn sójà tó jẹ́ o mi mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o àmọ́ wọ́n sọ fún mi wípé àwọn sójà ni wọ́n dẹ̀ ti surround wa so wọ́n release gidi ni tí ò ń ṣe ṣeré ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ jọ ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ pa ti wà under attack nílé Chief Sunday Igboho mi mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o mi mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó mò ń là fún yín o mi mọ báwọn sójà yẹn ṣe pọ̀ tó o ṣé ń gbúrò gan wọ́n yìn gidi ni ṣé ń gbọ́ gidi ni ẹjọ́ bá mi ṣí ẹ gbé lọ YouTube ẹ gbé lọ everywhere kí gbogbo èèyàn tètè mọ̀ àwọn tó sùn kọ́ jí ẹjọ́ ẹ máa bá wa ṣí ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ a ti wà under attack nílé Chief Sunday Igboho. wọn ráyè wọlé o but àwọn warrior náà ti lọ fèsì wọn ta ìwé ìbọn wọn lẹ ń gbọ́ ẹjọ́ ó bẹ́tà àwọn warrior tó bá wà tó sì ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó wá fèsì wọn níta ìta ló wà àwọn tó dé bá dẹ̀ ń bọ̀ kọ́ mọ bó ṣe máa rìn according to nǹkan tó sọ fún mi sìn wọ́n ní wọ́n surround wa bínú jáde ta ló ń pè mí why calling me ẹ pè sórí fífẹ́ WhatsApp ẹ má pè sórí messenger òun ni mò ń lò. ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ké sí gbogbo àwọn warrior wa ó ń pọ̀ kíní tí mo ìgbú ọ̀bọ tí mo gbọ́ ìpọ̀ ó kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀ ó kọjá.
The noise, the sound. Remember, when we look at the time now, it's just about 15 minutes before 10 p.m. So by the time we now calculate 11, 12, 1, 2, in 4 hours, 2 years ago, nobody around the world knew that the devil of the sadist known as the former president Muhammadu Buhari, just as he has done it before, was already given the go-ahead to kill an innocent man, burn down everything found in that premises. That literally means that all these individuals would have been burnt down and it would have been a situation of unknown gunmen. But the video traveled faster than they could stop it. And by the time they realized that there was a video transmission coming up from the property, from the resident house, this is not a military barrack, then they had to tell them to stand down by not completing the rest of the mission. And the rest of the mission was not to destroy as much of what they've done already. Even though they saw Igboho, but till date, nobody understood how he left the same compound. The compound that had about 500 security men and machineries that already surrounded the whole building. But the question has been, are we saying that if the weight of Nigeria is too much, as the new government is projecting it right now, why do we then have to remain in a country that our rights will be trampled on again? This is what the chief of staff to the new government is saying, that the weight of Nigeria. What is he saying? Let's hear this from Femi Gbajabiamila.
The weight of Nigeria is not the weight that any normal, ordinary human being can carry, except with the help of Almighty Allah. It is evident, therefore, that the Almighty Allah is with our president. He is carrying the weight for him. The weight of Nigeria is not the weight that any normal, ordinary human being can carry, except with the help of Almighty Allah. It is evident, therefore, that the Almighty Allah is with our president. He is carrying the weight for him.
If this weight is too much, why then do you want to put the weight and kill innocent man? Because the Fulani thought by taking him out, with the help of some Yoruba politician, then why then are you saying that the weight of Nigeria, once again, we are now 4 hours. By the time it's 12 midnight, we will connect it to what we call praise and worship. And at exactly 2 o'clock, we will have a minute silence for those captured and removed without their consent, innocent civilian, and also the 2 lives that died. So at exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, there will be a 1 minute silence. But from 12 midnight, all we're going to be doing more will be praise and worship in whatever way we can to give glory to our own ways of life, from our own tradition to the Christian, Muslim, to say to Almighty God, Eledumare, for not sleeping, because they say the gods do not sleep. And they were not sleeping 2 years ago. They knew that Igboho's house would be attacked. They knew the timing. They knew how it's going to happen. But they also know that it will be protected. Innocent cats were killed. These are pets around the world. But in Nigeria, they thought that is where the power of Igboho was. So they killed all the animals. The cat that he had in his house, maybe somebody was telling them something, that is where his power is. Kill the cat and it will transform back to a human being. It was a big privilege for me as an individual. Out of millions of Yoruba people around the world, I was privileged to see him the same day that the incident happened, fit and strong, without one single bullet in his body. How much could we be praising God today? How much could we be saying to God that we are grateful? Because as many people thought that maybe he must have carried some wound out of the house. Even those that thought they wanted to pay a price by asking some that Igboho jumped the fence so that maybe they could capture that and then use that to run a traffic on their network. Nobody, as we speak today, know how Igboho left that compound. Igboho answered them right from his balcony close to his bedroom. Riddles of fire traveled through that same direction. But as we speak today, I, Olayomi Koiki, saw him that same day in the evening. And I can confirm Igboho was as strong as we saw him some few days, weeks, months prior to the attack on his life. Once again, we are grateful. But this has not been happening before. Or this has been happening before. It's not the first time. Let's take you back to the atrocities that has happened. The next video I'm about to play, some of you might cry. So I want you to brief up and prepare your mind. This was what Chief Dr. Sunday Igboho was trying to avoid in 2019, 2020, until he was attacked in 2021. The next video, like I said, is a bit touching. It's from the eyewitness, as they will say. This happened again in Yoruba land in 2018. She traveled with her daughter and her husband to Nigeria. But it was a very bad outing. They never experienced this in America where they lived before. But because we know that it is not that the Fulani started the agenda yesterday, this video of 2018 will be about 20 minutes. We will play it all the way through without any interruption. Beef yourself up. Some of you might cry before the end of this video. Once again, this is Koikimedia Live. as we continue to say to Eledumare for protecting Igboho, as we say in the name of Jesus for protecting Igboho, as we say in the name of Muhammadu for protecting Igboho, something protected him that was too powerful for the sadist Fulani that wanted to eliminate him. Let's watch the next video.
The driver felt the wagon's tires rupture and decided to park the car with the hope of changing the tires. It was like a film. In a GC, motley crowd of armed men in military uniform came out of the bush. They fired at the boot of the car. Ahead of us, 5 of them came out of the bush. Another 2 came from the rear. My daughter screamed, "Mommy, Daddy, what's going on?" There was no time to say a word. They marched us through into the bush, firing into the sky. They hit me on my chest, hit my daughter on her head. Blood oozed. At this time, it was better to kill me. I shouted at one of the armed men. His response was hell. He went straight for my private part, tore my dress with his gun. The others ripped my dresses. I was left with my undies. My husband and my daughter started crying. 2 of them dug their teeth into my breasts. While attending a secondary school in Adamawa, I had lived with some Fulani, so I understood a few Fulani words. I started pleading, at least for my daughter. To my shock, at gunpoint, they removed the dress of my little girl. One of them carried her on his head as a baby, on his head as my baby struggled, shouting, "Daddy, Mommy, what's going on? Help me!" I could not help myself. We marched for 9 hours. I was half naked. My daughter was totally naked. Her tears was like a stream of blood on her cheeks. Our phones had been seized. We ended up in an ungoverned region in the thick of the forest. We met a well-organized group. There were some kidnapped victims. I saw 2 women, 2 ladies and 3 men. There were some people with their legs chained to trees. They were as if half dead. We were separated. I was separated from my husband. My daughter was taken away. I only heard her screaming intermittently. I did not know what they were doing to her. These men, now about 2 dozen, had a full kitchen. They had a huge camp and a traditional medical team. How can they say they don't know where these people are? How can they say that? But the camps appeared isolated from each other. We heard noises afar, indicating it might be nuclear settlements of camps. Right in my presence, I saw them pack the remains of a woman. They took her and buried her a few meters away from us. She had tribal marks. I cannot describe the agony of 6 days in captivity in this little piece. I cannot talk about how they asked my husband to choose between myself being raped or his daughter being raped. My husband broke down in uncontrollable tears. One of them hit him saying, "Yoruba bastard, you dey cry, idiot." They now gave him an option that he should be raped by one homosexual among them. My husband, a devout Muslim. My husband is a devout Muslim. He told them that homosexual and rape of any kind was against Islam. They hit him with the butt of AK-47. What do you know about Islam? You can imagine, you are being asked to choose between being raped by a homosexual, your daughter just 9 years old, or your wife being raped. They gave the 4th option. If you fail to choose one, we would rape your daughter, rape you, the man, and rape me, the wife. I made myself the sacrificial lamb. My husband begged. saying they should name any price. One of them asked him to bend down. 3 beastly criminals sat on his back, jumping until he was too weak to stand. I was not allowed to put on any additional clothes. Imagine they rape you all night and they stop you from putting on any clothes for 24 hours. The rain fell once. I became a relic at a sexual museum for the armed men who in turn addressed me and asked questions about my financial standing. New Fulani men joined the camp. They organized military training for the new Fulani men that came, teaching them how to shoot and walk through circles of glowing fire. They were not released until after 6 days. We were not released until after 6 days. We had to walk the same zigzag journey back to the main road, our eyes blindfolded. During the negotiation to pay, they said the money was not for them alone, that they had to settle those who sent them. For me, I see a thriving organized crime supported by powerful political interests. Now, I do not think we were released to freedom after paying a whopping 8 million naira. I do not think we can ever be free. We can never be free from the anguish, the psychological trauma, the nightmares we suffered, the occasional fits of my daughter, her waking up at night behaving strangely, her asking the same question over and over, "Mommy, Mommy, why? Why?" And I do not have an answer. In my life, I have never passed through a torture chamber like this. I do not think any society should let this happen. I do not know the fate of those we met and about 7 other people brought during the 6 days we were in captivity. What I saw was a nation that has collapsed, but pretends she lives. A people on life support. Crime is not restricted to Fulani people alone. We have Yoruba criminals, but I don't think Yoruba criminals are this beastly. These elements are savages. I can't imagine Yoruba thieves going to Sokoto or Maiduguri to kidnap Fulani people and keep them in their own bushes. It gives me mental torture that this is happening, and some people are even trying to justify or look for excuses. Well, as a devout Muslim, myself and my family have taken solace in Allah. Not the Nigerian police, not the army, not the government. We have taken our faith the way it came. This is supposed to be fate. I thank God that we successfully returned to where we live, thousands of miles from Nigeria. We thank God that we have made a vow. Never shall me, any of my children, or husband in our lifetime visit Nigeria again. Our remains, anytime we die, will also not be buried in Nigeria. It was a suggestion my daughter made, which we all adopted. I pity the country. I pity her people who continuously walk like the living dead. I pity those who parade themselves as leaders because they know nothing about what is going on and the abyss the country is sunk already. I pity Yoruba people. Oh, I pity you. I pity my people. For me, the issue is not about President Buhari. Democracy can produce anything, even the worst in the society. What I worry about is the conspiracy of silence by the people themselves. The ignorance, the treachery, and the illusion that one day things will get better through another election. Since I was born in Nigeria, each year had led from bad to worse and on and on. I do not have a solution to what is going on, but I think very soon hell will let loose upon the earth as long as there is no law and order. and anarchy and the rule of brutes in the order of the day. Once again, there can never be anything more comforting than my husband, who saw what I went through, but was able to encourage me, and even encourage me to write this little piece after months of agony and sociological imbalance. Good night, Nigerians.
They drink, they fornicate, they do all the things that all human beings do. So it's not a question of religion. There's no question of anybody being truly a Muslim there. You know, I knew a chief judge who was supposed to be leading Muslim prayers, who anytime he came to me in my official residence, he would put a brandy or whiskey in a mug and be drinking, and they will smoke and all that. So I don't think it's religion. When they started this Sharia, how many of them are obeying the Sharia? How many of them? No, not none of their leaders. So it's not religion per se, but they use religion to deceive people and say Hausas were not Muslims at all. So they say, well, let's give you a superior religion, we'll give you Islam. But that didn't apply to the South, because we've had Muslims in Yoruba land even before 14th century.
So truly, what we are fighting against, or what is going on, is clash of culture.
And civilizations.
And civilizations.
That's right.
Not really the Fulani versus the Igbo, or the Fulani versus the Yoruba.
No.
It's clash of civilizations.
Yes, clash of civilizations and clash of cultures. Yes, you're right.
That means we have not really integrated as a people.
Never. We have never been.
So the word the Nigerian people is a fallacy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Because, again, in those days, you would say there have always been Igbo markets, Hausa markets in Enugu. There have always been Sabos in Shagamu. But those Sabos were occupied by Hausas. Hausas are peaceful people. We traded in Kola North. We did even the few Fulanis that came with them at that time, when you had a Sabo in Shagamu or in Ibadan here, they would still look for one Fulani man and make him their Seriki.
How did the Hausa accept
they were subdued. They were subdued.
Despite their large numbers.
Yes, they were subdued. Of course, they killed, they ruined, they extirpated their 7 kingdoms. They killed their 7 rulers and took over under the guise of religion. Another thing they used the word corruption. Oh, your people are corrupt. We are saints. Your people are corrupt. They've always used the word corruption to deceive people.
But the jihad is over. How come the Hausa man is yet to claim that Hausaness again?
It's just now that the efforts we are making in the South have begun to yield fruits. You will be surprised to hear that now in Hausa land, we now have Hausa Christians. Never had that before. Never. You now have Middle Belt Forum that are saying we are not Northerners, we are Middle Belters. We are not Northerners. Don't call us Northerners. Now when you see a Jukum man or you see a Lantan man and you say you are Hausa or you are Fulani, he will be angry. He may even draw his dagger. Don't call me Fulani. I'm not Fulani. I'm not Hausa. What we did not know until recently is that when you call a Fulani man Hausa, he will be angry. He will say Banzani. Because he knows that I'm superior to Hausa. Can you say I'm Hausa? But before now, before Buhari came to establish his suzerainty over Nigeria, we all lumped all of them together. We're Northerners. And like I wrote some 4 years ago, there's no North. There's no North that we used to know. The North is dead. There's nothing called North anymore.
So there's a Fulani now standing on his own.
It's standing on his own. There's no more North. If they try any war today, oh God of mercy. The kind of cohesion you had in the army, the military in 1966, will never happen again in this country, if there is a country at all. You will not find a Hausa soldier now, an Igbo soldier going to Enugu to kill a fellow Igbo. You will not even find an Igbo soldier coming to Ibadan to kill a Yoruba man, or a Yoruba soldier going to Enugu to kill an Igbo man. It will not happen again. So the Lantan people, the Benue people will never ever allow themselves to be used by any Fulani mischief maker.
So if I'm getting you right, your argument is that the Fulani hegemony has been broken.
Dead.
If the Fulani hegemony has been broken,
yes,
does it mean that the social structure of Nigeria is about to witness a very hard hit that will lead to a new Nigeria.
Yes, for those who I agree with you to the extent of the fact that there are still some people who want a Nigeria, a group that I don't belong to. But for such people, yes, with the weakening of Fulani hegemony, there could be a Nigeria that will integrate the Soba Fulanis, the town Fulanis, and still reconstruct, rebuild, and then have a Nigeria that should be. But I, as a person, as Tola Deni, believe that it will take probably 1,000 years to change the mindset of a Fulani person whose philosophy is kill, maim, rape, send away people from their land and let me occupy it.
That is the bush Fulani.
It is the bush Fulani.
Not the town Fulani.
Not the town Fulani.
And the town Fulani is more in number.
No! The town Fulani is less than 1%.
How did you get that figure?
Oh, go and find out. Let them allow a sense. What are the town Fulani? They're very few. The ones who have in Abuja. Or the few that dot spaces in Sokoto. I'm sure that you know that Sokoto, as we speak, is not a Fulani town.
Is it not?
No, that's a mistake we make. Zamfara is not a Fulani town. There are more houses in Zamfara than Fulani. There are more houses in Kano than Fulani.
But the Fulani govern.
They are a town. They are in charge.
Yes, so it's their town.
Yes. By subterfuge, by cunning, by crookedness, by all sorts of gimmickry.
Or by integration.
Not integration, by intimidation. And I said they are politically savvy. What they did to the rest of Nigeria, when they realized that the Fulani in the military, they could no longer use the military to retain power indefinitely. Since they've had power, they had access to the treasury, they say, oh yes, Edmond is from the east, or wherever, brilliant man. He may likely oppose us and contest with us and rival us. Let's make him an ambassador. Let's give him an oil block. Let's make him a billionaire. We padlock his mouth. Let's get an Abiola. Make him a billionaire. Let's get this. Let's get that. And make them big. They will never be able to look us in the face. Then we can continue. Looting the treasury. We can continue. And once when we are in control of the treasury, we are in control of everywhere. So we can hire thugs. We can do whatever we would like. And that is why they introduced what I call plutocracy into Nigerian political etymology. Plutocracy.
Meaning?
Plutocracy is the government of the rich.
Yeah.
Oligarchy is the government of the muscle men.
And that is our headline. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to bring in some people in. There's a request on the Twitter space, so we're going to allow those requests, to come through, and then we open the phone line as well. But let's see. Let's go to the first person that have made a request. Once again, we are still live as we are now calmed down. What literally This is just about 10 minutes, 15 minutes past 10. So within the next 4 hours, like I said, at 12 o'clock, we might be having, praise and worship, where we're going to be, looking at the celebration of lives. And likewise, at about exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, we will be having a 1 minute, saying to those that died. We're talking about Igboho, and we're also, we're talking about Alhaji Fatai and also Alhaji Adisa that died in that particular incident. So 1 minute silent, we're going to be doing that. So let's go straight and see, we have a speaker already on our Twitter space. And I say, good evening. If you can hear me, go ahead and let's hear from you on the live transmission. And those of you on the Twitter, if you want to also speak, I will allow you to come through, and then we're going to be taking calls as well. Once again, this is still the conversation regarding the ongoing 2 years anniversary of the attack on the house of Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho that led to 2 people dying and so many people were taken away. Hello, if you can hear me on the Twitter space. Okay, I'm not sure if the person is still with us. So we will just move on swiftly. Thank you so much, Maz B. Thank you so much, Mr. Adeshola Debayo, Babatunde, Waris Jinadu, Peace Ola, Sonke, and the rest of you as well. As we say, there is as we always remind ourselves that what happened on the 1st, it will take years and years to be able to, bring it back to our understanding. It is very easy for those of us that were not in the building on that fateful night. Those that were in that particular building are still asking, what could have gone wrong? What could have been the reason to this firepower? Hello? Hello? All right. Let's move swiftly. The question has always been, if this has gone ahead as the federal government planned it, do you think that the federal government will come back out the next day and say, we actually went to Igboho's residence? Do you think that the federal government would have put their hands up and say, yes, we went there and we managed to take him out, burned the house, killed everyone in the property? Do you think so? Do you think that the federal government of Nigeria, thank you so much, those of you on the MixLR, on the Instagram, and those of you that are listening to us, do you think that the federal government of Nigeria would have been able to do so? Let me bring in, one of my co-hosts, and also one of our Koikimedia team to also come into the conversation. And let's say, Afolabi, join us and let's, hear from you. The line is open for those of you that would like to call in as well. And Emma, look back. If you want to speak the Yoruba, there's no problem. Nobody's restricting anybody to English. It's just that I had a reason why we wanted to document part of this program in English as well. We've done almost 6 hours of the Yoruba part, and it will be important that the future generation that Chief Dr. Sunday Igboho is fighting for. A lot of our children knows him, but they can't speak as much to understand what has happened. And we hope that some of them will also reflect back one day when they come across such a video like this. This video I know is currently now 10 hours, but I'm sure it will be very easy for professional to slice it to 50 minutes or 30 minutes, and be rest assured that at some point, some of our children, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, they will watch this video and they'll be grateful that a man stood out among so many other men that were hiding inside their wife's kitchen while Igboho was out there saying to the federal government, without any being violent, that we would be giving opportunity to our say to be heard. But that say was the reason why they wanted to kill him. But today, 2 years down the line, Igboho survived it. Two of his very close family and friends did not. But that has not stopped him from still saying that his right to self-determination will be respected. And that right is the same right that so many other countries around the world is also asking. So whatever the right that Igboho is still asking under the self-determination right is the same thing that this country is also asking. By the time we come back, we'll continue with the program again.
Other countries were refused at first, but we have to remember, and this is a really important point, that self-determination is an inalienable international right and a law as well. And other countries will recognise Scotland's democratic choice expressed at the ballot box. They will recognise that because that is the route that many other countries have taken in order to become independent. And just to make that point, that international law is very pragmatic on that point. So we should have...
International law is very pragmatic about it. So whatever Igboho was doing was not even outside the fraudulent military dictat 1999 constitution. Neither was it doing anything outside international law. But because Nigeria is a lawless country, it's a country that doesn't respect rule of law, and that was the reason why the kidnap of Nnamdi Kanu could happen. The missing of so many innocent Nigerians like that. Yati, nobody knows where that Yati is for the last 3 years. Dead or alive, we don't know. So many innocent Nigerians are all over different prisons around the world. But as we speak today, they are still not being given access to freedom of choice to decide whether even they want to be, not just, some still want to be Nigerians, but they are being molested as well. I was watching a video, this afternoon where a police vehicle was actually driving against innocent Nigerians. But remember that whatever you are witnessing, like I told you in the afternoon, when it comes to, I'm going to come to you now, Falabi, so prepare yourself. When it comes to the death of this 17 years old young boy in France, see the kind of, the kind of reaction that is currently taking place inside Paris. Not just Paris, there's about different 4 areas that there's been unrest. Even as we speak right now, France is still unrest. And that is because one person was killed. So the question is, would the federal government, that is a question I'm putting out to those of you that are listening, would the federal government have said, yes, we attacked Igboho's house? Or do you think the federal government would have just said, nah, it was just the unknown gunmen? And they could easily even put it to the Biafra and say that they are, they actually attacked Igboho's house. Because we know that all the unknown gunmen that is happening has got the military involved. Do you think the question, Timon Berry Lale, ǹjẹ́ federal government máa káwọ́ sókè láti sọ pé yes, a mọ̀ nípa ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ on the 1st of July. That is if we did not have that recording of Lady K. Because that recording was a clear evidence. They could have killed all those in the house, and everyone would just be asking, who have done this? So this is still the 24 hours of the broadcast that we started at about 12 o'clock in the afternoon, just after the Star Radio UK, as we continue to say our love for Igboho would not change. We will continue to give him the support. We will continue to pray for him and his family for the sacrifice that he has done. This sacrifice is just too much. But yet, he has abandoned his wealth, abandoned his own business, abandoned almost everything just because he wants us to have a better life. His children are not in Nigeria. So it's going to be very hard for the Fulani to attack his children. Yet, he's putting himself out to say that the Yorubas have been literally marginalized. So once again, as we say, the Yorubas will continue to demand our right to self-determination. Self-determination is not a crime, and there's nothing that indicates it is also a crime. So let us come to some of our speakers that we already have on the Twitter space, and let's now say it seems we're having difficult with one of our speakers. Go ahead if you can hear me now. Sometimes technology could be a little bit tricky. Not sure whether Ayodele can hear me. Afolabi rather. Okay, it seems that Afolabi might be having difficult to join us presently. But also, maybe for 40 minutes, we might, at about 12 o'clock, we would have a 40-minute section where we will produce a Zoom link where you'll be able to join in. And that way we could have every one of us locked into that Zoom. So the link will be put into the current streaming that we are on. And that will be at 12 o'clock. The Zoom link will be open only for 40 minutes. And that way we can do what we call, the praise, so that it will not just be myself. Then at about 2 o'clock, again, after the 40 minutes, we will go back again and remember those that were killed on the 1st of July 2021. But at exactly 2 o'clock, we will do a 1-minute silence as we remember those that were killed, and likewise those that are still going through a kind of pain. As you can hear from Lady K earlier, it's not very easy, when you remember the torture that they've gone through, not only in the house, they were beaten mercilessly, they were, they were abused, their rights were removed from them. Even as a criminal in Europe, you are still given the right. The officer do not have the right, to maltreat you. So the pain would always be something that will go with them, for a very, very long time. So it might be easy for me and you to not understand, but those that were affected, we know some of them are literally, out of the Yoruba nation, but notwithstanding, they've gone through a pain, and that pain is something that we must say it is not easy. So once again, good evening and welcome. So while we are preparing all that, let me now also, bring in another, one video. And this was what the President of the United States of America stated during the United Nations, I think it was the 89th General Assembly last year. This is what he had to say. But this is not what Nigeria is doing, because Nigeria is not respecting nobody. Whether you are from the north, whether you are from the south, whether you are from the southeast, Nigeria is just a crime scene. even though America is not literally saying anything. But each time you hear somebody like the president speaking at this kind of podium, the question is, why are they not doing much to so many crimes against humanity in Nigeria? Let's listen to Joe Biden.
Perhaps singular among this body's achievements stands the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the standard by which our forebears challenged us to measure ourselves. They made clear in 1948, human rights are the basis for all that we seek to achieve. And yet today in 2022, fundamental freedoms are at risk in every part of our world, from the violations in Xinjiang, detailed recent reports by the Office of UN High Commissioner, to the horrible abuses against pro-democracy activists and ethnic minorities by the military regime in Burma, to the increased repression of women and girls by the Taliban in Afghanistan. And today, we stand with the brave citizens and the brave women of Iran who right now are demonstrating to secure their basic rights. But here's what I know. The future will be won by those countries that unleash the full potential of their populations, where women and girls can exercise equal rights, including basic reproductive rights, and contribute fully to building a stronger economies and more resilient societies, where religious and ethnic minorities can live their lives without harassment and contribute to the fabric of their communities, where the LGBTQ plus individuals live and love freely without being targeted with violence, where citizens can question and criticize their leaders.
Did you hear that citizens can question and criticize their leader? That citizens can question and criticize their leader. But this is a rhetoric that it's easy to be said, but they do not question when those citizens, like we saw during the NSAS, were asking their leaders, questioning them, just as Igboho was questioning them, but rather Igboho was about to be assassinated and killed by the same government. Let's finish this up in just 16 seconds.
Without fear of reprisal. The United States will always promote human rights.
We hope that the human right that the United States is promoting will also get to Nigeria and not just Iran, not just to North Koreans, not just to Russia or those in Ukraine, where we know that the American government have literally supported the Ukrainians to their right that believe that the Russia is trampling. So you can see that the world is really, not fair when it comes to some part of the globe as against some others like Nigeria, where America shy away from speaking very hard on the current or the previous government. But we hope that America will remember that the same blood that strikes on the other innocent Americans is the same blood that flows right inside the other continent known as Nigeria, where the right of these two individuals now is not being allowed to be buried. The question is it possible that two Americans will be killed and yet their bodies will not be allowed to be given the final right? This is still Koikimedia as we continue to discuss the July 24th. So the phone line is open, as I said, if you want to also have your own say into the conversation. Let's see if we can bring you something in again as we continue to look at back to some of the activities, some of the event that is happening. As we always say, we must not ever be intimidated, by any of the government, whether it's the previous government, whether it's the new government, nobody will be intimidating us as against our right. Our right to be respected, whether the government agree with us or the government disagree with us. That is not our own problem. That is the problem of the government, because as a government, you have the right to listen to us, because we are the one that is asking that things have not been going in accordance as we would have loved to. So I'm just going to give us, something to, to cushion the situation down. I want to take us to where Igboho, during the Osun State Yoruba Nation Mega Rally, addressing, the Yorubas. That will be the next video that we are preparing for you. Once again, we are still just now about 3 hours before 2 o'clock when Igboho's house was attacked by the federal government of Nigeria, the sadist, the former president Muhammadu Buhari. So what you're about to watch now is the arrival, and I believe, can you hear me, Afolabi?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, seems that you were having a bit of a technical. So let's come to you first. I know tomorrow, as many Nigerians might not even know that such an incident happened, because Nigeria has too many pressure. There's fuel scarcity. Electricity tariff is going up tomorrow. It's 700 naira per liter. As I speak to you today, it is about 1,000 naira to a pound. So thinking about the Igboho remembrance of 2 years might not be in the mind of especially the Yorubas, not literally the other ethnic groups, because it has nothing to do with them. What is your own take when it comes to tomorrow in Nigeria, especially what happened in Ibadan? Do you think that the Yorubas, especially maybe even Ibadan, will remember that something happened at Igboho's house, or do you think that they've probably just forgotten about it because of so many other problems that Nigerians or the Yorubas are facing within the Yoruba state?
All right. Good evening to all our listeners. Thank you very much for the questions. As you can see, not really that people forget about what happened our father's house, which is Chief Dr. Sunday. So it happened 2 years ago. We the Yorubas, we the youth, not that we really forgot, people that really forgot what really happened. The incident that happened that very day, it's caused a lot of tension. Why the reason for the Nigerian soldier went to our father's house and invaded the house. Two people were killed at the house. And celebrating tomorrow, a lot of groups have been prepared to celebrate our father. There's a lot of a kind of joy in so many groups. I'm talking about Yoruba and that's only a lot of people have been prepared to celebrate tomorrow. They are prepared to see what they can do to honor our father tomorrow. As you said, sir, what happened at that day, which is a lot of tension. So we Yorubas, it's just that people don't understand what they call self-determination. How to like our people and how to enlighten our people. Chief Sunday Igboho is fighting for we Yorubas. He's fighting for the cause of the liberation of the Yorubas from the captive of the Fulani. For us to enjoy what our forefathers have never enjoyed before. For what's been happened, a lot of kidnappers here and there. We, in our own generation, what can we do for our children? Is it the way our fathers were living before? Is that the same way we want to embark on as well? This is what makes to fight, to standardize a lot of this killing of Fulani people enough of this hunger, enough of this. That's why we Yorubas, we have our resources that we can enjoy forever. So that's why this man stood up to fight for our cause, to fight for the right, fight for the freedom of being Yorubas. So tomorrow is going to be a lovely. Tomorrow is going to be a lovely section. It's going to be a kind of joy in our hearts by celebrating our Father tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be a great day. People have been preparing, have been talking about it. How can we go about it tomorrow? What should we do tomorrow? We are waiting tomorrow. So we can really celebrate our Father. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And that is one of the Koikimedia team on the ground that will also be monitoring, and a lot of our team will be out tomorrow to ask questions surrounding this event. If you also want to speak and you're on the Zoom link, I said the Zoom link. The Zoom link is just being prepared. That will be ignited from 11:30, and that is just 40-minute section where we would have people just come in and just say one or two things as well, and then that will close. Then we would now start the countdown to 2 a.m. So if you're also on the Twitter space, and this is an opportunity for you also to join. We still have the Twitter space running parallel to all other platforms as well. Once again, my name is Alami Koiki. And as we remember the two dead bodies, I'll be sharing the link out to the Zoom that we have just ignited out, or initiated, not ignited, initiated. So let's go back again to one of our analysts, and also, the Koikimedia backend team as well, and also one man that visited that same house, I believe, during the Easter period. He spent 3 nights with us, and that is no one else but Bishop Additional. Hello, good evening and welcome, Bishop. Ekabo Soreto, and let's hear from you.
Yeah, Echo Shesa. God bless you.
Amen.
Nǹkan tí èmi kàn fẹ́ sọ ni àwọn ọ̀dọ́ ní ọ̀la yẹn, they should not see that day, starting from 12 p.m. tonight, they should not see that day as a day to be asking rhetoric questions, asking of what you're supposed to answer yourself. Àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa supposed to be innovative and not complacent. Àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa ó yẹ kí wọ́n máa gbé ohun ṣe. Mo rí analysis tẹ́ list láàárọ̀ nígbà tẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá pure water, Yorùbá food packing, Yorùbá kínní. Kò sí nǹkan tó cost àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wọ̀nyẹn. Tán ni wọn níṣẹ́, tán ni wọn ní kán tiẹ̀ lọ ra gàárì. Kán lọ print nylon, àpò nylon, kọ́kọ́ Yorùbá nation gàárì sí lára, kán dẹ̀ máa rí páàkì ẹ̀. They are creating business for themselves. If to produce to have a pure water factory will be too much. Our last Yoruba nation ruba currency. I'm looking at Ola when if I will have access to call Chief Direct, and his account will be created and something will be created with deposit there for him. That man will be happy. Even bàbá ìgbà Yorùbá nation wípé àwọn nǹkan tó jọ mọ́ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá kan ti ready, he will be happy. His labor will not be in vain. He will be excited. The specimen of those currencies is with him. Because when we went to we get to him, he was so excited. He was moved when he looked at me and he said, "I remember you were in my house before. Money chief ever worry." And as of gbogbo táwọn ọmọ Yorùbá mìíràn bá máa sọ, ẹ gbà pé àwọn ò ní yè, wọn ò ní yè. But nǹkan ẹ fọwọ́ wọnú. So it's not tomorrow that somebody will now be coming and saying, ìgbà wo gan la máa gbà á, kí ló dé tí ò ì wálé, àdúrà wa ni kó wálé, àdúrà wa ni you don't questions like that will make me to say some aggressive words. We don't need that. You go and look for what you can do and put Yoruba on it. That's it. Let them know Yoruba as a nation exists. But because whoever says he's Olori Egbe or anything that may want to, nobody appoint them as a Yoruba political. They don't. So do what you think you can do for Yoruba within the land. That's what I want to see tomorrow. So his labor is not in vain. At least it has given birth to something. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and that's Bishop right there. We are now countdown. In 1 hour, we will open that Zoom link. It will probably be even close to midnight. So that we see how it goes. But it's just only going to be for 40 minutes because we don't want the Zoom to run for more than 40 minutes. So it's only going to be for 40 minutes. If you're going to be joining, the link is already out there. The Koikimedia team will be putting the link as well on the Facebook because I can do so because I've been restricted from doing so. Tomorrow is a very, very important day as we continue to remind Eyomo Yoruba and those that are non-Yoruba that, there's a great man out there. There are so many great men that are out there. One of them is also, Nnamdi Kanu. One of them is Sowore. We might not be on the same path, but he's out there fighting for something. But as many Nigerians do not believe in his vision, and that literally means that, his revolution that he's asking for might not happen anytime soon. So, but the question is, the great men always face different difficulties, which Igboho is facing because the government want to take him out. And by taking him out means that, they will slow down, the agenda that Igboho believe that being part of this country where our right has been trampled on, it is no longer called a country. But we will remind as many Yoruba people that we should stand together, firm, just as we saw what is happening. And I'm going to now remind you again, we played out. It's just a reflection, some of what is happening in Paris. We do not condone crime here or any violence. But one thing we got to remember is those that came out in Paris came out for one reason alone, because they are already being marginalized, not because somebody was killed. Some of the youth that were being interviewed in France said that, look, we have been abandoned in this, part of the globe. It seems that the government doesn't even know that we are there. And this is where I'm going to now show you those videos again. And exactly 2 o'clock, like I say, we'll have the 1 minute silence. And that means that, we will then, wind the program down as we're going to be doing. But the most important thing is we'll be here till 2 o'clock, like we promised, where we say the movement of the Yoruba nation has not stopped. For those that keep asking whether there is no longer Yoruba nation because there's a Yoruba president, it has nothing to do with us. He's running his own affairs while we are still also demanding the right, just as the Scottish are demanding their right, just as the British were given the right to have, the exit out of what is called the European Union. So let me show you some of what has happened, in Paris when it comes to, the attack by the killing of these young, I believe it's in Morocco / Algeria. So let's go to France and see some of what is happening. So right now, this is 5 minutes ago, according to the War Monitor. And again, you can see that, France, Lyon is still in danger as more people are still coming out. even with the 40,000, even with 40,000 officers, that has not literally stopped anything. This is 29 minutes ago. More looting in France, as you can see there. There's more looting going on. And this is all because a young boy was killed. Identity of an undercover police was compromised. As you can see there, this is an undercover police, and is being dealt with by those that manage to find him. And this is what normally happens anywhere around the world. You might think that every one of you are protesting together, but trust me, you already have as many undercover in there, just as our movement was infiltrated as well. Rioters attacking a man in Bordeaux, as you can see there. They still, all these are just today. You can see Lyon, there's a lot of fire going on here as well. Let's watch this video. With the 40,000 police officers, they are still not able to control the situation in Lyon. And as you can see there, a lot of burnings of fires. And it's all got to do with the young boy. Let me see if I can find, I think there's a video of how the boy was shot. Again, 1 hour ago, just in that a police ammunition and weapons depot on Rio Depon has been looted. A lot of guns were reported stored in the depot. That means that there's going to be more firepower between the citizen and the government security. If they've been able to loot where they have handguns in a depot, you can as well think of what could going to happen there. Rioters tried to loot a jewelry store in Marseille. As you can see there, they're trying to break in. These are tensions that have been there before. This is Marseille. As you can see there, live images coming from Marseille. Why has this got to do with anything with what is happening in Nigeria? It's again the same issue. Nigerians are already going through a lot of depression. There's a lot of pressure. And by the time it bursts, I don't think the world will be able to contain it. If this is happening in Europe, because France is Europe, is a G7 country, they have water, they have electricity, they have security, but they are also being marginalized. There's a lot of marginalization going on there. As you can see there, a lot of vehicles have been burnt down. Burning cars and looting are now setting in France. There will be, there's been a curfew, but nobody's listening to the curfew. It seems that every night everybody comes out, and as you can see there, all these are live feed from France. Once again, for those of you that would like to continue to watch this kind of live transmission when it's long, we encourage you to join us on our Mix LR. Thank you so much. Comrade Prambi say, solidarity forever. He also went on to say, majority of the Yorubas are docile. They will practically do nothing. He went on to say, may the soul of those that died so far, in the struggle continue to rest as well. Bear with us, not sure where the call is coming through from here. Sorry, bear with me 1 minute. Yeah, I am, yes, I am, yeah. I'll call back Mashitan. All right, thanks. So, as we say, thank you so much once again. Okay, thank you so much to those that is also supporting, the couple in town, the new couple in town. Remember that we told you about one of our Koikimedia staff that came out in the early hours of July 1st. After Lady K video came out, he then drove his motorbike straight into the, the ongoing security attack on Igboho's house, and eventually he was almost killed by gunshot fired straight to him, but he was able to survive it without any injury. He continued rolling the footage, and he gave us the first footage. And let's see if we can go back. Let's leave France alone. I just wanted to show you some of the atrocity, starting to go down in Neptunes. There's still a lot of burnings, and let's see what Ifa Funsho is saying here. Total anarchy in France at the moment. The situation is worse. Chaos broke in France. Police stations are being burned, schools destroyed, looting shops everywhere is on fire. Irony is no US cable is showing it. Their focus is what is going on in Russia and Ukraine. That is the kind of war that we are living today. And as you can see there, somebody say, what the F is going on in France right now? We just hope that lot of damages, but it seems that the big social media network are not really picking it up. This is an iPhone store. It's been completely looted. A wave of robberies is spreading across France. Users on the social network are posting footage of looted store across France. The protest is turning into riot, and the participants express their revolt by breaking shop windows and stealing goods from the shops and the shopping center. The video shows a large Apple store in Strasbourg. Let's watch this. So this is an iPhone store, has been completely looted. So the shopping mall has now turned into a looting spree. And this is meant to be Europe in 21st century. Police reinforcement is also being taken out as more military are coming out. The police on duty at the Stade de France and announced to the audience that Mayan Farmer concert has been cancelled. The French government has decided to cancel all public events as well. It's a very serious situation, and this has got to do because one person was killed. So you can see that, around the world, they do not take things slightly. Mokiele Konsi, Ijaya, good evening to everyone that have joined us. We are now almost 11 o'clock p.m. as we are countdown now to the fateful early hours when Chief Sunday Igboho's house was attacked. So let me go back to the Koikimedia team video of the night. Let's go back to the video. Just a reminder of what transpired as one of our team came out at the early hours of the morning, showing us exactly what was happening. Let's see, and this is the video. So for those of you that are not Yoruba speaking, this video was recorded, in both Yoruba and English, but it's a bit dark if you're watching it. For those that are watching, those that are listening, I'm just giving you the background of the video. This video was recorded just after about before 3 a.m. on the 1st of July. This is the first live footage by a media on the ground, which is the Koikimedia team, that was beaming live after the 12 minutes from the Lady K. That was the next video that everybody relied on until early hours of the morning when the other mainstream media, came to Igboho's house. So let's watch a little bit from this particular video.
Never mọ kíní ìyànà lé ọ̀dọ̀ bàbá lílé. Ẹ ń wò lọ́ọ̀kan ìyànà ilé bàbá lílé. àráyè dé gbogbo bílẹ̀ ẹ̀dá because àwọn soldiers tó wà ní oríta sókà Koikimedia bring the work closer to your doorstep. A fẹ́ wo bí a máa lè ráyè dé ọ̀dọ̀ bàbá ká mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ńbẹ̀. Koikimedia bring the work closer to your doorstep. I don't know who are they. So àwọn kan ló tanná lọ́ọ̀kan yẹn I don't know who are they kó ló jẹ́ kí n padà so èyí tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nìyẹn o.
So this is the first live broadcast that was coming out, on that fateful night from the Koikimedia team that was operating that night.
Situation report ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ilé bàbá wa olóyè Sunday Igboho ṣe máa bá wa ká lọ bá ṣe lọ à ń gbé oríta junction ìlànà ilé bàbá làwà yìí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá mọ ilé bàbá dáadáa wà ní pé oríta yẹn làwà. Bó ṣe ń lọ lórí náà.
So for those that are watching, you can see that he's on his bike, trying his best to control, the camera with one hand, and likewise, monitoring, the situation as well. I guess, like I said, this was a very, very difficult day for ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn. It was a very, very difficult night as well, but we are grateful that even though it would have been nice if nobody died, but bọ́lọ̀ ń ṣe kọ́ pé àwọn méjì kan máa kú.
Ibi oríta sókà yẹn bí àwọn hold up yẹn ti fà and again kí n lè fi ibi táwọn sójà yẹn dúró sí kí n fi ràn yín ẹ̀yin tó bá wo live tí mo ṣe nígbà yẹn ẹ máa rí pé àwọn mọ́tò tó wà ń bẹ̀ nígbà yẹn.
So I want to see if I can get the other first live video that we did on that day. If we can find that, I will try. So
ẹ fojú ọ̀nà yẹn gan ṣì tún bízì ẹ ti fojú ọ̀nà yẹn gan ṣì tún bízì èyí tẹ bá ń wò wá máa fojú ọ̀nà yẹn gan ṣì tún bízì.
Okay, I think I found the first video that he produced before the second video. That this was now the one we just played now is the second video that lasted about 54 minutes. But this one lasted for about 10 minutes. Let's watch it from the beginning.
Koikimedia bring the work closer to your doorstep. ní lóye Sunday Igboho a gbọ́ pé àwọn atiláwí wọ́n àtàkì ilé ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí bọ́ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ rí nǹkan tó ń lọ ní àti ẹ̀yìn láti ẹnu géètì láti ẹnu junction tó kà torí èmi náà lè dúró ní sáàdì bẹ̀rẹ̀ àmọ́ bí tí wọ́n sá pamọ́ sí tó máa fún bring fídíò yìí kọjá ní oríta junction tó kà yẹn gangan so ẹ máa rí gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní around ibẹ̀ mo rí pé káà mẹ́ta kan páàkì sí oríta yẹn bọ̀ àmọ́ kan tí káà mẹ́ta yẹn ń ṣe ń bẹ̀ àwọn káà mẹ́ta kan wà ń bẹ̀ àmọ́ iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ń ṣe ń bẹ̀ tó ní sáìdì bẹ̀ ni ó ní ìyàwó lọ́lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìjọba fún because àmọ́ tó ń wò mí tó máa kàn drive kọjá bẹ̀ tó ẹ̀yìn warriors lè bá wà láti ìta lè bá fẹ́ wọlé ẹjọ́ ẹ̀ tètè wọ́n lè assist olóyè Sunday Igboho àtàwọn bọ́ìsì tó wà ní gbogbo rẹ̀. Koikimedia bringing the work closer to your doorstep.
So let me just explain. This was the first video that he produced, which is just 10 minutes before the next video that gave us a full length into Igboho's house at the early hours of the morning. The incident that happened in Igboho's house lasted for more than almost 5 hours. They were there for up to 5 hours. So nobody could actually get to the building because of the total number of the military and the security and the machineries that were there. So let's watch this video. I'm going to allow this video to roll through. Like I said, it's speaking in Yoruba and likewise a bit of English. So we have the next 9 minutes. Like I said, at about 11:30, we will open. Thank you so much, Ashati Sheikh, Yawa Nikki, and the rest of you that are still with us. It's a very, very important night. We have decided to sacrifice today. We are still alive. 2 people died. They are no longer with us. In the last 2 years, they're gone. So even if it's painful sitting down, it's painful watching this, it's painful listening to the last hour, let us just appreciate that we are only doing this. It's only once a year. So I understand it's been almost literally almost 11 hours we've been on live now, apart from the Facebook that shut down after 7 hours and the Instagram every 4 hours. The YouTube is still running in the last 11 hours so far. We started the broadcast at about 12 p.m. local time today, which is still the 30th. So we are going into the July 1st. And when we get to exactly 12 midnight, I will be making that announcement that we are now on the 1st of July, when we will then start, what we can call a bit of praise and worship, just to say, Adukwe for long. So the link is already on the YouTube. I'm going to try and pin it down. I think it's been pinned down, if otherwise, but like I said, if you also want it, it's on my status. And likewise, let's go back and watch the rest of the video. This was the first video after Lady K. Nobody heard from Lady K anymore. Let me explain, this to us, because a lot of people might not really understand, Kilo Shele enjoying. Lady K gave us the first 13-minute video, precisely. So that means automatically everybody knew something was going on at Dr. Lois Sunday Igboho house or residence. Lady K also confirmed during that live transmission, I think somebody was asking her, maybe in the comment section, that is Chief at home? And she answered yes. That then gave the panic, because Chief with the amount of the gun that we were hearing, maybe I should remind you, some of those bullet radio that was coming through from Lady K, so that you have an idea. Then that led to the Koikimedia team quickly, with his own initiative. I was not even aware at this split seconds. It was after some few more minutes that I got the intel that Igbo's house was under attack, and I will show you when I came live. But before I came live, the Koikimedia team was already live. So this is what Lady K was telling us as at the time. Let's watch that again. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to fast forward a little bit.
this to two.
So you get it there. So it's exactly to 2 that Lady K was already live. So if we go back, because all this, we're still going to do a proper documentary on it, even if the government of Buhari has gone, even if Buhari died, we will still make sure, his soul will pay for this atrocity. So by the time we look at the timing of all this happening, Lady K gave us a clue of what the time is. Let's go back and listen to Lady K there.
Ẹjọ́ ẹ máa bá mi ṣí ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ bá mi pariwo fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ káàró òjìire àwọn Nigerian military wọ́n ti wá àtàkì wá ẹjọ́.
Those of you on the mixed LR, it seems that we have exhausted all my 12 hours. Wow. Okay. It says I've got 40. We have almost exhausted. So you might be disconnected for some time until it roll over again, because I only have 12 hours on the MixLR and we've been running it from 12. I think, yeah, we didn't even run it from 12. Remember, we did a Star Radio with you. So we've done the 12 hours already. We did 1 hour on the Star Radio and we're already doing about 11 hours. So the MixLR might be disconnected. So you might have to join us on the other platform. Yeah. So I have to, you have used all your all your time for these 24 hours. Your full 12 hours daily time will be reset in 11 hours, 19 minutes. You can get more time. Well, we can't get any more time. So we're done already. And this is what we say with the media. You need to continue to support that media so that we can do more. A lot of you seems not to get the message. There's no point if I'm going to be doing 24 hours and we don't have the fund to do so. So let me just, take a screenshot so that some of you get the message when we say that, keep supporting us. We would have loved to be doing 24 hours, but we can't because, to do 24 hours, you should be able to guarantee that you'll be able to pay every month. And if I cannot pay it every month, that means I will not guarantee to put myself. So we've lost our broadcast on the MixLR because we have exhausted the. Okay, I think I can. Why am I even doing this? I can even do a snip. Let me just show you quickly. And this is why we keep saying support the media. We didn't plan for this, but these things happen. So if you look at this now, let me bring this up quickly. Sorry for that. It's just that it is what it is. Media is not cheap. If you want the media, you have to also fund that media, especially when some of you see Al Jazeera is funded by the Qatar government. So what you're seeing right now indicated that we have exhausted our 12 hours, which we normally pay for on the MixLR. So we've lost, the MixLR transmission, but at least we've been able to say we've done enough on it. So that is about that. So let's come back now to, the breakdown. And thank you so much to the backend team and also the Koikimedia team as well. Let me quickly post the link of the Zoom to, let's see. So within the next 50, I'm going to open the Zoom, but we only have also 40 minutes on it. That means we have to manage it very well. So when you come in, you might be given just 1 or 2, less than 1 minute to pray. And that way, sorry, I'm just sending a message quickly. So anyway, let me play Lady K while I'm doing that. So I just want to get something from Lady K again.
But this is to two.
This is to two. So Lady K, this is what we say to people when you are even in the midst of chaos. If you want a date and time, some people will just send video, no date, no time, as if we have juju to know. Sorry, like I said, we didn't plan the Zoom earlier. We just thought we'd link it because that would just be like an enclosure for 40 minutes that we can say we are grateful to Eledumare for making it happen. I want to make sure I push it up to 12, so I might not open the Zoom link at exactly the time I said because we only have 40 minutes on it. So I might leave the Zoom link up until just before midnight. Because about it, 11:30. Oh my, exhausted on, and that will be the end of it as well. So let's go back again to Lady K, and then we go back to the other. Let me move Lady K this way, and then if we put Lady K here, so both of them were doing what they called, at this time, Lady K would not have been able to turn the phone and do the landscape, so she was doing it on a portrait quickly because it was an emergency. So Lady K gave us an idea, the timing. So the other guy on the motorbike also came out just precisely, let's say even 20, 30 minutes after Lady K went live. Lady K live was just 13 minutes. So after 30 minutes, nobody has any feed. No call was going through. Lady K number was not going through. Nobody was going through. But another Koikimedia team pop up, and that live transmission was now being beamed as well across the globe. And this was what the Koikimedia team that took a very, very high risk. This was an high risk, but in everything we say, some people pay $250,000 just to visit the Titanic. We all saw what happened. We can only pray for their soul. But we pray today that even though 2 people died, this young man survived that early hours. Even if he came out an hour after Lady K, you can see that it is still pitch dark. Again, part of the problem in Nigeria, there's no electricity, there's no street light. It's a crazy country. And when we say it's a crazy country, we mean it. It's just a crazy country. Let's now listen to the Koikimedia team that roll out his motorbike called Okada just to get to Igboho's house. Remember, he had to drive from his own house, which would have been maximum at that time, even if he was driving very fast, roughly about 20 minutes, I don't know. But one thing we can say is, this first video as well was 10 minutes, 12 seconds. But the next video lasted for almost 54 minutes. But let's listen to him again.
Mi ò yẹ láyé ìdúró ní sáìdì ibẹ̀ yẹn. Àwọn káà tó wà ní obì iwájú lépo yẹn. Tó wà níwájú lépo àwọn káà mẹ́ta. Àwọn ibi káà mẹ́ta sí mẹ́rin tó jẹ́ private car. Àwọn sójà ni
now is giving us details. So these details, because Nigeria is a crazy country and we know that it was the government that initiated this. If it was an investigation, these are all the document that we can pull together, to fight that, yes, it was the government. Because Lady K did not know that the government was outside some few meters away from Igboho's house. But this particular video gave us that indication. So let's go back and listen to Lady K that told us that Igboho house is under attack. And that was some few minutes before 2 a.m. So again, Lady K is telling us that Otimbo in the last 10 minutes, but she just wanted to get the clarification before she go live, because she doesn't want to go live and give a false information or false alarm. But yeah, and the reason for that, again, we can explain that in another conversation entirely, because when they came in the first time, there was a distorted information that, oh, it's not the soldier that came, it's the soldier that came. But eventually, we know that it was the soldier that came that time, but because somebody else also gave a different narrative. And that is why Lady K was trying to go into the details to say, this is not like the last time, this is real. They are out there, 10 minutes, this has been going on, but I have to go live and let the world know. And that video saved the day. You can hear that? She wanted to get the confirmation that whatever was happening was not the Olode, because Olode does not have this kind of firepower. We are talking about sophisticated G49 and whatever they brought in to massacre and kill everyone in the house. Because she doesn't want to give a false, alarm. But that alarm led to the Koikimedia team going out as well quickly. That is a very saving grace. Because if Lady K, imagine, Lady K Ojade, nobody will know anything, because everybody will we're just going to wake up in the morning and we'll be asking ourselves, how did it happen? Because, look, Nigeria is not like Europe, where there's a fire going on, an helicopter or fire brigade, you can hear the sound of the fire brigade. So initially, Lady K gave us the best outcome that led to multiple things happening. Because even I had some of our brothers that called the American embassy or the American whatever in America. There were calls being put through quickly that something is happening in Nigeria and they need to save lives. But as we know, the federal government was involved, the state governor was involved, some Yoruba politician was involved, we have Royal Father involved. So when you look at these two videos, it's giving us a clear indication, because Lady K was in the house, the other guy was outside. We now have two videos that we can say, when we look at the timing, let's go back to the Koikimedia video and hear what the young man is saying. So the young man did not know the number of soldiers in the house, but from what he's seeing outside, he knew definitely that if soldiers are outside this vicinity, which is about a few meters away or a few minutes away or 10 minutes away from Igboho's house, definitely these are there to stop anybody that is coming to help Igboho. So it was a deliberate act that even if anybody was coming to help Igboho, they were going to be killed right before they get to Igboho's house. So this was a master plan attack on Dr. Sunday Igboho's house. They knew what they were doing. It was well calculated. They knew Nigeria is in darkness. So even coming in the early hours of the morning, nobody, and Nigeria is a crazy country. So even if they were attacking Igboho's house and people were hearing, like, you keep coming, I don't even know what's going on. All they think, people can even think it's armed robber, but not knowing that it's the Nigerian military. And it was a grace that Lady K went live. We would not have been able to say today, 2 years down the line, who was behind this attack. Again, she was clear that these are Nigerian soldiers. Let's go back again to the Koikimedia team it was clear they are Nigerian soldier. It was very clear. He saw them with his eye contact right from the location where he was driving, and he knew straight away that these are Nigerian soldiers. Even if Nigerian soldier come back and say, hey, we don't know anything about it. We don't know anything about it. They are just wearing Nigerian soldier. We know that Nigerian soldier have already been infiltrated anyway. He was also telling us that they are in large numbers, just as Lady K was also indicating. Let's go back to Lady K here. Did you hear that? Walk kunta, walk po, walk kun. When they say walk kun, something that is when you look at this water, walk kun. I mean, let me give you an example. So this is a bottle of water. This is a full water, and this is the half water. The young man was telling us that walk po. When Yoruba people say walk po, that means it's a lot. Walk kun, when they use the word walk kun, that means there's no way you can run away. And that is why they were still shocked that how did Igboho left the building? Because they knew Igboho was in the house. Lady K confirmed that. Igboho has confirmed that. I confirmed that Igboho was in the premises when this attack was going on. But the question is, how did he manage to escape? That is something that baffled the security. And when they were leaving, Atakoro told us towards the end of the interview at the second video, if we come back here, Atakoro said they almost left, but they came back again because somebody gave them information that Igboho was hiding inside where? Let's hear from Atakoro.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ níbí bí ní òru?
Ìwọ́n tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé láti kọ́ bí aago kan òru, mìíràn mi ò sí mìíràn mo wà ní ilé ni wọ́n pè mí pé kí a máa bọ̀ o pé wọ́n ti wà nílé o. But bó ṣe ń gbọ́kọ̀ yẹn lórí fóònù tí mo rí sí, mo rí wípé wọ́n ń gbá géètì pàpàpàpàpà, wọ́n ń da àbọ̀ bọ́lẹ̀ gidi gan. Wọ́n ò gbé ójè wọ́n rí pé wọ́n da ìbọn bọ́lẹ̀ gidi gan. Aláti gbẹ̀yìn bàtàmádé gbòdì ìtúkà yẹn.
Again, as they were coming in, imagine people that were even trying to get to Chief's house. There were a lot of security that have covered every area. Remember that Lady K told us, walking, that means it's a lot of them, so there is no way anybody, even if they were trying to get to Chief's house, they knew what they were doing, killing, destroy the place, but what they did not expect is to get any other person disturbing them. So they never expected to see Atakoro coming out in the early hours of the morning. They never expected the Koikimedia thing to be coming out. But all these was the gracing grace of this woman called the Moremi of the day. So this message that Lady K was projecting out was giving everybody outside that there is a danger. This danger means that we are going to lose this man called CSI. But God's grace, CSI survived it. And he's still alive with us today. Again, Lady K was telling us that this is not a joke. Based on the rapid response of the firepower that was coming into the house, imagine this is not a training ground that you are hearing the security or the military training with their weapon. This was a residential, home, and yet Chief Igboho's house was not another military barracks where weapon was stored. But the federal government wanted to project him as a criminal. They brought in all kinds of weapons, and even the Professor Wole Soyinka say that is just a cook and bull story. So that was the message that went out. There is a danger. That danger led to the Koikimedia team coming out, and this is his own report as well that night. You hear that? As he was driving past, they were telling him to stop. And he knew that stopping would be a great danger. But he refused to stop and he refused to obey order. Again, he emphasized that these are soldiers. There's no doubt in his mind. He saw them. They wanted to tell him to stop. He refused to stop because he knew the consequence of war. And the reason why he knew that they were soldiers was the fact that he also got the message that Lady K passed out from the house on the 4th of July 2021. You see, he was also saying that, please, let's get as many people to come and assist. But this is early hours of the morning. Most people will not even have, there's no transport moving at that particular time. So even if you were going to be coming, even if you were living in Ibadan, how are you going to get there? Okay, if you have your own car, they've stopped the road, so there's a traffic. If you have Okada, which he had, the chances of getting closer would have been risky, because even this boy or this man, Atakuro, knew how to get to Igbo's house through the back door, the back route, but they were still finding it difficult. Let's hear from him again. Again, that means there are a lot of them that wanted to kill him.
200,000. From this,
again, because he knows the backside. But even though he was coming through the backside, they couldn't even get to the building. Because why? So 2 people were killed. He could not tell us those 2 people, but today we know that the 2 people are the picture behind me. And the reason why they were trying not to give out the information then was because they were protecting the names of those 2 in the. They knew those that were killed, because I got the hint of those that were killed, but we couldn't say it out as at that time because it was still very early to be saying that these are the 2 people that died. Even though as many people were concerned around the world, they wanted to know who died, because I announced that people died, but nobody knew who died. I mean, yes, everybody saw Lady K projected the video, but they didn't know what happened to her, and there's so many other people that were living in the premises as well. I want you to hear this side. After they've completed the job, what happened? They got a call that you must go back to that same building. Igboho is still in the building. Is hiding where? That Igboho is hiding in the ceiling. We'll come back to him later. And let's come back again here to the Koikimedia team report on that early hours of the morning. And you can see pitch dark. There's no light apart from the light from the Okada. So you can see the risk that he was also taking, just trying to find a way to get closer. But as he was pushing, he's also finding it difficult. Once again, bear with us. The Zoom link is not yet open. We'll leave it close to about almost midnight before we open it. As they continue to ride the bicycle, or the bike rather, the father.
àwọn bíbí táwọn káàdì mẹ́ta sí mẹ́rin tó jẹ́ private car àwọn sójà.
Again, is now giving us details that there is a 4 particular vehicle parked close to a petrol station, and these are soldiers. It was clear because he saw them.
Ìmọ̀rí ẹgbẹ́ rẹ̀ nísìnyí tí wọ́n dúró síbẹ̀ tí wọ́n pọ̀. Bí mo ṣe kọjá mẹ́rin tí wọ́n náwó sí mi tó mi ò lè dá dúró sọ èmi nìkan mo wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
And while all this was going on, many people around the world started feeling concerned. Many people do not know how can they help, even though are you going to call the police and say, they're attacking Igboho's house, knowing fully well that it's the same military from the same criminal government that is attacking Igboho's house.
They are soldiers. With their elements, with their soldier elements.
And now is now giving more details that yes, they are soldiers. They are putting on this, the military outfit. Not just the outfit, they are also putting on, the helmet. With rifles. And the reason why he's giving all these details, because sometimes some stupid idiot, are asking questions that you are not the one on the ground. Just like, so many times we are telling you this, they're coming out and say, no, it's not like that. This is somebody that is on the ground in the film, as they will call it, inside the action movie. And you are now asking him, are they soldier? How do you know they are soldier? Even though they can be asking him, how do you know that they wear green and white or whatever? Stupid people all over the place.
Never mind. I think someone is after.
Now he's now saying that he believes that somebody is after him. Let's hear that. Now he's aware that it seems that somebody might also be tracing him or whatever. And you can see that he's the only one driving,
Why will Nigerian government continue this intimidation? Why did they lock
as he continued to ride the motorbike, he continued to also give live reportage as well.
bringing the work closer to your doorstep? The injunction so far, if you let go
So what he's also doing is he's giving message in case somebody is coming as well, just to be very careful, because these are people laying ambush. The reason why there's a lot of noise is because he's riding and at the same time reporting. He's saying again, it seems that somebody is after me, and that means his life is now in danger. You might not understand how these things work, because it's easy for some of us that were watching it that day. But if somebody at that time say, it seems that somebody is following me, that literally means that his life was also in danger. But we give thanks today that he survived, Igboho survived, Lady K survived, so many other people survived, but those two individuals behind me did not survive. So we're going to remember them again at the early hours of about 2 a.m. today. So we are now just about 2.5 hours to the D-Day. We are just about 20 minutes before the actual July 1st. So we are now countdown. Again, let's listen back to the Moremi Lady K, as she was also telling us what was happening as well. Again, Lady K is now saying that this is not the time to sleep. You must wake up because our hero is now in danger and nobody knows what was going to happen.
Àtúntò oorun lèmi náà ti kúrò ọ̀pọ̀ náà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pé everybody lórí fóònù pé everybody wà alert. Ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ máa confirm sí ọ̀nà àwọn sójà mi lè bọ́ síta o, but confirm lélẹ̀.
So she again confirming it. That led to the danger that Koikimedia team was now, one of our team reporter has now put himself in the line of fire because somebody was now following him. And he is also now in danger. Let's go back again to Koikimedia reporter on that fateful night.
The new house.
Again, it's specifying that it's not the old house, is the new house. Mukiya Rukayat.
Please give me some minutes. Give me some minutes.
All these were happening very fast. All these were happening like it's like 20 hours. Even though we have spent just 10 hours here, but that day, every second, every minute, every second was so important to millions of Yoruba people around the world because nobody knows exactly what was going on. After Lady K video, we never heard anything again inside the house. Are they all dead? Are they alive? What is going on? How do we know? This was the next video that was now giving us that feed. He is now also in danger. Those inside the house are not in danger. Ẹni tó wà níta ó wà ní danger. We now have two reporters. One inside the premises, she's in danger. The other one outside seems also to now find himself in a very, very difficult situation. What would you have done if it was you? That is the question. When people say sometimes, this, are you also going to be able to do what Lady K have done? Because we had other media that were inside the premises, but Lady K was bold enough to go live among all other media that were in the premises of Oloye Sunday Igboho's house. Did you hear that? I am all alone. I am all alone. And that means his life is now in danger. He's giving us again that Chief Sunday Igboho's house is under attack. Like I said, Zoom here. We're just trying to save, the day of the Zoom. I will turn the Zoom on in less than 5 minutes. So we went here, we're on standby. Tabati Ton, you come in, we will give you maximum a minute and a half. There is no, I need a joto pokokon. You just, praise and worship. Shoki, Shadura and Shoki, I need analysis because that Zoom is only for 40 minutes, and that means we have to manage it because after 40 minutes, it's going to shut down. So I'm just telling you in advance, in case you will be joining the Zoom link by the time I open it.
We just need to let everybody know. Oloye go out on that raid by the federal government of this operation 419. Koikimedia bring the report closer to your doorstep. I can see them. They are soldiers. They are soldiers. And we are going differently from now. I will off this clothes and put on another clothes and put past that clothes. They are soldiers. They are soldiers. Let's start connecting our powerful people. Let us go there and secure our people. Let us go there and secure our people. The federal government of the interested in
Again, he's still making the push. He's still making all the effort to get to Igboho's house. So we are just about 2 minutes to the end of this video, and we'll be preparing for the Zoom conversation.
I'm not inside my house.
We are now about 30 minutes. So we're going to leave these. We continue to appreciate the Koikimedia team that also took whatever risk of the day just to broadcast. So let's go on this short interlude. By the time I come back, we should be saying that we have the Zoom link ready to kickstart. Appreciation to those of you that are still with us. Now that we've managed to lose our MixLR for tonight, so I will just allow the Twitter space to continue to roll out until the end of the program, which is still some few more hours to go. So let's go back now and just listen to this. Tibama Padade àti máa gbáradì láti ṣí Zoom link yẹn. Thank you so much, Mr. Clement. I couldn't be reading all the comments. I've been extremely focused. Oshegani, the Koikimedia team, Idowu Michael, Shegun Yovo, and as many of you that are still awake. We are now about 11 hours, 28 minutes into the live transmission so far. And let us listen to this. When I come back, we'll have the Zoom open and we can start connecting the dots.
Ọmọ Ìbàràpá lápapọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àkí ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tìlé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ̀bá nǹkan mọ Adéyẹmọ Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ̀ láyà bí àrá orúkọ tó ń dẹ́rù bo lórúkọ gan-an ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé títa ríro lẹ̀dá ń kọlà wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o ọ̀wọ́n irin ní má bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà ẹ̀dá kan ò lè ṣì wá lọ́nà mọ́ ẹjẹ́ àfìmọ̀ṣọ̀ kan ká lè débi re ẹjẹ́ àjọ gbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho ṣá ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nílùú Alágbàdo Òde ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi ọmọ gègèlè wodò ìsànyà ò rẹ́ràn bàbá yín láàrin ìdí omi kò sì náà ń kán sí yín lẹ́nu ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkè gbòó ìkan ṣe yín ní dábọ̀dàbọ̀ ìkan ní mọ́ rọra ìkan tó kù nígbà tí wọ́n ò mọ̀ gbòó mọ̀ rẹ́ kí ló dé gbòó mọ̀ rẹ́ sí ọmọ òpópó sanran ìgbàgede gbòó sùn wọn láláìsí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n ní kó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀sìn òní bímọ méjì ní gbòó mọ̀ rẹ́ bẹ́sìn bá bímọ méjì ní gbòó àfikàn pọ̀pọ̀ sí amúkan yòókù bọ̀ sànyà àtúmúyà rẹ̀ tí ò lọ́rọ̀ gbọ́ àfiṣẹ́rù wálé wàrà mòjé ọmọ onílé ọ̀la àwọn àjòjì tó ń ṣe ségesège tọ́láwọn ò ní bomi kó sí mu wọ́n láwọn ò ní bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ìgbà tójú kò fi rí ńkọ́ gbogbo wọn náà sáré bomi kó sí mu wọ́n sì bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ọmọ abẹ́rẹ́ mẹ́ta òde ayé ọ̀kan ṣẹ́ ọ̀kan tẹ̀ ọ̀kan tó kù ní gbogbo ayé ti ránṣọ kiri gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá Sunday Igboho onírèlẹ̀ láéláé torí àbá lásán nìkan ń dá òkúta ò ṣe gbé fún wọn o ìmọ̀ràn lásán ni ti balùwẹ̀ kò pọ́sibú kó dòdò láyé ń bí ó kún díẹ̀ kí tọ́ domi láéláyé ìtọ́ mi lè domi Sunday Igboho arógun má ti dí tó ń jà fẹ́tọ̀ Yorùbá ní tilé tó kó.
And we can now confirm officially that we have the Zoom link open. And like I said, I am grateful fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí Ọlọ́run ní àjọ máa jàǹfààní ẹ̀ torí pé kò ní àsìkò púpọ̀ lé lórí lára pé ta ṣe ń sọ pé ẹ sọ̀pọ́tì mídíà so that a ní máa struggle pẹ̀lú àwọn nǹkan lò ìlú àwọn ìjọba ẹ̀ máa wáyé. Only God knows I paid for the Zoom for more than a year. Hardly la fi lò but ìgbà táwa ní ìdẹ̀ gangan lálẹ́ 40 minutes pé ló máa fún wa. So I won't waste our time. I'll go straight to our father, Stephen Emmanuel, to be the one to anchor this particular section of this transmission. 40 minutes péré ló máa fún wa. Gbogbo ẹni bá darapọ̀ nísìnyí 40 minutes yẹn a gbọ́dọ̀ make sure pé a nídẹ̀ẹ́jọ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan 1 minute and a half ẹ fẹ́ praise and worship ni ẹ fẹ́ prayer ni so that ká lè láǹfààní àti jẹ̀gbádùn ẹ̀ dáadáa kó tó di pé ó máa tán tó bá ti tán that is about it. We cannot do much about it. Baba Stephen Emmanuel, I believe you are with me. Ẹ bá wa ẹ jẹ́ kí unmute ara yín. Where is it now? Okay, yeah. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè bàbá wa.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá wa pé kí ẹ ṣe ẹkú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́tẹ̀ ìṣe àdúgbò lọ́wọ́ yín. Ọdún kan òun ló dàbí àná nígbà tí rògbòdìyàn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní òru ọjọ́ yẹn. Ọjọ́ yẹn mo wà mi in fact nítorí nígbà tí gbogbo nǹkan ti máa ń lọ mi ò kì í tètè sùn máa ń fẹ́ fi táìmù sílẹ̀ gba yín tẹ̀ máa wò pé anything ló lè ṣẹlẹ̀ so mo wà on níjọ́ yẹn gbogbo ìgbà tí Lady K tó ń ṣe broadcast yẹn mo rò pé gbogbo ala ti rí broadcast yẹn tí wọ́n ti gbé jáde broadcast yẹn wà ní ọ̀dọ̀ mi báyìí tí mo ń gbọ́ kó tó di pé program yẹn bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó dàbẹ̀ ń pín ṣe ni bí ẹni pé alẹ́ ọjọ́ yẹn ni tí Lady K ń ṣe jáde ṣùgbọ́n a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run tí Olúwa ò jẹ́ wípé.
Hello sir, ẹ má bínú pé mo interrupt yín orúkọ tèmi Babátúndé Adéyẹmí president G49 ọdún méjì ni kò ṣe ọdún kan sà ọdún méjì.
Okay, ẹ ṣé for the correction, God bless you. So a dúpẹ́ ní bóyá torí pé bí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe lọ ló fi dàbí ọdún kan lójú mi ẹ mọ̀ pé nǹkan míì máa ń wà tá a dàbẹ̀ pé àná ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ìdí tó fi rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé nítorí pé Ọlọ́run ò jẹ́ kí aburú ó ṣẹlẹ̀ nǹkan tí ọ̀tá gbèrò Ọlọ́run ò jẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé èèyàn méjì ló fara gbá Ọlọ́run mọ ìdí.
ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣàdúrà ẹ má bínú bàbá mi Emmanuel ẹ má bínú sà ẹ jọ àdúrà wa tó pọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàdúrà fún àwọn tí wọ́n kú níjọ́ yẹn àtàwọn méjì náà tún kú nínú àwọn G49 náà o àwọn méjì kú nu wa ọ̀gá èèyàn kan wà níwájú tó ń pè ní ọ̀gá ẹnì kejì ní Yèyélúfẹ̀ irúfẹ́ wọn pé Koiki náà ó ọmọ ẹni tá à ń sọ White Lion ẹ̀mẹ́ tá à ń sọ dáadáa Koiki ẹ̀mọ Èlúfẹ́ Abíọ́dún Táíwò ẹ̀sọ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbàdúrà fún ẹ̀jọ̀ tó ẹ má bínú sá ẹ má bínú.
So ẹ ṣe a ṣì ń bọ̀ àdúrà náà la máa gbà ẹ má jẹ́ kí mo kàn fẹ́ sọ fún wa ní background bí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe rí ni pé a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run fún bàbá wa olóyè Ìgbòho tí ó bá jẹ́ pé ibi tí a ti ṣe organization dáadáa ni irú ọjọ́ òní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá gbogbo ìlú òyìnbó pátápátá yẹ kí irú program yìí kó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ọjọ́ òní tó jẹ́ kí gbogbo flag wa kó máa fẹ́lẹ́lẹ́ lọ́jọ́ òní láti gbé orúkọ Ọlọ́run ga wípé ó dáàbò bo bàbá wa olóyè Ìgbòho Òòṣà tí ó jẹ́ kí arógun ìbànújẹ́ ká dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ náà ní Koiki dán tẹ̀wọ̀n pọ́lọ̀ náà ló pa àwọn náà mọ́ torí fún ìdí kan àbí mìíràn òun làwọn ò fi sí ńbẹ̀ mo wà short pé tí wọ́n bá wà ńbẹ̀ yẹn gan àwọn gan ló máa jẹ́ tágẹ́ẹ̀tì tí wọ́n kọ́kọ́ máa ráwọ́ mú jọ ìfáàgàn nífẹ̀ẹ́ kán wà lára tó máa kó lọ́gán pàápàá so ọpẹ́ iṣẹ́ àdúrà nìkan la fẹ́ gbà ìfá ọpẹ́ gan ló yẹ kó pọ̀ jù lónìí ká kàn máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé Olúwa ó ṣeun so ìyẹn la máa fi ṣe iṣẹ́ ṣe tí màá fẹ́ kí ká dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ká lè gbàdúrà fún ẹbí àwọn tí wọ́n ti sùn pátápátá so ìyẹn ni ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo máa kọ́kọ́ sọ so kó tó máa tẹ̀síwájú mọ̀ bóyá gáwa Koiki ní kankan tó ń fẹ́ sọ nígbà yẹn kí ká tó pe àwọn tó máa bá wa gbàdúrà. Okay. Mama Janet.
Oh, okay. Ṣé ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn?
A ti ń gbọ́ yín.
Hello.
A ti ń gbọ́ yín.
Ṣé ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi sá?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a ti ń gbọ́ yín mà.
Wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ti ń gbọ́ yín. Wọ́n ní àwọn ti ń gbọ́ yín mà.
Jẹ́ ká fẹ́ lòmíì.
Ẹ ṣé gan-an, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ilé, Ọlọ́run wà pẹ̀lú wa. Ilẹ̀ lérí tá à ń jà fún Ọlọ́run wa débẹ̀ láyọ̀ àtàlàáfíà. Ṣé rí ọjọ́ òní, ọjọ́ ayọ̀ ni ọ̀la jẹ́ fún wa. Ọdún àwa ti wà ní ijọ́ kejì báyìí ní South Africa. Ọjọ́ òní, ọjọ́ ayọ̀ ló jẹ́ fún wa. Tó yẹ pé Ọlọ́run ṣèfù bàbá wa Sunday Igboho. Nítorí òun ló la gbogbo wa lójú. Òun ló la gbogbo wa lójú. Àdúrà mi fún Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ni pé k'Ọlọ́run bá mi dá gbogbo wọn. Kọ́ pẹ́ jù báyìí lọ àti bàbá wa Bánjí Akíntóyè. K'Ọlọ́run bá dá gbogbo wọn. K'Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó pẹ́ jù báyìí lọ. Ẹ ṣé gan kan tí mo kàn lè sọ now nìyẹn for now. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Ẹ káalẹ́ mo kí gbogbo lé ìlú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá la wà owó la wà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bá a dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run tó dá ẹ̀mí bàbá wa sí nítorí tí kò bá ń ṣe Ọlọ́run tí ó dá bàbá yẹn sí fún wa nǹkan tá à ń sọ lénìí là bá má máa sọ Ọlọ́run tí kò jẹ́ kí ojú ti ìran Yorùbá
ní ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá wa Akíntóyè sọ pé tó bá jẹ́ wọ́n rí Ìgbòho pa ọ̀rọ̀ mú ni wípé tí Yorùbá bá ti gbé ọ̀tọ̀ Ọlọ́run ò jẹ́ kí ìlérí ọ̀tá wa ṣe ìmúṣẹ. Mo dẹ̀ tún kí àwọn tí wọ́n pa ọ̀dà tí wọ́n wà victim ní ilé wọn níjọ́ yẹn. Ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó dùn wá gan torí àwọn ẹni yìí wọn ò rò bẹ́ẹ̀ but Nàìjíríà dárò fún wa. Owó ńlá ni Nàìjíríà dá fún wa ṣùgbọ́n síbẹ̀ náà Ọlọ́run yọ àyọpẹ́ ẹlẹ́ fún wa. A dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé owó tó dá fún wa without pain there cannot be a gain. A mọ̀ pé láti kọ́ wa lọ́gbọ́n ni. A dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà iṣẹ́ tí Ọlọ́run ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nínú ìrìn àjò yìí tó fi dáàbò bo bàbá wa ti Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho, iṣẹ́ yẹn Ọlọ́run wa ó máa ṣàṣepé ẹ̀. Gbogbo wọn tó dẹ̀ gbèrò tí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ ibi yìí wọ́n wà láyé ni o, wọ́n sí láyé ni o. Ọlọ́run ọba tí kò ń léyàn tó múyàn ó máa fi wọ́n ṣẹ̀sín láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà. Gbogbo àyè náà la máa péjọ la máa yọ̀ fún orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá tí mo ní sọ ju bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Mo kí gbogbo lélẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ẹ ṣé.
Nǹkan tí mo yọ.
Okay, wọ́n ṣe àwọn mute mi sìn. Mo kí ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, mo kí gbogbo wa o. Kò ní sú wa, kò ní rẹ̀ wá lágbára Ọlọ́run. In fact, èní ọjọ́ ayọ̀ ló jẹ́ fún wa. Eléyìí gan lẹ́yìn kan máa pè ní pé ọdún Yorùbá Nation. Torí wá ní pé gbogbo wa la mọ ìpáyín kékeré tí a wà nírú píríọ̀dù báyìí ní 2021. In fact, ṣé bí dáa pé mo ń wo fíìmù báyìí ni? Torí pé àwa náà a rí nǹkan díẹ̀. So wà á dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé àwa náà látún ṣì ń pa ìtàn báyìí, ó ti wá di ìtàn. Àtẹ̀rí pé lóòótọ́ nígbà yẹn inú àwọn kan ò dùn, inú àwọn kan dẹ̀ tún dùn. Wọ́n kọ́ kí ìyàwó Àdùgán ní pé Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí irú ẹ̀ tún ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni mo tún kí ìyàwó àfáà náà, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí àti rírú ẹ̀ mọ́ láíláí tó dẹ̀ ní ẹ̀bà ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ nínú fámìlì yín lágbára Ọlọ́run. Torí pé tó bá pe Àdùgán àti àfáà akọni fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni wọ́n, jagunjagun fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni wọ́n, tí rẹ̀ pé wọ́n sacrifice ara wọn láti lè jẹ́ pé Yorùbá Nation ó gbúdọ̀ wáyé. Òun ló fi jẹ́ pé ńgbà míì àwa ò gbúdọ̀ give up torí wáyé nípa àti mọ àwọn kan tó jẹ́ bí wá pé tó bá ní pé a give up lórí Yorùbá Nation báyìí kí la fẹ́ káwọn ẹni yìí sọ. Wọ́n á ní so gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ pé àti ẹ̀wá ṣe yẹn a kò waste time wọn àbí ó kọ̀ rí wa bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. so àwa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé bàbá Májàsọ́lá despite wípé Buratai dídì lọ bá wọn ní Benin wípé ṣe o máa fún wọn ní 500 million if possible billion pàápàá despite àbá yẹn ni pé táwọn bá gba owó yìí ìlà tó wà lẹ́kẹ̀ẹ́ àwọn ìṣóṣe parẹ́ mọ́ ni owó ọ̀hún ṣáwọn ò tún wá nínú tán ni despite àbá yóò gbà kínní wọ́n dẹ̀ filẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣì wà ń bẹ̀ pé sẹ́ẹ̀ tolúwa ló máa ṣe so kẹlẹ̀ mọ outland tí bàbá Májàsọ́lá tí wọ́n fi dúró pé sẹ́ẹ̀ Yorùbá nation no going back àìmọ̀ sacrifice àmọ́ everything tó ń pè ń bẹ̀ wọ́n á sùn níbi tẹ́ pé kò dáa mo chíà gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́ pé wọ́n mọ bó ṣe ń gbádùn tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ó wá dín pé àwọn náà wá wà àbí tó wà wà á dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pọ́n ní tí ẹ̀mí bá ṣì ń wà ìrètí ṣì ń bẹ so mo fi àsìkò yìí kí àwọn ìyàwó àdúgbò àti àfà ní pé Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká rírú ẹ̀ mọ́ mo dẹ̀ tún kí àwọn akọni tí wọ́n kó lọ sí Àbújá tí wọ́n dẹ̀ tún padà wá láyọ̀ àtàláfíà a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé àgbúrò aburú sẹ́ni ọ̀kan nu wọn up till now lágbára Ọlọ́run àtúbọ̀ máa fún wọn ní okun kún okun ọgbọ́n kún ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ kún ìmọ̀ òye kún òye àwọn tó dẹ̀ ẹbí á pọ́n tó ti ṣubú náà torí wà ní pé ọ̀rọ̀ kan tá à ń ṣe yìí ọ̀rọ̀ eré ni ó dàbí ẹni tó ń sáré ìje ni ẹlòmíì ó máa débi halfway ó máa ṣubú despite gbogbo strength tó ní ẹlòmíì ó lè jẹ́ táwọn tó bá dà kó rẹ̀ yẹn á tún gbé ń gbèsè I will never give up òun ni irú àwọn àtàṣe ránṣẹ́ kù yìí so mo tún kí gbogbo àwọn yẹn náà ní pé Ọlọ́run àtúbọ̀ máa wà pẹ̀lú wọn bí tó bá wà torí kò easy kéèyàn lọ sódì ní Àbújá kéèyàn tún padà wàá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé ayọ̀ náà ni gbogbo wọn wà so nǹkan tí mo kàn máa sọ fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá pé a ní ìjọba kò sí nǹkan tó ń pè ní human rights nínú Nàìjíríà we only have freedom of speech even that freedom of speech tó bá sọ dé stage kan tó bá jẹun kánú wọn á wọ ẹṣá ni so these are the things tẹ́lẹ̀ ká mọ̀ especially àwọn tó ń pariwo wọn Nàìjíríà àwọn ni mò ń jà láti máa pàrọwà yìí fún torí wáyé ni pé gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń pé fẹ́ kú torí Nàìjíríà gbogbo yín náà nílé ayé yín ò dáa tẹ́ ẹ̀ wá òkè bọ̀ títorí pé ẹnìkan tó wà ń diaspora tó ń gbó lọ́wọ́ ìjọba àbẹ́nìkan tó wà ń lé tó ń bá ìjọba iṣẹ́ tó ti ń fún yín ní change tó jẹ́ peanut kò jẹ́ kẹ́ lo senses yín pé àwọn ẹni yìí wọn lè máa bọ́ yín lọ títí báyìí tó bá yá wọn á padà lé yín dànù bí ajá ni bọ̀ torí pé wọ́n sì rí nǹkan tí wọ́n ń lò lára yín òun náà sì fi ń jà láti máa retain yín bọ̀ tó bá yá tó bá rí pé wọn ò rí nǹkan tó máa lò mọ́ lára yín wọ́n á lé yín dànù bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe ń lọ torí wáyé ni pé wọ́n á jẹ́ kó máa yé yín pé ọmọ mi ọ̀gbẹ́ni tètè ya fáìn bí ààrẹ so ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé kò sí òfin nínú Nàìjíríà kò sí òfin nínú tó bá pé òfin wà ní how come tó jẹ́ pé ìlú tó jẹ́ pé ó believe pé over 200 million population lòun kó jẹ dìímọ̀ bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń kó àwọn ẹni yìí jẹ ó ti wà ní ọgbọ́n yẹn pé kò possible kó sọ pé ó fẹ́ lọ invade èèyàn ní òru even àìmọye àwọn ibi tá máa ń wò gan gbà mí tẹ̀lé bí i pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá máa dúró síwájú ta wọ́n á dẹ̀ lo megaphone ní pé ọ̀gbẹ́ni ó yá jáde ó gbúdọ̀ jáde fúnra rẹ̀ kọ́ṣẹ́ rí pé yes bí arrest warrant wọ́n á ṣẹ̀ tẹ́ǹdẹ̀ fún after that ẹni ẹ bá wá resist the arrest ni wọ́n ṣẹ̀ máa bí i pé wọ́n fẹ́ rọfándò ẹni àwọn eléyìí ò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lóru ọ̀gànjọ́ wọ́n wọnú ilé ẹni yìí wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ ba ogunlé jẹ́ straight bullet tó ń ṣe bullet kékeré wọ́n dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí yìn bẹ́ẹ̀ láì ṣe bí apá wà lójú ogun ẹ̀wòrán lórí ń pé bí i pé on a peaceful diplomacy self-determination tí ó sì bí i pé any casualty báyìí wà in fact record breaker nìyẹn kò ṣẹlẹ̀ rí nínú history kí àwọn èèyàn máa ṣe rally kó dẹ̀ máa ṣe ní casualty ṣé bí wọ́n ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú Nàìjíríà tó yẹ kó máa ní pé wọ́n ń ṣe campaign for election tamari ẹlòmíì wá sẹ́ máa búgò tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ wọ àwọn tó ń bá wa ṣe rally àwọn ọmọ oró burúkú tó jẹ́ ẹ ti mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run ló ń bá wa rìn ìrìn yẹn kò dẹ̀ sẹ́ni single casualty tábà ní bí wọ́n pé èní èèyàn kan kú ọ̀la èèyàn kan kú ó wá di bí wọ́n pọ́n ní èyí bẹ́tà ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ ẹ wá stop ẹni by force by fire kò sí wẹ́ẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ everything is peaceful and is zero casualty láì dẹ̀ sí anything bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ẹranko tó pera wọn ní zombie Nàìjíríà wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ invade ilé ẹni yìí wọ́n dẹ̀ bà billions of things jẹ́ billions of things. So ẹ wo orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ so fi hàn wípé tó bá jẹ́ ẹ̀yin náà ní tẹ́ ń pariwo Nàìjíríà bó ṣe máa wá treat yín náà nìyẹn. So tó bá ní pé wọ́n bá ẹnìkan jà lénìí tí ẹ̀ dá sí torí pé kò sí tó kàn yín. Wọ́n bẹ́ lómi jà tó bá yá kàn yín á tún wá kàn yín tó tún wá kàn yín.
Ẹ bá summarize story time.
Okay, ṣe má bínú sá. Ohun ẹ̀dá tábà ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí a máa sọ pé so kò sí wàhálà so bí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn so gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa mọ̀ pé a ló lórí. Bàbá fúnra wa la máa try láti mọ bá ṣe máa ṣe ra wa láti lè jẹ́ pé a máa bọ́ kúrò nínú oko ẹrú yìí. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ fún wa nítorí ẹ bá ti ń rí ẹ̀rí gbòdì ń di kábíyèsí Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ ó lọ ń gbàdúrà ní ìdí. Á dẹ̀ sọ pé ọbọ̀ ò lẹ́sìn ṣẹ́yìn náà rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn so iṣẹ́ ọba tó yẹ kó fẹ́ protect tó dẹ̀ pa àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn Muslim wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ṣe orí wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ṣe rádaràda máa threaten àwọn èèyàn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wípé báyìí ẹ má bínú sá.
ẹ ṣe àdẹ̀kú àkúrò náà nǹkan tó yẹ ká jókòó fún lè ní bí bàbá Stephen ṣe sọ pé ló yẹ ká máa dú because wọn láì àṣírí àdúrà gbogbo náà ni pé ọpẹ́ inú ayé àkọọnù ràgbọn nígbà tá a bá ti ń dúpẹ́ wọn á ṣe ètò kù Ọlọ́run bá tó bá dẹ́mi bàbá wa sí pẹ̀lú ògọlọ Ọlọ́run bá yọ Yorùbá náà nínú ìnira torí Ọlọ́run dá wọn sí ó pọpọsì ni sọ àdúrà tá a máa gbà náà ni pé gbogbo ibi tó kù sí bíkọ́ kurukuru bò wá lójú ń ṣe àmọ́ ibi tá a máa gbà bọ̀tọ̀ Ọlọ́run bá ló ń lànà ó dẹ̀ ní kò sí bóyá ilé òun kí sọ́mọ̀ dúdú tó at least kurukuru kan wà ń bẹ̀ tó máa wà wíwọ̀n àwọn afọjú èní tá à ń dúpẹ́ wọ́ Ọlọ́run bá wọ́n láyé tá à ń dúpẹ́ lé lórí yìí tó kù wọ́n lọ́wọ́ bá a ṣe torí ọ̀pá wa fi lélẹ̀ wọ́n pọ̀ lọ́lẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ̀mí wọn lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run pa tó wá la ẹ̀mí wọn torí àwọn tó lọ́bẹ̀ nǹkan sọ pé mẹgàfóònù kọ̀ọ̀kan àwọn tó lọ́bẹ̀ lọ pa wọn ni ọ̀tọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba ló ń jo òkú lónà alààyè Ọlọ́run bá tó fà wọ́n yọ tó sọ wọ́n dalàyè lọ́jọ́ náà lẹ́nu wàláì gbogbo gbàkígbà tá a máa gbòmìnira náà a ní dúró ìṣẹ́jú kan fún wọn ẹ̀mí wọn tó fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ló máa parí ẹ̀mí gbogbo náà tá a fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà la máa parí ẹ̀ àwa ní kábàámọ̀ pé kí la tún kó Yorùbá kò nínú pé kí ní sí torí nǹkan tó ń bè mí lẹ́rù jù náà ni pé tá a bá tún kò nù ìṣáà tó ní kóra wa sọ́wọ́ àwọn alágbèdá Ọlọ́run wa ní ìṣòro Yorùbá bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run tó ń ṣe ẹ̀pẹ́ láládé ni wá Ọlọ́run bá adé orí wọn Ọlọ́run má gbà Ọlọ́run má já nílẹ̀ Ọlọ́run á já délẹ̀ lérí Ọlọ́run á ṣàánú wa àwọn tó ti wá lọ náà kọsà gbọ́dọ̀ rántí wọn Ọlọ́run á rọ àwọn ẹbí wọn lójú Ọlọ́run á wọlé agbé lórí kó lè dá làwọn náà lọ because kò ṣe é dáná wọn lẹ tó bá kú lórí ọ̀nà àti dàlú ẹ̀ tó kú lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn kò ní ìdájọ́ kankan tó máa ṣe Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti fi wá lẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ ọtí fi kú ṣàgbà wa ibi tó ń kọjú sí Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó dáa wọn wá ní rí àlìjọ́ náà wọn ní rí ìkọ̀kan bẹ̀ èyí tó dáa tó tọ́ sí náà ni wọ́n á wọ́n náà pé kálìjọ́ náà lè bá sílẹ̀ Yorùbá náà ni gbogbo ibi táwọn àmì ìbàdí àlìjọ́ náà lé ayé la wà yìí kọ́lọ̀ wá ṣe tìlú abẹ́ náà bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run má fi ìlú wa kó má fi ṣàpẹẹrẹ náà fún ní ọ̀pọ̀ pé kínní àdúrà wa gbà o Ọlọ́run bá dára bá a sí o bàbá Kóìkì gan náà mo ń báyàwó mi sọ fún ní Ọlọ́run ló yọ Kóìkì kan tó bá bá ń bẹ̀ kò sí bóyá àní Ọlọ́run bá tó yẹ because ó dà pé yẹn gan àmọ́ sí bí gáàsì yẹn náà tọ́lọ́run tún fi pa àwọn náà mọ́ náà fi sí ń bẹ̀ pé tó bá wà ń bẹ̀ kò sí nǹkan kan tá a máa sọ ọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run bá tó fẹ́ iṣẹ́ tó ṣùkù tọ́lọ́run fẹ́ ṣe lọ́lọ́run sì fi dá wọn sí Ọlọ́run á sì dá wọn sí náà Ọlọ́run á dá gbogbo àná sí orí ìrìn tá a gbó sódà àti ìmọ̀ bí tá a lọ lórí ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run á kọ́ wa mọ̀ ṣe torí Ọlọ́run bá ló kọ́ àwọn òrùn Ọlọ́run bá ló lè ṣe Ọlọ́run bá a ṣe láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà àdúrà wa gbà lórí ẹ̀ ìdákẹ́ náà torí káwọn ẹlòmíràn lè sọ̀rọ̀. Ọlọ́run ló yọ gbẹ́dà ń pé òsì.
ẹ ṣe gan bàbá wa Alhaji ẹ ká tún padà bí mọ́mí wa Janet lápò tí wà settled nísìn address padà sọ́dọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa mo ti rí mọ́mí wa náà Alájàrà àti mọ́mí wa Comfort mo kí gbogbo àwọn tí a pè ní emergency tẹ́ bá wa dá sí plan ilé tẹ́lẹ̀ bọ̀bọ̀ ṣe wá náà nìyẹn ẹ gbá gbóhùnsókè ìyá wa Janet ẹ gbóhùnsókè nísìn.
Ẹ ṣé gan bàbá Kóìkì ẹ ṣé fún iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe ọpẹ́ la máa dá lè ní nítorí pé Olúwa ò jẹ́ kí àwọn ọ̀tá kí wọ́n yọ̀ wá. Olúwa ò fi adarí wa lé ọwọ́ ọ̀tá lọ́wọ́. Kò fi wọ́n lé àwọn kìnìún ayé láti pajẹ. Olúwa rán aláàánú sí wọn, ó rán aláàánú sí àwọn ìyàwó àwọn ọmọ wọn, kò jẹ́ ká gbọ́ ibi lórí wọn. Adúpẹ́, mo máa sáré kọrin kan. Èmi fúnra mi ni mo formulate ẹ̀ because Tiwátọ́pẹ́ ó lọ báyìí pé Tiwátọ́pẹ́ ó jọpẹ́ lọ, Tiwátọ́pẹ́ ó jọpẹ́ lọ. Tiwátọ́pẹ́ tiwa ju ọpẹ́ lọ nítorí pé kápẹ́ wọ́n mú wọn nílé ní ọjọ́ yẹn ni kò ń ṣe bí tí Yorùbá Nation délé ni la máa dé. Yorùbá Nation has gone worldwide and we are growing like wildfire. Àwa bẹ Ọlọ́run wípé ẹ̀mí tí Olúwa Ọlọ́run tó dá sí fún wa tí kò jẹ́ kí àwọn apani àwọn tó fẹ́ràn láti máa mu ẹ̀jẹ̀ aláìṣẹ̀ tí kò fi wọ́n lọ́wọ́ wọn. Àwa gbàdúrà ní wákàtí pé kí Olúwa Ọlọ́run Lódùmarè kó tún máa fi ààbò rẹ̀ kó tún máa fi sí orí wọn, kó máa fi sí orí ọmọ wọn, kó máa rí àánú gbà ní gbogbo nǹkan wọn tí àwọn Nigerian government tí wọ́n bàjẹ́, kí Olúwa kó dá nǹkan tí wọ́n ti lose kó dá padà ní ìlọ́po wọ́n tún máa ní àníkún àti àkúnwọ́sílẹ̀. Kíbi má ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wọn, ká má ṣe gbúrò ìbànújẹ́ sí wọn. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wọn kí wọ́n ṣoríire láyé. Yorùbá Nation tó dẹ̀ wá gbé lọ́wọ́ yìí ní ojú ẹ̀mí wọn kárí gbà ní àìpẹ́ ní àìjìnà kárí gbà kí Olúwa gbogbo ọ̀nà tá máa rìn tó máa fi bọ́ sí fún wa ní with ease kó Olúwa wá ṣínà ẹ̀ fún wa. Gbogbo àwọn tó ń dènà Yorùbá Nation kó Olúwa bá wa yọ wọ́n kúrò, kó Olúwa bá wa mú wọn kúrò, kó Olúwa bá wa yọ wọ́n kúrò lọ́nà. Bá ṣe ń yọ̀lé ní ọdún tó ń bọ̀ nínú àlàáfíà ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá wa ni kí a wà ká ti gba Yorùbá Nation wa, kí Olúwa kó jẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe fún wa nínú owó nínú àlàáfíà ni kí gbogbo àwa tí a nínú kan sílẹ̀ Yorùbá ká máa wà, kí bí má ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ẹnì kankan wa, kí bí má ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa nílé ní oko ní pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn tá a fi sílẹ̀ sí Nàìjíríà kó Olúwa bá wọn pa wá pa wọ́n mọ́, kíyà má jẹ kíyà tí wọ́n fi ń jẹ àwọn ènìyàn wa kó tán pátápátá kó dópin ní orúkọ ńlá ti Jésù Kristi ní a gbàdúrà.
Àmín.
Ẹ ṣé gan fún time tẹ́ fún wa.
àwọn tí ó wà níta ẹ máa rí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ti ṣubú. Ìyá wa orúkọ sọpọ mi lórí nísìn Yèyé Lúfẹ̀ máa gbé píkṣọ tí wọn náà wà nísìn kọ́lọ́run bá kó bá wa tẹ́ gbogbo wọn sáfẹ́fẹ́ rẹ̀ àti princess kan náà tó kù. Ẹ jẹ́ á padà sí ọ̀dọ̀ mọ́mì wa Comfort, then màá wá lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ grandma, àwa wá sọ́dọ̀ Ọ̀rànpàlà Jàrà, màá sọ́dọ̀ yín láìpẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ á kọ́kọ́ lọ sí ẹ jẹ́ á pé grandma, pé mo rí grandma ojú wọn mo rí nísìn. Mo ń bọ̀ mọ́mì wa Comfort, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sọ́dọ̀ mọ́mì wa Rosemary Ọláìtàn grandma. Jẹ́ káwọn grandma mọ́mì sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ má wọrẹ àṣé mo ń monitor time yẹn kò bá tètè squeeze ẹ̀ kí n wọlé láǹfààní àti sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹgbọ́n sókè mà grandma.
Ẹyin Olúwa lógo.
Ògo.
Ẹyin Olúwa
Ògo.
mo dúpẹ́ mo fi ìyìn àlópin fún Ọlọ́run bàbá Ọlọ́run ọmọ Ọlọ́run ẹ̀mí mọ́ Ọlọ́run ẹ̀mí àwọn wòlíì. Mo gbé yín ga lórí ikọ̀ àti ìríjú rẹ ní Ondo town tẹ́mi ti wá. Wọ́n ń pe àdúgbò kan estate kan ní Akínjàgunlà. Lẹ́ni yìí ó come to my spirit wípé ká fi alias Akínjàgunlà ṣe orúkọ àpèjà bàbá wa CSI. Akínni ó dẹ̀ dúró akin. Lórí eléyìí mo fẹ́ kọrin kan nínú ìwé mímọ́ Psalm 124. Ó kọ ní orin wípé ìbá ṣe p'Olúwa kò sí wá létè wá tó yẹ ká nígbà tẹ́sù gbógun ní ọpẹ́ ní
Olúwa,
ọlọ́run
Àjùbà, kábíyèsí, kábíyèsí, ọ̀tá,
ọba bò ọmọlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú agbára ọpẹ́ ní Olúwa tí kò jẹ́ kí tèṣù borí ọpẹ́
ọpẹ́ ní f'Olúwa, ọba olóore, Àjùbà, kábíyèsí, kábíyèsí, ọpẹ́ fún Jèhófà, ọlọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá, àdúpẹ́ Olúwa.
ọkàn wa yọ̀ bẹ́yẹ nínú òkun apẹyẹ òkun dá wa yọ̀ ayọ̀ Jésù dá wa sílẹ̀ ọpẹ́ o.
Ọpẹ́ Olúwa, ọba wa olóore, Àjùbà, kábíyèsí, kábíyèsí, ọpẹ́ fún Jèhófà, ọba ọlọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá, àdúpẹ́ Olúwa.
Ara bá gbàlà tó dàrú
Ìmọ̀ àmọ́ ń gbọ́ yín báyìí.
ẹni mímọ́ ọpẹ́ o.
Ọpẹ́ ní f'Olúwa, ọba wa olóore,
Àjùbà,
kábíyèsí, kábíyèsí, ọpẹ́ fún Jèhófà, ọba ọlọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá, àdúpẹ́ Olúwa.
Àmín lórúkọ Jésù. Ẹ ṣé mọ́ mi.
Pé ó ní ọkàn wa yọ bí ẹyẹ. You can imagine how God made Igboho to flee from that dungeon, from that oblivion gidi ni. Oblivion ni. Wọ́n bá bò wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀ pẹ̀lú agbára wọn. They came with might. But Ọlọ́run ò jẹ́. Ọlọ́run tó jẹ́ pé akiriṣore ni. Ó ti mọ ìgbẹ̀yìn láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀. Kò fi Ìgbòho lé ìfẹ́ àwọn ọ̀tá rẹ̀ lọ. Ẹni bá mọ Núrù àmọ́ àmọ́ pẹ́ dà. Fún everybody nílẹ̀ Yorùbá lórí bàbá wa Ìgbòho, mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀, mo yin Ọlọ́run lógo. Kò yí rántí àwọn tó ṣubú lábẹ́ ìjàkadì yẹn náà. Ọlọ́run kò sí afẹ́fẹ́ rere. Ọ̀nà wọn kó dì wọ́n mú. Mo tún wá fi àsìkò yìí mo fi wá dúpẹ́ ṣáájú ọpẹ́ torí bàbá God ó láìkì kankan àyájọ́ kan pé kẹ máa dúpẹ́ Olúwa ìwọ tó ṣe ti Ísírẹ́lì, ìwọ náà ní lánàá, ìwọ ní lónìí, ìwọ ní ọjọ́ ayé gbogbo, ìwọ náà ló máa ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ yìí. Mọ́sò tó jẹ́ pé Yorùbá ní ìran, Ísírẹ́lì ní Áfíríkà. I saw that one written boldly. I was in Jerusalem, Street of Israel for 4 times. Mo ṣáájú ọpẹ́ pé ọba tó kó ìkó lọ Síónì padà ní adá Yorùbá nation, adá ìkó lọ wa padà. Àwa rí àbí ẹ̀ tí àlàálẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣé mọ́ mi.
Màrí.
Ẹ ṣé mọ́.
ọpẹ́ náà la máa dú torí Ọlọ́run ó ní inú dùn sí ọpẹ́ ju ìbéèrè lọ. Ọpẹ́ tá a bá dùn yẹn náà la máa fi gba èyí tó tún kù lọ́wọ́ wọn. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ẹ̀ṣálì lórí àwọn ọmọ Chief Sunday Igboho àtàwọn aya àtàwọn ẹbí àtàwọn ará wọn tó ń fún wọn tó ń gbà wá láyè láti máa lead wa. kí Ọlọ́run aláàánú jùlọ lénìí kó bá a túbọ̀ dáwọn ẹ̀mí wọn sí kí wọ́n lè gbé wa dé ilẹ̀ ìlérí tá a fẹ́ kí Ọlọ́run aláàánú jùlọ kó má jẹ́ kán rógun àìsàn kán má rógun àjálù ìyá àwọn yẹn kí Ọlọ́run aláàánú jùlọ kó má jẹ́ kán fojú sunkún Sunday Ìgbòho kí inú wa kó máa dùn ká máa rí wọn ká máa yọ̀ ilẹ̀ ìlérí náà sẹ́ẹ̀ kán mú wa débẹ̀ torí àwọn la gbẹ́kẹ̀lé kì í ṣe pé Ọlọ́run ni wọ́n ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run ló mú wọn jáde pé kán wá lídìí wa kí Ọlọ́run aláàánú kó má jẹ́ kán ṣubú ẹ̀mí kán má ṣubú ara káwọn ọmọ wọn kán ṣoríire káwọn ọmọ wọn kán má ṣe kú lójú wọn kí inú wa kó máa dùn nígbà tá a bá máa ń gbọ́ oríṣiríṣi ayọ̀ láti àgọ́ wọn ní orúkọ Jésù Olúwa wa.
Àmín. Ẹ ṣeun ẹ kú ìjókòó a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run o fún àánú rẹ̀ tó wà tó sì dúró títí láé láàrin wa lọ́dọ̀ àwọn olórí wa àwọn àgbàlagbà wọn á máa sọ̀rọ̀ kan wọn á ní àgbà ò sí ní ìlú bàjẹ́ baálé ilé kú ilé dahoro àgbà ò sí nílùú tó bá ṣe wípé bàbá wa Sunday Igboho ká ní pé wọ́n wà ní ìlú kì í ṣe nǹkan tá à ń sọ nípa Yorùbá nation la máa sọ lọ́jọ́ ti tòní nítorí wípé Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè a ti gba ilẹ̀ ìní wa a ti gbà fún wa baálé ilé kú ilé dahoro kí la fẹ́ sọ fún ìdílé bàbá wa Àdògán fún ìdílé bàbá wa Àfáà ìyá wa tán sùn nínú Olúwa àti bàbá wa ọba àbí ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni so àgbà ò sí ní ìlú bàjẹ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á tẹ́ àwọn èèyàn wọ̀nyí sí afẹ́fẹ́ rere a sì dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba nítorí wípé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn bóyá méjì bóyá mẹ́ta bá a fẹ́ bá a kọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ló wọ kómà tó ṣe wípé kò jí padà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ wípé wọ́n lọ bọ́ọ̀sì ilé bàbá wa Ìgbòho èmi gan tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí blood pressure mi tó ti rise látìgbà yẹn kò tí ì lọlẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n mo mọ̀ wípé Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á fún gbogbo wa ní àlàáfíà ẹ̀mí gígùn àtara líle Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ túbọ̀ bá wa dá ẹ̀mí bàbá wa Sunday Ìgbòho sí lágbára Ọlọ́run ọ̀rọ̀ ńlá ni ó mà ṣe o nítorí pé ká ní pé bàbá wa ò sí ní exile kì í ṣe ibi tí Yorùbá nation wà lénìí iṣẹ́ kì í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ la máa wà a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa Kóìkí nítorí wípé wọ́n tágẹ́ẹ̀tì àwọn náà ṣùgbọ́n ó wu Ọlọ́run nínú àánú ẹ̀ ló dá wọn sí tilétilé tọmọtọmọ a dúpẹ́ o ojú òní tì wá o lágbára Ọlọ́run nǹkan tó ń pa wá lọ́yọ̀ lórí bàbá wa Ìgbòho kò ní pa wá lẹ́kún o àdúrà olúwa o kà á ṣe débi èrè o Ọlọ́run àgbà ìlú wa fún wa o Jésù Olúwa wa àmín. Bye.
Thank you so much. And let's come back again to the event as we continue to say a very, very faithful event that so many of our people lost their life. Ẹ ká tún gbọ́n tí Lady K sọ as we are preparing for the hours into the event tí ó ń pa àwọn èèyàn lẹ́kún. Ẹ má bínú pé the Zoom was a very short one, like I said. Even bàtà ní Zoom dáa ló fọ èmi gan tètè mọ̀ pé ó ti wà shut down there until I think this afternoon. So even if I have to deal with it, it would not have been able to be done tonight. So tabate na fish a long one. Maybe tomorrow I can adjust that. But I need for a very long 24 hours. We hardly use it, but matter. But the line is open. Anybody can still call in. We're still on air. I can feel joy láti fi rántí pé at a particular hour in the history of Yoruba, ibì kan wà tó lọ attack. Ibẹ̀ yẹn ànígbàgbé ẹ̀ láíláí. Mo fẹ́ mú íméjì ilé yẹn wá fún àǹfààní ẹlòmíì tí kò mọ bí íméjì ẹ má bínú pé double kìíní ṣò lẹ́yìn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo ilé yẹn. Odidi ilé wọ́n fẹ́ sọ di ahoro. But a dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run pé even after the attack, bàbá wa lóyè wọ́n tún ṣe tí wọ́n lè ṣe láti ẹ̀wù gbogbo tó bàjẹ́ kẹ́lẹ̀ rí pé wọ́n rí lè wà determine. I mean, kí ni wọ́n lè máa yọ window nulẹ̀ fún? I mean, sometimes when I look at these images, the question tó máa wá sí mind mi, ẹ má bínú jẹ́ kí n move Lady K sí the side. Kí yẹn wà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So number ẹ̀ ló ṣì wà on air fún ẹni tó bá fẹ́ pè. We can still take calls. It's just 12:31. Mo fẹ́ ká wà ní bíbá títí di 2 so that at least a lè ṣe the 1 minute silence, as well. When at the 1st of July by automatically we're now 1st of July. So Taban sọ pé 1st of July. This is the day that we're talking about. Nígbà tí wọ́n lọ attack ilé bàbá wa Olóyè Sunday Igboho. Kò dẹ̀ sí kankan tó fi di pé wọ́n lọ attack ẹ̀ ju pé ó jáde ó fi support fún ìran ẹ̀. Kò ń ṣọ̀run nìkan ló jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. Àìmọye ọmọ Yorùbá tí kò ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ráyè sọ̀rọ̀ lórí Zoom ẹ má fi ṣe bínú. Like I said, it was just 40 minutes. Just a quick mo kàn thought of it náà ni pé kókó jẹ́ pé àjọ wà nínú ẹ̀ náà ní 1st of July. So a ṣì máa ṣe more náà later on during the day. Tá bá play back ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ mo fẹ́ máa ṣọ́ àwọn ilé yẹn ká lè máa ní feelings pé ẹ mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ ti mọ́ láàrin ilé but ní òru ọjọ́ yẹn tá bá gbọ́n bí Lady K ṣe ń sọ fún wa pé wọ́n ti wá àtàkì àwọn. Ẹ mọ̀ èèyàn tó wà níta kò lè mú dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú Zoom yẹn náà lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Even though it was an emergency, àdẹ̀gbádùn gbogbo àwọn grandma wa tí wọ́n bá wa fi oúnjẹ mi sí wa lára. I mean, ká wo mọ́tò ká tẹ̀ sọ pé mọ́tò wọ́n lè tún ṣe. Ǹjẹ́ a lè tún ẹ̀mí ṣe ẹ̀mí àwọn méjèèjì tó gbà níjọ́ yẹn? Ṣé mọ̀ pé wọ́n gbẹ̀mí nínú ilé Ìgbòho níjọ́ Saturday, wọ́n tún gbẹ̀mí ní Ọjọ́ta, ìyẹn Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Oyèlékè. I think I should bring Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Oyèlékè image up as well. Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Oyèlékè was killed. Kò wọ́n tẹ̀ sí nínú rally. So it shows that ìlú yẹn máa ń like láti bẹ̀jẹ̀. Ìlú mẹ̀jẹ̀mẹ̀jẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà wọ́n like láti mọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn. So because mo understand Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Oyèlékè ẹni tó ń ta nǹkan kékeré tó rọra fi ń survive ayé ẹ̀dẹ̀ mú ìbọn straight bullet ẹ̀yìn. I'm sure pé àwọn èèyàn tẹ̀rántí yẹn mọ́ èèyàn pápá àwọn all this was happening almost simultaneously. Like Igboho's house was attacked on July 1st, which was a Thursday. So by 48 hours into the Lagos rally, wọ́n tún pa èèyàn náà. Ẹni tó bá mọ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ wá àti bá tún rólù fídíò Lady K yẹn màá wá máa show incident yẹn mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ ti mọ́ làwa rí nísìn. tàbádẹ lọ wo ibi tí the first footage tó jáde nínú ilé yẹn nígbà tílẹ̀ mọ́ tán footage yẹn lélẹ̀ nígbà tílẹ̀ mọ́ tí Koikimedia team débúlé now òun tí ó ti ẹ mọ̀ pé now staff wa ti dé bíbá ẹ nísìn ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ tiẹ̀ àpàrà sí ti Lady K in a minute. So òun ti ń pàkọ kadẹ after tó ti lọ round so this is now like after táwọn yẹn ti lọ after tó ti parí operation yẹn bò mú padà bọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ òun mo fẹ́ farabalẹ̀ ká tó gbọ́n tí Lady K sọ because ẹ mọ̀ wọn tètè sùn nínú ilé CSI this is like ẹlòmíì ti sùn ẹlòmíì ò ti sùn but within the next 1 hour what happened there has become an history tó máa wà documented lénìí lọ́la títí tílé ayé máa fi parẹ́ mọ̀nsíìmí adẹ́mà ní ayé kankan parẹ́ èèyàn mélòó máa lọ bá ṣe ń lọ la máa dé so some generation ṣì máa dé kọ́ máa study kìíní pé kí ni Ìgbòho ṣe gangan and after this attack ṣe mọ̀ pé there was no response from a lot of Yoruba leaders gbogbo wọn dẹ̀ dákẹ́ nígbà tẹ́ pé wọ́n tẹ̀ mọ̀ wọ́n lọ attack ilé Ìgbòho not really anybody release any statement apart from bí àwọn bàbá wa Ayọ̀ Adébánjọ that I know did some kind of statement but ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ Lady K lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
ẹjọ́ máa bá wa ṣí ẹ àwọn sójà ti attack wa àwọn sójà ẹjọ́ ẹ máa ṣí ẹ ilé Chief Sunday Igboho àwọn sójà ti surround gbogbo ilé wọn yìnbọn gidi ni báyìí ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa pass information yẹn fún gbogbo ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ẹjọ́ mi ò lè bọ́ta gan inú ilé ni mo ṣàwà báyìí please help me to share we are under attack now please let all the warrior be informed. Please help us to notify everybody. Please call everybody to be at alert. We are under attack now in Chief Sunday Igboho house. Ẹjọ́ we are under attack already with Nigerian military. Confirm lele. Ẹjọ́ àwọn sójà ní Nigeria sójà. Ìbọn wọn lẹ ń gbọ́ yẹn wọ́n yìnbọn gidi ni confirm. Ẹ bá wa share, ẹ máa bá wa pass information yẹn. Everybody wà at alert. Àwọn warrior kí gbogbo wọn wà at alert. Àwọn tó bá lè máa move bọ̀ bá anywhere tó bá wà. Confirm gidi ni o ìbọn lẹ ń gbọ́ tó ń yìn gidi yẹn àwọn Nigeria sójà lélẹ́yìí please help me to share Chief Sunday Igboho house ilé olóyè Igboho ṣe ń gbọ́ ẹ ń gbúrò bọn ẹjọ́ ẹ máa bá mi share ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi share ẹ bá mi pariwo fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire àwọn Nigeria military wọ́n ti wá àtáàkì wa ẹjọ́ this to 2 ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run wọ́n ti yìnbọn more than 10 minutes ó yẹ kí n ti gbé sí live látẹ̀kùn but I want to confirm láti mọ̀ bóyá òótọ́ ni kí n tó wá sí live kí n má bàa fún yín ní wrong information àwọn Nigerian sójà ni wọ́n kún táǹsì wọ́n surround wa ni ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run wọ́n dẹ̀ yìnbọn gidi kì í ṣe ṣeré ẹ bá mi máa share ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi máa share ẹ bá mi share ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá mọ̀ nílé lóko gbogbo èèyàn àwọn tẹ́ bá lè jí ẹ jí wọn ẹ bá mi share confirm mo sọ fún yín ẹjọ́ àtọjú oorun lèmi náà ti gbúrò bọ́ lọ́ọ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pé everybody lórí phone pé kí everybody wà alert ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ máa confirm sí àwọn làwọn sójà ni mi lè bọ́ síta o but confirm lélẹ̀ everybody ìbọn lọ́yìn gidi yẹn kì í ṣe kékeré ó surround wa ni so ẹ bá wa share Nigerian sójà ni o àwọn ìjọba location 9 ni tó bá jí kúkú máa dàrú látòru yìí kó dàrú tó bá dẹ̀ máa níyànjú kó níyànjú ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn mi ò lè bọ́ síta obìnrin ni mí wọ́n ní kí n má bọ́ síta but kí n gbé lọ sí live kí n jẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ pa bàbá ti confam fún mi sí pé àwọn sójà ni so ẹjọ́ mi ò mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o but wọ́n lọ ti surround wa pé àwọn sójà ni confam mọ́ fún yín ẹ bá wa share ẹ bá wa jí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn kí wọ́n mọ̀. ṣe ti rí Nàìjíríà ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bá wa share, ẹ bá wa share, ẹ bá wa share. Mi ní kọ́ọ̀tì broadcasting yóò dìgbà tí n bá tó get to the root. Wọ́n ní kí n má bọ́ta but kí n gbé lọ sí live. Kí n jẹ́ káwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kí wọ́n mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí, kì í ṣe ṣeré o. Gbogbo létí bọ́ta wọ́n ti fèsì wọn ò, but mi mọ iye àwọn sójà tó jẹ́ o. Mi mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o. Àmọ́ wọ́n sọ fún mi wípé àwọn sójà ni wọ́n dẹ̀ ti surround wa. So wọ́n release gidi ni tí ò ń ṣe ṣeré. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá mi share, ẹ bá mi share, ẹ bá mi share ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ pa ti wà under attack nílé Chief Sunday Igboho. Mi mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o, mi mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó, mò ń là fún yín o. Mi mọ báwọn sójà yẹn ṣe pọ̀ tó o. Ṣé ń gbúrò bọ̀ wọ́n yìn gidi ni, ṣé ń gbọ́ gidi ni ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bá mi share, ẹ gbé lọ YouTube, ẹ gbé lọ everywhere kí gbogbo èèyàn tètè mọ̀ àwọn tó sùn kọ́ jí. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa bá wa share, ẹ bá mi share, ẹ bá mi share. A ti wà under attack nílé Chief Sunday Igboho. Wọn ráyè wọlé o, but àwọn warrior náà ti lọ fèsì wọn ta ìwé ọ̀bọ wọn lẹ ń gbọ́. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ó bẹ́tà àwọn warrior tó bá wà tó sì ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó wá fèsì wọn níta, ìta ló wà. Àwọn tó dé bá dẹ̀ ń bọ̀ kọ́ mọ bó ṣe máa rìn according to nǹkan tó sọ fún mi sìn. Wọ́n ní wọ́n surround wa. Bínú jáde ta ló ń pè mí, why calling me? Ẹ pè sórí fífẹ́ WhatsApp, ẹ má pè sórí Messenger, òun ni mò ń lò. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa ké sí gbogbo àwọn warrior wa. Ó ń pọ̀ kíní tí mo ìgbú ọ̀bọ tí mo gbọ́ ìpọ̀ ó kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀. I know no problem, but a gbọ́dọ̀ mú wọn ni, wọn gbọ́dọ̀ escape. Gbogbo wọn tó bá wá òkúlẹ̀ ẹlẹ́jà ń tà. Èmi mọ̀ pé kò sí ohun tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀, but wọn gbọ́dọ̀ sá lọ. That is my home. Ṣé ń gbúrò? Ẹ̀mí mímọ́. Èmi ti paná rúùmù mi o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa share.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọ́n lè má mọ what will you do, kí lẹ́yìn máa ṣe in this situation. Kí ni ẹ̀yin rò pé lè ṣe? Ẹ mọ̀ pé tó bá jẹ́ ibi ìbàyẹn nísìn èèyàn gbọ́ tí wọ́n yìnbọn, èèyàn á pe security, èèyàn á dá 999 pé mo gbọ́n òun ìbọn. Àwọn wá sẹ́ndì ọlọ́pàá jáde, wọ́n lè gbé helicopter náà wá. But níbi situation tá à ń sọ yìí nísìn, gọ́fìmẹ̀ntì ló wá àtáàkì Ìgbòho. So ta ni wọ́n fi pè? Ta ni a lè pè pé inú ilé kan wà ní sọ́kà o, ó wà under attack, knowing fully well pé àwọn tó wá ṣe attack yẹn náà gọ́fìmẹ̀ntì. Kò ń ṣèní ni gọ́fìmẹ̀ntì ń lọ attack àwọn èèyàn. Eléyìí kò jẹ́ in tí ó wà captured tó dẹ̀ wà documented, because tó bá jẹ́ pé federal government ló ní server tí Lady K record sí, ṣé mọ̀ pé wọ́n á ní kó delete kílẹ̀ tó mọ́, wọ́n á ní kó lọ delete. But Lady K tó release video yìí fún wa, government ò ní access sí page Lady K yẹn straight away. If not, wàá delete. But luckily náà àwọn kan ti ń transmit ẹ̀ náà. But bí Lady K ṣe ń ṣe tọ̀dọ̀ tiẹ̀ tó ń sọ fún wa pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ilé yìí, ó ti pé ọdún méjì lénìí. The year runs very fast. A mọ̀ pé ó dàbí àná. Tó tá bá dijú, ìyẹn la ṣe ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé ìjọba tí ẹ tún wò yìí náà ọdún 4 ló ní. Bó bá tẹ̀ ṣọdún 4 tán kọ́, àtúnṣọdún 4 míì. Àmọ́ step tó kọ́kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ gbé ni pé bọ́dì àwọn méjèèjì níbo ló wà. Torí a mọ̀ pé Buhari nísìnyí wà London, tó jókòó sí London nísìnyí tó rest. Gbogbo ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ níjọba tiẹ̀ báyìí ó ti wà lọ́rùn new government. Àwọn wọn ń béèrè, àwọn kan wá ní ẹ pé ẹ kí Ìgbòho wá kó foríjì Ìgbòho. The question is not about pé kó foríjì Ìgbòho. Kọ́kọ́kọ́ yanjú bọ́dì méjì kó dẹ̀ lift embargo tó wà lórí Ìgbòho. Torí pé Buhari gbé embargo lé lórí ló fi dá dúró ní Benin. According to the DSS. It was that statement tó released lálẹ́ ẹjọ́ yẹn ní nǹkan bíi 10 ni wọ́n fi embargo sí orúkọ Sunday Igboho tó fi wọnú gbogbo system títí dé Benin Republic. All he needs to go and visit his family. Kó lọ jókòó tì wọ́n àbí tó wà ní Canada àbí Germany. But when people are saying kó jẹ́ púpọ̀ padà wá sí Nàìjíríà, pé Nàìjíríà ló kọ́kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ padà wá, bí àwọn ìyá wa kan ṣe sọ pé lótìtọ́ gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì míì ló wà níbẹ̀, but ṣé a mọ̀ pé terrorist sì ń operate nínú Nàìjíríà? Ṣé fi pé gbogbo military tó wà nínú Nàìjíríà ni normal military? I don't think some of you know the implication tí Nàìjíríà wà. Maybe I should remind you again. Lótìtọ́ wọ́n ti yọ chief of army staff tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá, but ṣé gbogbo army tó wà ní Nàìjíríà lénìí ṣàfihàn pé they are not compromised already? What were compromised? And evidence pointed to that. Maybe I should remind you. Àti play tẹ́lẹ̀ bí akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tún rán wa létí ìyìn tí bàbá yìí sọ. Kò dẹ̀ sí bó ṣe fẹ́ fọ̀ wọ́n mọ́ ní in the space of a month tí Tinubu débẹ̀, torí pé Nigerian soldier tí Lady K ń dárúkọ yẹn wọ́n ń ṣe Nigerian soldier, they are terrorists. So terrorists yẹn nísìn ṣe fi pé wọ́n tí sí nínú Nàìjíríà. Mo ní 500 Nigerians ti kú in 1 month tí Tinubu débẹ̀. 500. Ẹja gbọ́n tí Tiwa Danjuma sọ.
Every one of us must rise up. The armed forces are not neutral.
Ṣé armed forces tó ń sọ yẹn ṣó yàtọ̀ sí èyí tá a ní nísìn? Yes, wọ́n change olórí, but mechanism tó wà ní ẹ̀ka káàkiri. So as much as àwọn tó ní ká jẹ́ kí chief padà sílé, but wọ́n ti gbàgbé pé the system tó bá dẹ̀ ti wà compromised, tó ti wà dirty, his life is still in danger. Even if quote and unquote Bọ́lá Tinubu bá ní Ìgbòho mo fún aláyè máa bọ̀ nílé, kò sí problem kankan mọ́, àti lift embargo lórí ẹ̀. The embargo that needs to be lifted is the one that permits him to travel out of Benin Republic to anywhere he wants to go, so that he will not be stuck presently as he is, so that he can have that free movement. Tó bá dẹ̀ wá fi pé at the appropriate time himself, if feels he can go to Nigeria, he will decide that himself. But kò ń ṣe pé káwá máa ní à ń bá bẹ̀bẹ̀ kọ́ lọ bá Tinubu bẹ̀bẹ̀. No, Tinubu kọ́kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ sọ bí tí bọ́dì àwọn èèyàn wa méjèèjì wà. Very, very important. Extremely important. We want to know. But ẹja àgbọn tí Tiwa Danjuma sọ sí. Ó ní wọ́n ti wà collude. Every day, à ń rí infiltration of soldier. Ṣé mọ̀ pé wọ́n ambush àwọn soldier kan ní last week? Ó dà pé àwọn kan tẹ̀ mo mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ news in Nigeria ti sú yín, àní jẹ́ kó sú wa for now. Ambush of the soldier ní last week, ara infiltration náà ni. Ṣèbí last week àti ní new chief of defence staff tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. Kí ni ẹni ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn sójà tí wọ́n ambush ní last week? Military náà confirm ẹ̀ náà. Wọ́n náà wọn kan ṣèṣe ẹ̀mí wọn àwọn ní sọ̀tọ̀ fún yín. So gbogbo wọ́n jẹ́ kó lóye padà wá sí Nàìjíríà táwọn kan wá fi ṣe topic tó yẹ kó wà nílẹ̀ nísìn ni pé release the embargo on him and let him make decision to travel to Germany and Canada as he has been doing before. Kó tó di pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣèbí tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n travel, ó ń lọ ó ń bọ̀, ó ń lọ ó ń bọ̀, ó ń lọ ó ń bọ̀. So now there's an embargo tí kò lè jẹ́ kó move láti Benin lọ sí Germany tó fi lọ rí àwọn family ẹ̀. He has a resident of another country. Ìyẹn ò ṣe new thing, gbogbo èèyàn ló ní yẹn. Àwọn governor yìí gan ní. Deputy governor Lagos State, wọ́n ló ní citizenship America. So tó bá fẹ́ lọ America nísìnyí kò need visa. So why then must you restrict another person tó ní resident mi láti travel nítorí pé ẹ fi embargo sí? That should be the discussion on the table. Pẹ̀lú àwọn tó bá ń bá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì sọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹ release embargo tẹ́ fi sí lórí. Kò ń ṣe pé ẹ fẹ́ force ẹ̀ pé kó wá sí Nàìjíríà. Ẹ ní láti force ẹ̀ sí kó wá sí Nàìjíríà. What it needs now is the embargo to be released so that he can be able to travel to Germany and see his family. Ṣèbí Fáyọ̀ṣe ló ní kó release passport òun pé lọ gba treatment. Ṣèbí Akérédolú nísìn ó wà láyé kò sí láyé àtẹ̀mọ̀ because gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ quiet. Ó wà ní Germany tó ń gba treatment nísìn kọ́lọ̀ fún lálàáfíà. So kí ló dé tí Ìgbòho ṣe gbọ̀rọ̀ wá yàtọ̀? Why must you put embargo with this Fulani bastard? Buhari nísìn òun wá jókòó sí London. Òun ò ṣe jókòó sí Daura. Ẹ ó ní àlejò ti pọ̀ jù. Àwọn tó ń bọ̀ wá visit òun wọn ò jẹ́ kóun rest. So Buhari mọ tó dáa fún rẹ̀. Ó gbé embargo lé chief lórí. Òun dẹ̀ wá jókòó sí London. That embargo wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ lift it. Lift the embargo and allow him to travel to wherever he wants to travel to. He does not have to come to Nigeria. Nigeria is not the best option for him. When he has children, tó lè lọ kí, tó lè bá wọn jókòó, ó lè wà níbẹ̀, ó ní resident, kò ní láti kánjú, kò ní di visa. Òun iṣẹ́ tó ní di visa pé wàá lọ fi visa jókòó. And he also has multiple visa to other countries if he wants to visit as well. Why must he be restricted from that? While the politicians, criminals are moving around up and down. Ṣèbí Tinubu fúnra rẹ̀ náà lọ gba treatment ní France. Òun ṣe jókòó sínú Nàìjíríà kó gba treatment. Why must you debar Igboho the same privilege even though he hasn't committed any crime? As of today, more Nigerians wọ́n ti pa wọ́n. And if you don't know that, economic-wise, Nigeria is dead. Because as we speak today, owó lánàá ó ti di 1,000 naira to £1. So tó bá ní £1, ó máa fún ẹ ní 1,000 naira. So these first táwọn kan wá ní wọ́n jókòó, wọ́n ń gbéyẹ̀wò, ṣé kọ́ release Ìgbòho, ṣé kọ́ kí ni gbogbo ìyẹn kọ́ ló wà lórí table nísìn. In tó wà lórí table ni pé he needs to go and visit his family. Yes, àwọn ìyàwó ẹ̀ ní àǹfààní àti wá kí níbẹ̀ ni. But ó fẹ́ lọ kí àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ níbẹ̀ ní Germany àti ní ibi táwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ wà. Ìyẹn ni priority. Ẹ bá ro yẹn, ẹ ní pé kó máa bọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà. Kẹ́ lè bá kó gbogbo pressure yín àti problem yín kẹ́ tún lè lọ kó bá ní Nàìjíríà. We are in a crossroad. Nigeria is in a crossroad. Electricity tariff ó máa lọ sókè lẹ́nu even though pé rọ́lọ́pàá ó ti wà lókè tẹ́lẹ̀. Ilé Ìgbòho ló ń supply 5 streets and we are just 1 hour to that event again. And let's come back into the reality. 1 hour from now, Igboho house was already in danger. And that danger we got to know from this our beautiful Moremi.
They collude with the armed bandits. They kill people, kill Nigerians. They facilitate their movements. They cover them. If you are depending on the armed forces,
So bad drop with armed forces, you will all die.
you will all die one by one.
ẹ rí pé Lady K, she's still trying to figure out ṣé movie lélẹ̀ àbí real, but definitely this was real.
àwọn sójà ti attack wa àwọn sójà ẹjọ ẹ máa ṣí ẹ ilé Chief Sunday Igboho àwọn sójà ti surround gbogbo ilé wọn yìnbọn gidi ni báyìí ẹjọ ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa pass information yẹn fún gbogbo ọmọ káàró òjíire ẹjọ mi ò lè bọ́ta gan inú ilé ni mo ṣàwà báyìí please help me to share we are under attack now.
Once again, as we are now 1 hour precisely, tó bá di 2 o'clock, níbikíbi tó lúkálùkù wa bá wà, we do 1 minute to remember those that died, and also 1 minute to remember as many Yoruba people. 28,000 ní Baba Akintoye sọ nínú lẹ́tà tá kọ sí Bọ́lá Tinubu. Yoruba people lost 28,000 lives in 8 years of the former president, the sadist, Muhammadu Buhari. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, mo kí gbogbo ibi tí ìran ọmọ Yorùbá wà. Lótìtọ́, àwọn kan ní kí ló kàn wọ́n pẹ̀lú tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sọ́dọ̀ Ìgbòho. Kò kàn yín lóòótọ́, but Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kó kàn wọ̀nyí. But economic wise, ó máa kan gbogbo wa o. Nigeria is really a Titanic tó ti sink. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá wa, mo kẹ́yìn ìyá wa. In the next 1 hour, we will just be reminding you to just think about it. Ẹlòmíì, ìgbà tílẹ̀ mọ́ ló gbọ́. Ẹlòmíì, nígbà tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ṣẹlẹ̀ within the space of ìgbà tí Lady K go live. Because gbogbo yín lẹ ti ń tẹ̀lé wa náà, tó tá bá go live, notification máa wá sọ́dọ̀ yín. But because everybody knew ibi tí Lady K wà, and for the fact that Lady K came out, tó ń sọ fún wa pé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀.
Please let all the world be informed. Please help us to notify everybody. Please call everybody to be at alert. We are under attack now. In Chief Sunday Igboho house, ẹjọ àti wà under attack already.
Ó ń sọ fún wa pé a ti wà under attack. Lénìí, àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó wá ń point finger sí Ìgbòho pé and then so what? Because in this movement, we have now seen that 2 years àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ti gbàgbé gbogbo tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ilé Ìgbòho. Kọ̀tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá gbàgbé ni ní máa sọ pé Ìgbòho lẹ wá ń point finger sí bígbà tẹ́ pé Ìgbòho ló ba Nàìjíríà jẹ́. The same Ìgbòho tí wọ́n fẹ́ wá pa sínú ilé ẹ̀ nítorí pé ó gbé iṣẹ́ tiwa dání. Torí tí Ìgbòho bá join Yorùbá nation, kò sí nǹkan tá lè ṣe sí. A lè máa rányàn kọ́ lọ bá, a lè máa ní kó jọ kó wá bá wa dá sí. Tó bá dẹ̀ náà wọ́n dá sí, tá máa lọ fokùn mú lọ́rùn ni. So that alone is something that we should appreciate. But àwọn kan ní, why should we appreciate him? Ó deceive wa, ó parọ́ fún wa, ó gba owó lọ́wọ́ wa. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní lébẹ̀lẹ̀ as if Ìgbòho ló gbé Nàìjíríà kalẹ̀ síbi tó wà. Offense tó dẹ̀ commit ni pé òun fi empire sílẹ̀ láti darapọ̀ mọ́ àwọn ìran ẹ̀ tó ń pa, tó massacre. Àìtí lo 10 years, 2 years la lò. Already, Igboho has become the enemies. Wọ́n wò mí báyìí o, ó wà lábẹ́ program yìí o. Ìtú wọn bí yín again ni pé ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń point Igboho pé enemy yìí ni. Àwọn bí tẹ́ lọ yẹn nísìn tí ó ti di pé conflict náà tó tún wá dọ́dọ̀ wọn. Báwo lẹ ṣe fẹ́ feel nírú ọjọ́ ẹ̀ní? Because gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ sọ pé gbogbo yín ni mo mọ̀, gbogbo yín ni mo rí comment yín o. Gbogbo yín pátápátá, especially ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní UK, ẹ mọ̀ pé mo dá gbogbo yín mọ̀ dáadáa. Ẹ wá comment, ẹ ń comment pé ẹ pè lórúkọ, ẹ ní olè ni, ẹ ní dis ni. That same platform now tí wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ẹni tóun náà ń gbé gẹ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀ yẹn, òun ò rò pé bó ṣe rí nìyẹn. Ibo lẹ wá fẹ́ fi ojú sí báyìí nísìn? Ṣé ojú tẹ sì fi ń wo Ìgbòho náà lẹ sì fi ń wò ṣá? Torí pé mo mọ̀ pé kàn ṣì wà ní standing tó sì manipulate ẹ̀ torí mo ní láti reference orúkọ wọn because it's not necessary. So níbo lẹ fọkàn sí nísìn because I mean looking at Igboho's mansion maybe I should find another angle ẹ jẹ́ kí n tún lọ wo another angle while the photo di pélé yẹn ó destroy ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ mú ìtí nígbà tí a ṣe láǹfààní tílé yẹn sì dúró lódindi nínú ẹ̀ náà lọ jó ilé ẹ̀. Mo fẹ́ lọ mú lára inú ilé ẹ̀ lélẹ̀ níbi talent ọ̀fẹ́ mi ẹ imagine pé that means pé tèmi náà bá wà nínú ilé níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn like people say only Elédùmarè knows bóyá I will be alive or I will not. Mo dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run pé àwọn tó wà níbẹ̀ náà yàtọ̀ sáwọn méjì tó kú everybody survived but they survived based on Lady K. Èmi náà yàrá tèmi náà sùn ẹ bá lọ wo àwọn ibi tó damage yìí àwọn ilẹ̀kùn yẹn ẹ rí pé inú ilé Ìgbòho ni ibẹ̀ lèmi náà wà. I was just 24 hours ṣẹ́rí ẹ rí lẹ̀kùn yẹn ṣẹ́rí pé lẹ̀kùn yẹn can you see it? Ó dà pé lẹ̀kùn another section tẹ̀lé lè mú bọ̀. Títí tó fi yọ ẹ bá wò ní bíbá yìí nísìnyí ẹ rí pé the same material right tó fi di pé wọ́n tún yọ no tó fi di pé wọ́n tún yọ wọ́n yọ burglary wọ́n yọ this wọ́n yọ that I mean it's just unbelievable but wọ́n ní kò sí tó ń bọ̀ lókè tílẹ̀ ọgbà Fúlàní rẹ́dì láti pa Ìgbòho Ọlọ́run ló fún wọn ṣe àdúrà àwọn èèyàn àwọn onílẹ̀ wọ́n sùn ẹ̀jẹ̀ tẹ́ ń wò yìí wọ́n dragi I can imagine the amount of blood tó jáde lára Àdògán wọ́n dragi body yẹn no iota kò sí respect. Mama Uche, thank you so much all the way from Italy. Nigerian brain has been damaged by Fulani. No, it's the voodoo that they do for them. They are doing so many voodoo. The marabot. I mean, how did we? I mean, you can say that the destruction was a deliberate act. I mean, kí lẹ fi yọ chisel tẹ fi yọ gbogbo lẹ̀kùn. And some of these doors, a window. I mean, what fi chisel, what fi your window. When you can tell people to open the door, when you want or to destroy it, I mean, why? Because of this is clot of blood. Tó jáde lára ọmọ Yorùbá lélẹ̀, ìwọ náà máa fi ṣírò ara ẹ̀. When Lady K was saying, àti wà under attack, Lady K ò tẹ̀ mọ̀ pé owó ọtí bí àṣà that time wọ́n ti pààyàn. After tó di pé wọ́n ní kó wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣílẹ̀kùn ẹyọ kọ̀ọ̀kan ni wọ́n ṣílẹ̀kùn Lady K. Now ẹ wo bíbá yìí nísìn ká wá lọ fi wo when the property mo sọ pé inú ilé yẹn especially àgbàlá Ìgbòho yẹn is never ó máa tutù yìnrìnyìnrìn ni mo máa ń sá sínú yàrá tèmi ni because of the cold but àṣàdùpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run gbogbo tó dẹ̀ ń rí náà kò ju èrò yìí lọ pé èrò tó ń tẹ̀lé Ìgbòho yìí ti pọ̀ jù let us stop him before ó tó di pé ó máa di nǹkan mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. I think I should find it from the other page Koikimedia Odùduwà ó rà pé níbẹ̀ láti máa rí. So let's go to photos, album, and then let's go to Chief. Àṣàdùpẹ́ àdùpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run. gbogbo tọ́dẹ̀ ṣe ni pé because Ìgbòho ní ẹyẹ pa èèyàn òun, stop killing them. Kí lẹ̀ ń pa wọ́n fún? Kí ni wọ́n ṣe? I mean, you can see the beauty of the house. Ẹ wo ibi tí ìbọn oríṣiríṣi, riddles of bullets àti inú ilé àti ta. Ẹ wo bíbá ẹ nísìn, kẹ wo bíbá ẹ. You know, I think there was a riddle of bullets somewhere around títí wọ́n fi yọ. I mean, I don't understand. Kí lẹ yọ fún? So we are now almost 55 minutes when the decay was coming out to say at a hair, it will be by missing, right? So let's go back again. You know, the beauty of that house. Ilé ẹ̀ náà lélẹ̀, ilé táwọn èèyàn máa wọ̀, you know, over the July 1st, 2 years ago. That house was now destroyed by the Fulani terrorists. Inú ilé ẹ̀ lélẹ̀ nígbà tí Òṣùpá wá, ẹ lè imagine àgbàlá ẹ̀, mà kí àwọn ìyàwó Ìgbòho. Ẹ ṣe gan ni bàbá wa David Adégòkè. So, I mean, mo pé ẹ follow details in tí mo kàn fi analysis tí mo ń gbé jáde ní òru yìí. Because mo kàn fẹ́ káwọn ọmọ Yorùbá lè ní understanding. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wọnú ilé yẹn nísìnyí. Kẹ́ lè mọ̀ pé is a apart from pé wọ́n wá sínú ilé yẹn, inú ilé yẹn gan fúnra rẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ destroy it completely. Lady K ló stop ẹ̀. In tá à ń sọ ìkọlà mo máa sọ. Mo fẹ́ lọ múnú ilé yẹn wá ni o. Ṣé èèyàn lè sọ pé within the space of mo mọ̀ gbà tí Òṣùpá wá, excuse me, I mean, ẹ wọnú ilé yẹn. Mo fẹ́ wo bí àwọn tún fẹ́ rí another angle. Okay, this is another angle. Nígbà tó nínú ceiling ló wà, wọ́n já ceiling wálẹ̀. Now, ẹ wo inú ilé yẹn, kẹ́ wá compare sí bíbá. Can you see that? I mean, the whole house, we're talking about a mansion. This is, I mean, ibi tẹ́mi ṣáà tí mo gbé for 6 months ni. Ibi tẹ́mi àti chief jókòó sí nílé orí couch just as 24 hours before. Ó tẹ̀ pé 24 hours mọ́. Be some few hours kó tó di pé a máa lọ sí Ìgangan. Ó sacrifice ayé ẹ̀, you know, ó ń gbé comfort house. Ó like football, ó like movie. A ní kájọ jókòó kájọ wo film. Bàbá mi lọ sùn. Ilé tẹ́yìn ò kì í sùn yìí mi lọ sùn. A ní coordinator ẹ̀ máa fèmí nìkan lẹ̀ síbẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin náà lọ sùn. You know, so now èèyàn wá fi gbogbo ilé sílẹ̀ ẹ wá ní and then so what? Àwọn kan wá ní ó abandon Yorùbá nation. But eléyìí tó wọ́n abandon nìkan. The property tó abandon. So property yẹn nísìn kò mean anything. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé asset nílé ni? Because that's his asset. Part of his asset ni kí ni mo wá ṣe ń ṣe wàhálà tá a fẹ́ kọ́lé. Ẹni tó ì tí kọ́lé gan sef, ó ń gbìyànjú pé kò ń kọ́. Èèyàn kan wá kọ́lé, ó kọ́ dindi mansion, ó wá turn it upside down. Láti ìgbà yẹn nísìn, ṣé mọ̀ pé láti 1st of July, ó ràn pé lómi ò tí mọ̀, ṣé mọ̀ pé láti 1st of July nísìn, Ìgbòho ò tí ì rí inú ilé yìí, yàtọ̀ sí pé bí àwọn ọmọ ya picture bí wọ́n bá ṣe video call, kò tí ì wọnú ilé in 2 years. Mo tẹ̀ ọ́nda, kò tẹ̀ tí ì yé mi ṣá. In 2 years, Ìgbòho ò tí ì ní access láti padà sínú ilé yẹn. And the whole reason was because he was fighting the cause tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú èmi, tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú wọ. Ẹ wò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, ẹ tún wọ another angle of the house. Ẹ rí pé it's still the same sofa. It's still the same center table, but everything was destroyed. Even tó bá tẹ̀ tún ṣe ṣó lè dàbí ṣá. Àwọn kan wá ní kò mátà. Ẹni tó rí irú eléyìí rí tí bàbá àti bàbá ò rí irú ẹ̀ rí. Ó ní and then so what? If his house was attacked and he was almost killed, and then so what? Lẹ́nu tí wọn. Ibi tẹ́ ń wò yìí, òun níbi tó pa Àdògán sí. One of the guest place. This is me there again in that same property where we received guests. Gani Alágbàlà, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa, and now ẹ wo building yẹn. Gani àtèmi da ṣe ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó ti mú kan yóò báyìí èmi àtẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Èmi díjú ẹ̀gbọ́n mi náà gbójú sókè. Àwa dàbí ẹni tó ti tán kan sí ẹ jẹ́ wo bí wọ́n bá rọ̀rọ̀ dá picture eléyìí Ìgbòho ṣá ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá. Èmi àtọmọ Lúkà ní ẹ̀yìn ilé yẹn lélẹ̀ ìta ìlà tí ń yìnbọn níjọ́ July 1st. We are now about 50 minutes to the day of the atrocity. So many images. Inú ilé yẹn náà Àdògán fẹ́ràn ṣífù kú. Inú ilé yẹn náà lélẹ̀ ẹ bá wo back view yẹn kò síbi tí ṣífù bá ń lọ Àdògán náà ń ti rẹ́dì. Kódà tó bá ń sùn wọ́n bá ní ṣífù ń jáde báyìí ẹ bá rí bó ṣe máa bẹ́ bọ́tà. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá wá ní and then so what? Ṣé ṣífù nìkan ló máa kọ́kọ́ ṣe irú ẹ̀ ni? Àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ tí gbé fámìlì wọn kankan jáde síta. Èèyàn kan wá jókòó sórí mídíà á dẹ̀ parọ́ ńlá pàmò ṣífù jókòó sí Amẹ́ríkà Gani Alágbàlà òun ló wá sí Sókàì. Gbogbo báyìí ṣe Yorùbá nation àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ against ṣífù Amẹ́ríkà ló jókòó sí o. Èyí tó jókòó sí UK jókòó sí UK o. Èyí tó jókòó sí Turkey jókòó sí Turkey o. Wọ́n wá lé o. Pé káwọn tẹ̀rọ wá yọjú sí ṣífù nígbà láàrin méjì ṣèbí Lady K ló wá nísìn ló rescue wa. Àwọn tó wà nílé gan lè ṣe fídíò Lady K ló ṣe fídíò. And at the end of the day, they are the same people that have destroyed the movement. Again, inú ilé ẹ̀ lélẹ̀. Part of this was also destroyed. Tẹ́ bá wo ibì kan nínú àwọn images yẹn ẹ rí pé bullet ìbọn wọnú some section. Tẹ́ bá wo ẹ jẹ́ ká wo bíbà. Ẹ rí pé ìbọn lélẹ̀ bullet. Ẹ rí wall yẹn ṣe rí. Ìsàlẹ̀ làwọn dúró sí àti ya picture yìí. Òkè lélẹ̀. So when we go back as well, ká wò láti tà báyìí. Riddle of bullets 1, 2, 3 all over the place because ẹ mọ̀ pé Lady K sọ fún wa pé wọ́n ìbọn gidi ni o. This one no be ṣeré o. Ẹ jẹ́ agbọ́n tí Lady K sọ níbí báyìí.
With Nigerian military confam lele ẹjọ àwọn sójà ní Nigeria sójà ìbọn wọn lẹ ń gbọ́ yẹn wọ́n yìnbọn gidi ní confam ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ má bá wa
ó ní wọ́n yìnbọn gidi ìgbà tílẹ̀ mọ́ wàláì àríbọn ẹ̀ gidi ẹ jẹ́ agbọ́n tí Koikimedia team torí nígbà tó ń dé nílé láàárọ̀.
Ti wà ní pípẹ́ àwọn sójà yìí jẹ́ kí n wọlé ní junction sókà. Àmọ́ bá wọn bẹ̀ mo ti go live ní gbogbo àyẹn gan. Mo ń capture wọn tẹ́ kán lé ní lọ́sọ̀nà sókà. Àwọn private car wà níbẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n gbé àwọn Hilux wọn inú àdúgbò private car wà níwájú sókà. Èmi náà tó wá ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ àgbà tó máa ń ráwọn bàbá yẹn sìn àwọn náà tó wá ní àgbé àwọn sójà ló dá wọn padà.
Ẹ gbọ́ sójà yẹn ń dá àwọn èèyàn padà torí pé wọ́n mọṣẹ́ ibi tó ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́.
Sẹ́yìn náà rí Koikimedia bring the work closer to your doorstep. A ti wá lé bàbá ẹ wo mọ́tò ṣe rí mọ́tò. Koikimedia bring the work closer to your doorstep. Àwọn ara àwọn evidence yìí lè rí i. Ṣé wọ́n pẹ́ láti bí aago méjì tí mo ti ń go live mo fà àwọn sójà yẹn ràn yín. Àwọn kan sọ pé àwọn Fúlàní ni tí wọ́n wọṣọ sójà. Wọ́n jẹ́ Fúlàní.
wá jókòó nínú comfort zone wọn èèyàn take a risk ó ń sọ fún yín pé sójà ni wọ́n ní Fúlàní ni. I don't understand our people. We are now almost some 50 minutes over the 2 o'clock. I share 1 minute silence and we then wind down, the conversation. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí àjọ determine pé a máa dúró títí di aago méjì ìyẹn time tí ọwọ́ àtàkì lé olóyè Sunday Igboho. We are now exactly 13 hours láti ọ̀sán àná láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ program yìí. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti dáná nínú ẹ̀, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti sóúnjẹ nínú ẹ̀, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti lọ mọ́mọ ní school, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti ṣetán níbi iṣẹ́, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ṣe ń lọ síbi iṣẹ́. Tó bá di aago méjì a ṣe 1 minute silence àdé ìgbé tó yẹn wá sílẹ̀ and we will then start again tomorrow lágbára Ọlọ́run. I know there's going to be a lot of different activities, so we are now about 45 minutes to the 1 minute silence. So ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí comment section, I don't know how you're going to put it out. Bí ẹ kàn máa ṣe ẹ máa comment ní láti sọ pé yes èmi náà mo ṣe 1 minute silence mi. Okay, I don't know who is making a call for me. Let's see. Go. Hello? Hello? Our program. Every new more yeah man this will the program is so we know them all. Okay. All right. $1, my boy $1. Okay. All right. See, people like to disturb. Nígbà tá à ń ṣe live program. Ẹ tún mú nǹkan mi wá sínú program. Anyway, that's what we deal with every day. Mo kí ìyá tó bí mi lọ́mọ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. So, it's a day that can never be erased. The future Yoruba government will decide whatever plan that we have for July 1st. A lot of Indians saw different things, but the future Yoruba government they might make a decision of what they want to call it. Mo rántí àwọn kan tẹ̀ ní ká sọ léyìn the museum and all that come up tamper pẹ̀lú the structure or damage yẹn so that the future people can be going there and they can relocate cheap to another beautiful place and all that and all that. But like I said, all those suggestions are very good. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin mọ́mí wa grandma princess Awoni mo kí mà mo kí ìyàwó Arámọ́tà Àṣàkẹ́ mo kí Omeyo lẹ́ǹkan sí kò ṣe ìwọ ló ti jẹ táìmù tó pọ̀ nínú Zoom mo kí ẹ lẹ́ǹkan sí mo kí owó ẹ̀ta lórí Instagram. Lótìtọ́ lọ́la to be honest ní àárọ̀ yìí àwọn tó wà ní sókà gan ní rántí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ 2 years ago ṣé ibi tó ti ń struggle pẹ̀lú ayé wọn nísìn. Nigeria is a messed up country. I won't be surprised that people in Soka doesn't even, definitely àwọn tó wà nílé, but àwọn tó wà níta ni mo sọ. They won't understand, because they cannot foresee the future. Táwa ń rí, ṣáwọn tó bẹ̀ níná. The same time, báyìí nísìnyí tẹ́ bá lọ sí Soka, gbogbo ẹ̀ ti dúdú rẹpẹtẹ. Street márùn-ún dẹ̀ ni ilé chief ló connect. Street márùn-ún tó bá tẹ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. So, we cannot love him less. We can only continue to pray for him. But kí ni reason kan tó ṣe ń jáde? ẹ jẹ́ á tún wo fídíò yìí lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí while we take this short interlude. ẹ má bínú ó tún lọ mú ní jáde pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ní so I had to bring it back out. Let's go back again to it.
orúkọ mi ni Sunday Adéyẹmọ tí gbogbo yẹn mọ̀ sí Sunday Ìgbòho sàmùkútẹ́ yẹn bá jọ ọmọ Ìbàdàn tó bá ń gbé kó wọ́n máa pè ní bàbá Ìbàdàn wọ́n lè máa pè ẹlẹ́mìí àpè ní Ìbàdàn so ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yẹn tó bá ń gbé lu òdì kejì tó bá jọ ọmọ bòmí ó kọ ìlú tó ti wá yẹn náà máa fi pè é níbi tó ń gbé èmi náà jẹ́ kan nínú ẹni tó kópa nínú ogun Mọdákẹ́kẹ́ àti Ifẹ̀ so ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó bá gbọ́ sórí ogun yẹn tó ń gbọ́ gbogbo pa tí mo kó mẹ́rin pé ọkùnrin mẹ́rin ogun bàbá yẹn ń gba ogun ó ṣe báyìí ó máa ń jẹ́ kí ẹlòmíràn pé ọkùnrin ni akíkanjú ọkùnrin ni gbogbo wa wàhálà Ládọjà àtàwọn bàbá dídí búmbàdàn náà gbogbo àwọn tí wàhálà yẹn sojú wọn wọ́n fẹ́ impeach Ládọjà wọ́n fẹ́ yẹ Ládọjà ń pò wọ́n fẹ́ gbàjọba lọ wọ́n fẹ́ yẹ Ládọjà jẹ nǹkankan tèmi dẹ̀ dúró tì ń gbà yẹn gbogbo àwọn tó rí pa tí mo kó láti pé kán mọ̀ rí Ládọjà yẹn jẹ́ ń gbà yẹn sùtẹ́lẹ̀ mi bá rí mi èrò yẹn wípé ọkùnrin mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n nìyẹn bí wọ́n ṣe bọ́ta ṣe pọ̀ tó Ọlọ́run ṣẹ́gun wọn fún èròǹgbà mi lórí ìgbésẹ̀ àwọn Fúlàní yẹn ni pé ẹnu Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ kò tí wọ́n bá mọ̀ pé wọ́n fẹ́ ká bá Fúlàní jà káwọn bàbá wa gbogbo àwọn ọba wa gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa wọ́n ṣáájú kàn pè wá sí mítì kàn dẹ̀ fún wa pé tó àwọn ọmọ yìí o kí ròyìn dé sì gbé kí gbogbo ayé rí pé tó àwọn ni wọ́n sọ pé tó ká kojú wọn gbogbo ibi tí yàrá ti fẹ́ jẹ Yorùbá ká fèsì ibẹ̀ Ọlọ́run mọ̀mọ̀ mú wa agbára mélòó wà làwọn Fúlàní wa ní wọn ò tó ń tọ́ ń pera wọn wọn fọlọ́ búra fún yín wọn ò tó ń tọ́ ń pera wọn Ọlọ́run bá Olódùmarè ń gbọ́ ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ní nǹkan tí àwa náà ní lọ́dọ̀ àwọn bàtà jogún àwọn bàbá ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lò ń sìn ká bọ́ta wọ́n sọ wá lóko míì táwọn bàbá bá mọ̀ pé yà ń jẹ àwọn Yorùbá kàn pe gbogbo wa sí mítìn kàn pe Ọọ̀ni kàn pa Aláàfin kàn pa àwọn bàbá Àwùjalẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọba yẹn tó bá jókòó kàn wá pè wá kàn invite gbogbo wa wá Ọlọ́run bá lágbára èmi ò tó nǹkan kan àwọn tó tún lágbára jù wá pọ̀ tó pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ kàn pe gbogbo wọn jọ so tí èsì tó bá pè wọn jọ tó bá mọ̀ pé lè kan ru wa náà ipá náà sì lè ní pátá lè kó kọ́ pè wá káwájọ jókòó káwo bá ṣe fẹ́ ṣe tí ò ní sí nǹkan kan ẹ̀mí gbọ̀n kankan mọ́ ẹlòmíì náà ń gbọ́ gbòó ni kò kú rí mi rí ẹlòmíì á ní ó lè kọ̀máǹdì mọ́ ó lójú àwọn tí mo ṣe lójú wọn rí ẹlòmíì á ló lè ṣe báyìí ẹlòmíì tí bá ṣèkan lójú ẹ yóò sọ 10 ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yìí ẹlòmíì á sì ní ẹnu ni so àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé nu nìyẹn èmi mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́n kí nǹkan dẹ̀mí àti wọn pọ̀ wọ́n lè rí pé kì í sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀nà ṣùgbọ́n pé kẹ́nìkan wá lóhun dìde ṣe èmi ìwọ ni mi Sunday Igboho mo wá bọ́ ọ̀tá o àbá nígbà tí wọ́n bá fi dọ̀tún la Buhari ó pàṣẹ láti Àbújá sọ́jà tí ó ka mọ́ta nkìdé yóò ju tó gun Boko Haram tó ń jẹ́ ilẹ̀ Haúsá lọ wọn ò ríra wọn bẹ̀ yẹn tá a bá dẹ́rẹ̀ wò nísìn ẹ̀ rí i pé wọ́n yìí máa lọ́wọ́ gbogbo táwọn ń ṣe ilẹ̀ Haúsá tó ń mú jẹ yẹn tá a bá dẹ́rẹ̀ wò nísìn wọ́n yìí máa lọ́wọ́ torí pé àwọn Yorùbá kan náà ni ó lọ bá wọn lọ́hùn tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ọmọ bí wọ́n ṣe wọ́n ṣe nu ń pa ẹ̀ làwọn ọmọ ayákìlá làwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ yẹn ta la parí ta ìyá yóò la parí ìbíjà yẹn làlá fẹ́ gbé ó tó fi gba sùúrù nìyẹn ó gbọgbọ́n kì í ṣe nǹkan tí yẹn kàn kágbára ọrùn tó kó funpa tó kó lóńdè tó gbé bọ̀kọ́ tó lọ́fẹ́ lọ pàdé Fúlàní o bí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ wọ́n sọ di nǹkan mímọ́ yẹn lọ́wọ́ àfi kéèyàn jókòó kó lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá yẹn táwọn bàbá yẹn ó ṣèwé kán sáyìn fún wa pé àwa la ṣèwé fún yín pé ìyà gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ Yorùbá gbogbo bíkíbi tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá dé ẹ lọ ṣàbò lórí ẹ̀pọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tẹ bá mọ̀ ń bẹ kẹ́ ṣàbò àwọn ọmọ ń bẹ lẹ̀lẹ̀ bàbá mi àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ń bẹ ńlẹ̀ tí wọn ò ní sá rárá àwọn ọmọ tẹ́wọ̀n tán jó àwọn ọmọ tẹ́wọ̀n tán jókòó wọ̀nyí wọ́n yìí sọ wọn ìṣẹ́ran rírọ̀ but ọgbọgbọ́n àlèkè pé ẹ mọ lọ sí Ìkirè ibi tí wọ́n ti ń kidnap Yorùbá ẹ mọ lọ Òṣogbo ẹ mọ lọ lọ́rin ẹ mọ lọ sí yóò di nǹkan mímọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ tó bá ti dá wọn lójú pé àwọn làwọn bí wa àwọn sì làwọn bàbá àwọn ni bàbá wa lẹ̀ Yorùbá ń bí wọ́n sì ṣe bàbá burúkú wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ̀dàlẹ̀ bàbá tí fi àjọmọ́ káwọn náà bá gbádá rẹ̀ kàn ó tì wá síwájú bàbá lọ bàbá nílọ káwọn bá gbádá rẹ̀ kàn ní ká nìṣó níbẹ̀ bàbá lọ bàbá nílọ bá wọn gángan ò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ toró táwọn bàbá àkànnà ń bẹ tó ń gbà ń bẹ àwọn oníṣẹ́ jù fáwọn lọ bọ̀ táwọn bá jẹ́ bàbá dáadáa tí wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ fi àtúbọ̀tán rí lẹ̀ fáwọn ọmọ wọn kò yẹ kí wọ́n gbàbọ̀dẹ̀ fún Yorùbá kò yẹ kí wọ́n pè wá ká bọ́ ta ni káwọn dẹ̀ dúró tì wá pé ó yẹ nìṣó níbẹ̀.
tí n bá gbórúkọ Sunday Igboho àyà mi ò tún jáde kò sí nǹkan kan òtútù ó mú mi pẹ̀lú.
òtútù ti mú ẹ ọ wá pàrọ̀ pé òrírò ẹ̀rí kọ́.
látijọ́ tí wọ́n ti bí mi rírò ẹ̀ rí níjọ́ tí mo gbọ́ pé Sunday Igboho ń tún lọ Ògùn State báyìí níjọ́ náà mi ò lè sùn.
ẹ lọ níṣẹ́ olùsí ọmú wọ́n wá wò ó Sunday Igboho níbọ̀ wá bọ̀.
tí n bá gbórúkọ Sunday Igboho àyà mi ò tún jáde.
kí ló dé.
kò sí nǹkan kan òtútù ó mú mi pẹ̀lú.
òtútù ti mú ẹ ọ wá parọ́ pé òrírò ẹ̀ rí kọ́.
látijọ́ tí wọ́n ti bí mi rírò ẹ̀ rí. níjọ́ tí mo gbọ́ pé Sunday Igboho ń tún lọ Ògùn State báyìí níjọ́ náà mi ò lè sùn.
ẹ lọ níṣẹ́ olùsí ọmú wọ́n wá wò ó Sunday Igboho níbọ̀ wá bọ̀.
tí n bá gbórúkọ Sunday Igboho àyà mi ò tún jáde.
kí ló dé.
kò sí nǹkan kan òtútù ó mú mi pẹ̀lú.
òtútù ti mú ẹ ọ wá parọ́ pé òrírò ẹ̀ rí kọ́.
látijọ́ tí wọ́n ti bí mi rírò ẹ̀ rí. níjọ́ tí mo gbọ́ pé Sunday Igboho ń tún lọ Ògùn State báyìí níjọ́ náà mi ò lè sùn.
ẹ lọ níṣẹ́ olùsí ọmú wọ́n wá wò ó Sunday Igboho níbọ̀ wá bọ̀.
tí n bá gbórúkọ Sunday Igboho àyà mi ò tún jáde.
kí ló dé.
kò sí nǹkan kan òtútù ó mú mi pẹ̀lú.
òtútù ti mú ẹ ọ wá parọ́ pé òrírò ẹ̀ rí kọ́.
látijọ́ tí wọ́n ti bí mi rírò ẹ̀ rí. níjọ́ tí mo gbọ́ pé Sunday Igboho ń tún lọ Ògùn State báyìí níjọ́ náà mi ò lè sùn.
And that is the name that the Fulani are scared of. Ẹ̀yin lè má ní understanding it. I know, like I said, the conversation with Yaya Bello. Ẹ̀yin lè rò pé wọ́n mọ orúkọ ẹ̀ ní North. Wọ́n mọ̀ dáadáa. Torí pé wọ́n mọ ipa tó ń kó láti protect àwọn Yorùbá. But again, interest of àwọn kan, as we always say, Nigeria has a lot of stakeholders. So we are just about 30 minutes to the end of the conversation. But at that particular time, I will do my 1 minute silence. I hope I should 1 minute silence here. And then we will play our anthem. And then we will then say thank you so much to everyone that dedicated that, marathon. It was not planned for. During the course of the program, I decided I'm gonna run it until the 2 a.m. The exact time what we were attacking Ile Babawa Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho 2 years ago. We are now on the 1st of July 2023. And the only thing we can just do for him is pray. Moki yawa denike adeyemo moki yawa ladele lamileko yawa bosede moki yami bimileke. Lord Jen, thank you so much. That's the only thing we can do. We can only give thanks that he survived it. Don't ask me how. I don't know myself. But he did survive it. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá ní kò mọ̀ ṣe, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ní ta ni, mo pray pé 500 security operatives our kà yín mọ́lé and let us know if you survive it. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ní kò ní kankan, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń point finger, mo pray pé 500 security operatives wọ́n máa wá kà yín mọ́lé. Tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ ti survive it, that's fine. Ìtajọ gbé dání tí gbogbo wa dúró lé lórí pẹ̀lú bàbá wa Alana, the Oracle, Moriembe Aziz, mo kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Tony Ages, mo kí Ìjáyà, mo kí gbogbo yín. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi David Adegoke, thank you so much. We are just giving thanks at this hour now because a ti wà nínú that hour tí operation yẹn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ìwọ náà kàn máa ronú sí kí ló rò pé ó lè máa ṣẹlẹ̀ kó tó di pé Lady K go live, àbí pé kí lè rò pé ó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pé lédèké ògo live mo fẹ́ kólúkálukú wa ká máa rò lọ́kàn bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dago méjì. Lẹ́yìn aago méjì we just do the 1 minute silence àsọ pé ó ti di 2 o'clock tó bá dẹ̀ di 2:01 or 2:02 kọ́lọ́n kó foríjì àwọn tó ti kú and we play the anthem and we will then shut the broadcast down and we will start sometime I don't know when tomorrow but I'm sure there will be a lot of different activities tomorrow. The Koikimedia team will be doing something tomorrow. So keep an eye on our timeline. There might be things coming out from different parts between team across the Yoruba land. Koto de pe we might eventually come up as well. I don't know when time, I don't know what the situation is. But all I can say is that even when I complete this program, I'll just sit down somewhere and just be reflecting that it could have been any one of us. It could have been even you. Yes, ẹ lè máa pé báwo ló ṣe máa jẹ́ mi Koiki máma kó bá mi. Ẹ imagine èyí tẹ̀ ń rányàn wá bá wa ní Ìgbòho lọ́dọ̀ Ìgbòho. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn ẹlòmíì tó bá dé tílẹ̀ bá ṣú àní kẹ má lọlé ẹ̀sùn títí dàárọ̀ ọ̀la. Tọmọ yín bá lọ wà nínú ilé ńjọ́ yẹn kọ́. Ẹ̀yin ò rò bẹ́ẹ̀. Tí kò bá wá ń ṣe lọ́dọ̀ Ìgbòho, gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n attack lọ́tùn lósì tí Ìgbòho ń torí ẹ̀ jà pé àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń pa ẹ̀ ó ti pọ̀ jù. It could be one of your members. It could be one of your members from the church. It could be one of your members from your mosque. It could be a family friend. Ẹ wo sister wa kan tó lọ ní last year kan ní tọ́nà fi lọ sí ìyá ẹ̀. It could even be internal problem. Kó má jẹ́ terrorist. Ṣé mọ̀ pé ìyá yẹn kò padà dé London mọ́? Ẹ rántí bàbá wa tó lọ láti Maryland. Ṣé rántí pé òkú mà lọ gbé padà lọ sí Maryland? And so many like that. So, in as much as some of us might say, kò lè kàn mí, ètí Ìgbòho ń jà fún yẹn kò kàn mí náà. We understand. And that is why we hope the government now will take responsibility of the security. But according to the security situation in the month till current government were in power, 500 people have died. And again, it could be anybody. Kò tí sáwọn tó ń kú pé hospital or other issues. So we are now 28 minutes into the countdown. What I would do is that video Lady King, I know is 12 minutes. So tó bá di bí literally 15 minutes into 1:45, I play video yẹn. So video yẹn ló máa fún wa ní the final into the 2 o'clock and we do the 1 minute silence. Then I will just play the anthem and we will close the broadcast. 1 minute silence here lè direct us anywhere. It could be for Yoruba land. It could be for Adogon, Alhaji Fatah. It could be for the family. It could be for the 1 minute. I know sometimes people say it's for the dead alone. No, it's not for the dead alone. It's just to remember something. Ọjọ́ ńlá tíyàn yàgbẹ́ tó mọ ibi tí gbẹ̀yẹn ti ń jáde. I hope I'll find some of the video tèmi ṣe níjọ́ yẹn. Màá lò yẹn lọ́la. If I can find it. Èmi náà níjọ́ yẹn kò sí bíyàn ṣe lè jẹ́ ọkùnrin tó wọ́n nígbà tí nǹkan bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ló máa mọ̀ pé ọkùnrin nìyẹn. So, but like I said, we all react differently. Ọkùnrin react, obìnrin react, ẹlòmíì lọ into shock, ẹlòmíì mú mọ́ra, ẹlòmíì fi wo kí igbó ló fi end sí, ẹlòmíì expectation ni pé tílẹ̀ bá máa fi mọ́ báyìí kó ti dàbí ti Paris tá à ń rí gbogbo ó ti dàrú, everywhere ti bàjẹ́. But àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá, we are very reserved people. We don't like violence. I've seen that already in this movement. Everybody wants everything, come out to little. We do not like it bad, but subject to whether that will take us out or not. We will never forgive the Fulani láyé táyé máa fi jáyé fún nǹkan tó wá ṣe yẹn, because Buhari is not a Nigerian. Fulani ni, just like Bukola Saraki. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, àti kàtàn bàbá Bukola Saraki, bàbá tó bí bàbá Bukola Saraki, Mali ló ti wá. Ìyá ẹ̀ ní Ìsẹ́yìn ní Ọ̀yọ́ State. Mo kí mọ́mí wa Títílọlá. So, at the end of the day, we will never forgive them for killing two of our most important people. We will never forgive them. We will never forgive the Fulanis. Good ni wọ́n ni o, bad anywhere tí bá ti pàdé wọn báyìí. We can never forgive them. Ọlọ́run bá wa dúró ti gbogbo mọ̀lẹ́bí kọ̀ọ̀kan tó wà affected, and that also include àwọn tó kó lọ sí Abuja, even as much as àwọn kan ti yapa kúrò nínú wọn. That is their own prerogative. We cannot hold them to that, but they also paid the price for whatever happened. We are just 10 minutes into quarter two. I will just play the last part again without no interruption this time around. If I'm going to play Lady K and anything, so that by the time that is played, I there she 1 minute silence. Literally just bow down, and then we close the broadcast. It's been a very run marathon, but I don't think it's too much. Face I don't know what Chief was thinking that day. There's going to be a lot running on his mind, especially concern about Antojo Wanile. But a lot of things we discussed after I met him that is not for public consumption. But was, like I always say, it's a privilege, huge privilege, to have met him. Kódà tẹ́ bá lọ gbọ́ fídíò tí wọ́n fi pè sórí program, even though pé mo ti gbọ́rúkọ wọn dáadáa, but ẹni tó bá gbọ́ ẹ̀rẹ́ ẹlòmíà fẹ́ lè máa sọ pé omi tó ń pè yín ni, but tọ́lọ̀ bá ti ní àsìkò tó máa connect ẹ̀mí méjì kan, kò sí nǹkan tẹ́ lè ṣe sí. You've tried, everybody, I know. I'm not talking about the good side. Those that wanted to destroy the relationship that we have, they've tried. And I told him, I said, wherever you're heading to is where I'm going. Because, I mean, like I always say, Mama wonder, the kind of relationship he has with so many of his, team. I'm sorry. Àwọn olówó táwa máa ń rí, tá máa ń gbọ́, tá máa ń mọ̀, tá máa ń rí, tá máa ń smell. It wasn't like that. At least for the period of the month I stayed with him. But I give thanks that we are still here today, and they were grateful because 1st of July 2021, it took Jamie. It take one a few minutes because Mobishima react after I was woken up, and everybody was already waiting for my live transmission because I was the next person that could have projected, even though I was on the ground. But like I always say, Friday, I will be in that house. But but somebody was there that helped us pass the message out, and that was Lady K. So I'm gonna play Lady K. Only the last time. The video has now gone a little bit more in circulation again. It's 12 minutes. At the post this in WhatsApp group. I'm gonna give us mo ti gbé lọ sórí Instagram but mo ti send it sórí WhatsApp mi. So ẹni tó bá ní di video yẹn, it's a video that we should keep. Ẹ̀yin náà ẹ keep it. It's a lot. After the whole thing died down, I think some months back, you go back and study that video, which I did, looking at the sequence. And nígbà tí Lady K wà off, àgbọn kankan mọ́. Kí lẹ̀yin rò lọ́kàn yín? Everybody has a lot of things to máa rò lọ́kàn ẹ̀ because àgbọn kankan mọ́, everywhere quiet apart from Koikimedia staff tó tún jáde lóru yẹn náà. So it was a very difficult time, ní 2021. Then after like 20 days, ká tó wá gbọ́ pé wọ́n tún mú chief again ní Benin. So that ìyẹn tẹ̀ kúkú wá fọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ lójú. àìtí resolve pain July 1st. Nígbà tó tún máa di July 18 kan ní àbí 20. Àti wá gbọ́ pé wọ́n dá dúró ní Benin Republic. Ṣe mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn máa dàbí ìjẹta, but ká dúpẹ́ torí Ọlọ́run mo bó ṣe fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́, ó dẹ̀ rìnrìn àjò yẹn dáadáa. Even though Buratai government fi wá kidnap ẹ̀ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ pé kọ́ máa gbé bọ̀ l'Ábùjá kó lè wà pẹ̀lú Nnamdi Kanu, kí DSS lè máa poison oúnjẹ wọn díẹ̀díẹ̀ just as bó ṣe ń ṣe fún Nnamdi Kanu lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìnyí, because we know that àfẹn tó bá stupid ló máa ní kò possible. We know what the government is doing to Nnamdi Kanu. I'm poisoning it díẹ̀díẹ̀ now, especially somebody that they've been looking to capture. But Ọlọ́run ṣe tiwa bẹ́ẹ̀, so ká dúpẹ́ fún mi. So jẹ́ ká gbọ́ Lady K for the last time on the program tonight, and then at 2:00 we would do the 1 minute silence, and we'll play the anthem and close the broadcast. Once again, it's been a marathon. It's now 13 hours, 21 minutes. And I don't think it's too much for somebody that I've lost a lot, especially his close friend and family member.
ẹjọ́ máa bá wa ṣí ẹ àwọn sójà ti àtàkì wa àwọn sójà ẹjọ́ ẹ máa ṣí ẹ ilé Chief Sunday Igboho àwọn sójà ti surround gbogbo ilé wọn yìnbọn gidi ni báyìí ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa pass information yẹn fún gbogbo ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ẹjọ́ mi ò lè bọ́ta gan inú ilé ni mo ṣàwà báyìí please help me to share we are under attack now please let all the warrior be informed. Please help us to notify everybody. Please call everybody to be at alert. We are under attack now in Chief Sunday Igboho house. Ẹjọ́ we are under attack already with Nigerian military. Confirm lele. Ẹjọ́ àwọn sójà ní Nigeria sójà. Ìbọn wọn lẹ ń gbọ́ yẹn wọ́n yìnbọn gidi ni confirm. Ẹ bá wa share, ẹ máa bá wa pass information yẹn. Everybody wà at alert. Àwọn warrior kí gbogbo wọn wà at alert. Àwọn tó bá lè máa move bọ̀ bá anywhere tó bá wà. Confirm gidi ni o ìbọn lẹ ń gbọ́ tó ń yìn gidi yẹn àwọn Nigeria sójà lélẹ̀ please help me to share Chief Sunday Igboho house ilé olóyè Igboho ṣe ń gbọ́ ẹ ń gbúrò bọn ẹjọ́ ẹ máa bá mi share ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi share ẹ bá mi pariwo fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire àwọn Nigeria military wọ́n ti wá àtàkì wa ẹjọ́ this to 2 ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run wọ́n ti yìnbọn more than 10 minutes ó yẹ kí n ti gbé sí live látẹ̀kùn but I want to confirm láti mọ̀ bóyá òótọ́ ni kí n tó wá sí live kí n má bàa fún yín ní wrong information àwọn Nigeria sójà ni wọ́n kún táǹsì wọ́n surround wa ni ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run wọ́n dẹ̀ yìnbọn gidi kì í ṣe ṣeré ẹ bá mi máa share ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi máa share ẹ bá mi share ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá mọ̀ nílé lóko gbogbo èèyàn àwọn tẹ́ bá lè jí ẹ jí wọn ẹ bá mi share confirm mo sọ fún yín ẹjọ́ ẹjọ́ àtọ́jú oorun lèmi náà ti gbúrò bọ́ lọ́ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pé everybody lórí phone pé kí everybody wà alert ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ máa confam sí àwọn làwọn sójà ni mi lè bọ́ síta o but confam lélẹ̀ everybody ìbọn lọ́yìn gidi yẹn kì í ṣe kékeré ó surround wa ni so ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ Nigerian sójà ni o àwọn ìjọba location 9 ni tó bá jí kúkú máa dàrú látòru yìí kó dàrú tó bá dẹ̀ máa níyànjú kó níyànjú ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn mi ò lè bọ́ síta obìnrin ni mí wọ́n ní kí n má bọ́ síta but kí n gbé lọ sí live kí n jẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ pa bàbá ti confam fún mi sí pé àwọn sójà ni so ẹ jọ mi ò mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o but wọ́n lọ ti surround wa pé àwọn sójà ni confam mọ́ fún yín ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa jí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn kí wọ́n mọ̀. ṣe ti rí Nàìjíríà ẹjọ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ mi ní kọ́ọ̀tì broadcast yìí ó dìgbà tí n bá tó get to the root wọ́n ní kí n má bọ́ta but kí n gbé lọ sí live kí n jẹ́ káwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kí wọ́n mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí kì í ṣe ṣeré o gbogbo létí bọ́ta wọ́n ti fèsì wọn ò but mi ì mọ iye àwọn sójà tó jẹ́ o mi ì mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o àmọ́ wọ́n sọ fún mi wípé àwọn sójà ni wọ́n dẹ̀ ti surround wa so wọ́n release gidi ni tí ò ń ṣe ṣeré ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ jọ ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ pa àti wà under attack nílé Chief Sunday Igboho mi ì mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o mi ì mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó mò ń là fún yín o mi ì mọ báwọn sójà yẹn ṣe pọ̀ tó o ṣé ń gbúrò bọ̀ wọ́n yìn gidi ni ṣé ń gbọ́ gidi ni ẹgbẹ́ bá mi ṣí ẹ̀ ẹ gbé lọ YouTube ẹ gbé lọ everywhere kí gbogbo èèyàn tètè mọ̀ àwọn tó sùn kọ́ jí ẹjọ́ ẹ máa bá wa ṣí ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ a ti wà under attack nílé Chief Sunday Igboho. wọn ráyè wọlé o but àwọn warrior náà ti lọ fèsì wọn ta ìwé ọ̀bọ̀n wọn lẹ̀ ń gbọ́ ẹjọ́ ó bẹ́tà àwọn warrior tó bá wà tó sì ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó wá fèsì wọn níta ìta ló wà àwọn tó dé bá dẹ̀ ń bọ̀ kọ́ mọ bó ṣe máa rìn according to nǹkan tó sọ fún mi sìn wọ́n ní wọ́n surround wa bínú jáde ta ló ń pè mí why calling me ẹ pè sórí fífẹ́ WhatsApp ẹ má pè sórí messenger òun ni mò ń lò. ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ké sí gbogbo àwọn warrior wa ó ń pọ̀ kíní tí mo ìgbú ọ̀bọ tí mo gbọ́ ìpọ̀ ó kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀ I know no problem but a gbọ́dọ̀ mú wọn ni wọn gbọ́dọ̀ escape gbogbo wọn tó bá wá òkúlẹ̀lẹ́jà ń tà èmi mọ̀ pé kò sí ohun tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ but wọn gbọ́dọ̀ sá lọ that is my home ṣé ń gbúrò ẹ̀mí mímọ́ èmi ti paná rúùmù mi o. ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ṣe Jésù ẹjọ́ náà ẹ bá wa ké sáwọn èèyàn kan wá sọ́pọ́ọ̀tì o ẹjọ́ o ló fi jókòó. ẹ má pè sórí messenger ó ń disturb fóònù tí mo fi ń broadcast ẹjọ́ please help me to share it please we just need to inform people I know nothing is going to happen mo mọ̀ pé nothing is going to happen but people have to know what is happening now this is Totu ṣé ń gbúrò. ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ mo fi títóbi ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run ọba bẹ̀yìn ẹ bá wa ṣí ẹ ètò yìí ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nílé Chief Sunday Igboho báyìí àti wà under attack pẹ̀lú àwọn Nigerian military. Jésù ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run ẹjọ́ kí ni yóò ṣe ṣeré ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ké sí gbogbo àwọn warrior please I need gbogbo wọn bíbá ẹjọ́ èmi mo mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bíbá yín sìn please. I've done that I've done that ẹ wo nǹkan tí mo ṣe gan nìyẹn that's why tí mo fi switch off iná. ẹjọ́ bá mi share ẹ mo ti live flat ó kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀ on fire nù lé gidi gan ni ẹjọ́ ó kọjá ṣeré please. ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa share ẹ bá wa ké sí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ bá wa jí gbogbo wọn ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí eléyìí ò ń ṣe bíi tìjọ sí ẹjọ́ confam wọn lélẹ̀ àwọn Nigerian military ni ó kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ń ṣe wọn tó fi ń yìnbọn yẹn sínú compound gbogbo àwọn warrior yẹn ti bọ́ta wọ́n ti fèsì wọn in fact mi ì lè ṣàlàyé bí ìbọn yẹn ṣe ń rọlé fún yín mi ì lè mi àná nọ̀nà eléyìí pọ̀ ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa share á ti wà under attack báyìí àwọn tó bá wà nítòsí káwọn náà lè wá support please ẹjọ́. ẹjọ́ ó kọjá ṣeré please. ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi máa share mi ò lè tán náà ní rúùmù mi mọ́ mo ní láti pa iná ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa máa share ẹ bá wa ké sí gbogbo ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjíire ilé Chief Sunday Igboho wà under attack báyìí I've done that Uncle Lola I've done that kódà ẹ wò kò ṣe é fẹnu sọ but I've done that ẹjọ́ ẹ̀yin èèyàn ẹ má máa wòran ẹ̀yin abiyamọ ẹ má máa sùn ẹjọ́ ẹ má sùn yes is at home ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ṣe ẹ bá wa ké sí gbogbo àwọn warrior kí gbogbo wọn máa bọ̀ kó wá support so that àwọn á lè capture àwọn tó ń bọ̀ láti ìta wọ́n á lè mú wọn látẹ̀yìn ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa share fún gbogbo àwọn warrior Yorùbá nation yes ẹ jẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé yes àwa gan wà lákọ thank God wípé everybody ò sùn even me myself mi tí sùn mo kàn lie down sórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì ni mo ṣáà ń gbúrò bọ yẹn òun lẹ ń gbọ́ yẹn ẹjọ́ àwọn warrior wa náà ti ń gbìyànjú but notwithstanding náà ọ̀yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ wá support wọn gbogbo ẹ̀yin warrior ọmọkọ ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire tí ẹ kì í ṣọmọ àlè ẹjọ́ ẹ bá support ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wà nítòsí àmọ́ pé ó ti bọ́ sọ́wọ́ òru this 2 o'clock now ó ti dé láti nǹkan bíi láti 10 to 2 ni wọ́n ti ń yìnbọn yẹn ni wọ́n ti dé tó ti ń gbá géètì kó tó di pé bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní release ẹ jẹ́ bá mi máa share jẹ́ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí a sọ fún yín pé ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lẹ́yìn sí ó ti kọjá ṣeré Nigerian government tí wọ́n bá wa mú ní ṣeré ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀ ń sanwó Nàìjíríà you see na life ṣé bó ṣe fẹ́ wù wá ràn ní kí wọ́n pa gbogbo wa tán àgbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ àgbọ́dọ̀ sọ anything ẹ̀tọ́ wa là ń jà fún àbá wọn fa wàhálà àpá innocent soul àwọn tó wá ń pa innocent soul tó ń gbégbé ayé àlàáfíà ṣé yẹn ló dá ṣẹ́yìn náà ti ráyé ń sìn kì í ṣe nǹkan kékeré o kì í ṣe nǹkan kékeré wọ́n surround wa gidi ní Nigeria military tó bá yẹ wá ní they are not Nigeria lawyer army is a lie ẹgbẹ́ máa bá mi ṣí ẹ mi ní kọ́ tiẹ̀ o mi ní kọ́ tiẹ̀. ẹ má bá mi share.
And for every seconds now, the decay video was about to end, and nobody knew what was happening again in that building. We are now 42, 41, 40, 39, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 27,
Nigerian military, they've surrounded us. They were shooting everybody, shooting everywhere. Now, so we are under attack by the federal government.
18, 17,
Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá speak English.
16, 15, 14, 13,
Ẹ̀yin
12,
abiyamọ tí ẹ̀ ń ṣe
11,
we need your prayer
10,
now.
9, and the broadcast from Lady K was now about to finish, which went off. And that means nobody knew whether anybody survived. A financial position here. Adúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run tí kò dojú tì wá. Adúpẹ́ fún Elédùmarè tí kò gba omijé kúrò ní ara wa. Only God knows that hours tó fi wà nínú ilé tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ bí wọn. That was the end of Lady K broadcast. So that means that kò sí sẹ́ni kankan tó mọ kankan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ilé yẹn. Àfi Elédùmarè tó ń wò wọ́n. And this is now 2 years. But àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan ti gbàgbé rárá pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ bá ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ rí. Kódà wọ́n ní and then so what? Every single soul in that house could have died. Bóyá méjì tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú tó fi máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ yìí tó kù lọ́pọ̀ wọn pé fídíò kan ó ń trend níta láti inú ilé Ìgbòho. Àwọn á wonder pé kò possible. Àwọn ti disconnect gbogbo, wọ́n ti jáàmù tó lè tún mú network kó jáde láti inú ilé yẹn, wọ́n ti jáàmù ẹ̀. 12 minutes 59 seconds nìkan la gbọ́. Àmọ́ tó tún ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ until ìgbà tí staff Koikimedia dé inú ilé yẹn láàárọ̀ la tó wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbọ́ other things. But we will never forgive the Fulani ethnic group for invading our territory. In conjunction, this would not have happened tí àwọn Yorùbá kan ò bá give go ahead. So there was a clear go ahead látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn Yorùbá, people like Ṣèyí Mákindé, àwọn ọba kọ̀ọ̀kan mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀, àwọn èèyàn kọ̀ọ̀kan mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. Because báwo ni irú operation báyìí ṣe máa ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú state tí governor máa ní òun ò mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ as the chief officer of that state. But gbogbo wọn gbójú kúrò gbà tó jẹ́ pé Ìgbòho ni. Ẹ ṣáà make sure pé èèyàn kankan survive nínú ilé yẹn. Kẹ̀dẹ̀ wrap up. Mo kí ẹ jáyàjáyà general. Àní ever gbàgbé ọjọ́ ẹ̀ní. 2 years down the line, Igboho is still very strong. They've been unable to break that spirit in him. Oríṣiríṣi ló ti rán sí, oríṣiríṣi ló ti sọ sí pé kó tẹ fọ́sà rẹ̀ kó jáde kó wá sọ̀rọ̀ tó máa di pé kò ní tẹ́ àwa kan lọ́rùn. Kàkà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n break spirit yẹn. Àwa ń fi àsìkò yìí, as we are going to be 1 minute into our 1 minute silence, which is just now countdown. We are exactly 1:59. So tó bá di 2, I'll keep quiet until a minute or two after, and then I'll just say whatever comes out from my mouth again. So we are now a few more seconds to 2 o'clock when Chief Dr. Sunday Igboho's house was attacked by the federal government of Nigeria under the former president Muhammadu Buhari that gave the clarity and authority for that mission. It was a failed mission, but we lost 2 innocent souls, Adogan àti Alhaji Fatai, and it's now 2 o'clock. Kọ́lọ́run má jẹ́ kí Fúlàní gbalẹ̀ mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. That's all I can say. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Thank you so much. Appreciation fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ bá wa dúró títí di wákàtí. Àní fi wá sílẹ̀ sí ikú lọ́wọ́. Àdẹ̀ní fi wá sílẹ̀ sí ìjayà. Let us just reflect. Whether it is today, tomorrow, but every first of the month of July will never be forgotten in the history of the new generation of the Yorubas. Gbogbo ohun tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, eléyìí náà ti wà lára ìtàn tó gbọ́dọ̀ máa sọ, tá gbọ́dọ̀ sọ fáwọn ọmọ ọmọ wa ní every 1st of July pé bàbá wa kan wà, kọ́lọ́run tó bójú ẹ̀ jẹ́ kó pẹ́ fún wa dáadáa, pé wọ́n lọ attack ilé ẹ̀. Àwọn Fúlàní fẹ́ pa á, àmọ́ wọn ò rí pa. A dẹ̀ máa dárúkọ àwọn tó kù, àmọ́ Lady K will be remembered for that 12 minutes 59 seconds. She saved the soul of so many people. And you might not know, but time will tell you. Òun ló save soul tí gbogbo wa fi ń jókòó báyìí. If otherwise, the mission was bad. A kò sọ too much details. Ká má tún máa fún yín ní ohun tó máa jẹ́ kẹ́ yàgbẹ́. Ohun tó bá wá gangan ò dá rárá. A dúpẹ́ f'Ọlọ́run. But the future, it will be declassified. But for now, it is not for public consumption. Gbogbo àwọn tó wà nípa ẹ̀, gbogbo wọn pátápátá will be exposed at the appropriate time. Ẹ jẹ́ lọ nísìn, but it is not forever. Every single one of you, tẹ́ mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. When the right time comes, bẹ́ bá ti kú, a máa sọ nípa ẹ̀ fún àwọn èèyàn. People will remember you that you gave the go-ahead pé kó lọ pa Ìgbòho sílé, but the mission failed. Ó dẹ̀ máa fail ni. Èmi ni Ọláyọmí Kóìkì, tí gbogbo èèyàn mọ̀ sí Koikimedia. Ẹ tún pàdé mi tílẹ̀ bá mọ́ nígbà tá a tún máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ the part 2 of Igboho Day. Orun ayọ̀ la máa sùn. mo kí ọmọdé, mo kí àgbàlagbà, mo kí gbogbo ibi tó ń pè nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Mo dúpẹ́ fáwọn irúmọlẹ̀ wa tí wọ́n fi Ìgbòho sílẹ̀. Àwọn kan tẹ́ rò pé kò ní ṣeé ṣe. He was able to leave that compound without one bullet in his body. That is a pain that will not touch him feel títí dèní. Thank you so much. Have a very good morning and bye for now.
tí n bá gbórúkọ Sunday Igboho àyà mi ò tún jáde kò sí nǹkan kan òtútù ó mú mi pẹ̀lú.
òtútù ti mú ẹ ọ wá parọ́ pé òrírò ẹ̀rí kọ́.
látijọ́ tí wọ́n ti bí mi ìrírò ẹ̀ rí níjọ́ tí mo gbọ́ pé Sunday Igboho ń tún lọ Ogun State báyìí níjọ́ náà mi ò lè sùn.
ẹ lọ níṣẹ́.
Koikimedia bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Oran Yolamasu, Odaro, one love, bye for now. Yoruba nation, no going back. Shalom.